making $2 billion overnight by live streaming my parenting. I thought I could finally live a laid-back life with my precious daughter, but unexpectedly, I got into a car accident on the way home. When I opened my eyes again, I had actually transmigrated into the body of an alcoholic, gambling scumbag. Right in front of me, an adorable little girl was looking at me with tearful eyes. "Daddy, please don't hit mommy anymore." My eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into my mind. The original owner of this body was clearly a scumbag who drank and gambled every day. Yet he somehow managed to marry a popular rising star. Later, when their relationship was exposed, his wife didn't hesitate to quit her job as a singer. She even gave birth to a cute daughter for this loser. But after the honeymoon phase ended, the original owner was fired from his company due to his own incompetence. So, he blamed his own failures on his wife, thinking that it was all because he married this jinx. He lost his career. After absorbing the original owner's memories, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. What an animal. Then, with a complicated expression, I looked up at the mother and daughter huddled in the corner. She'd just been abused by the original owner. Bai Shihan was holding the child tightly. When she saw me staring at her, her body couldn't stop trembling. She instinctively pulled Nainai closer into her arm, her eyes brimming with tears. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Nainai and leaving, but she was an orphan herself. And all the money in the house was controlled by this demon. She had even thought about ending it all, but she couldn't bear to leave her child behind. If she died, what would happen to 3-year-old Nainai? So, every time she was beaten, she could only endure it alone. She didn't even dare to cry out loud, afraid that it would scare the child. After a long while, I let out a deep sigh. I slowly stood up and turned on the light. The warm orange light illuminated the entire room. The dilapidated furniture and the strong stench of alcohol in the air were overwhelming. Looking at the mess in front of me, I scratched my head, speechless, and silently started cleaning up. Bai Shihan remained curled up, holding Nainai without moving, but a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. "You have to know, this demon never cleaned the house. He would just pass out after drinking every time." This was the very first time something like this had happened. I didn't rashly disturb the mother and daughter. Instead, I grabbed a rag from the kitchen and started wiping the table. By the time I had cleaned the house spotless, I was already drenched in sweat. After resting for a moment, I took some clean clothes from the bedroom and went into the bathroom. Bai Shihan looked at the tightly closed bathroom door, and then at the room I had just cleaned. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of disbelief. He actually threw away the leftover alcohol. Why, if someone said he had changed for the better, she wouldn't believe it. A demon is always a demon. "Mommy, Nainai is hungry." 3-year-old Nainai opened her big round eyes. And looked at her mother. Bai Shihan stroked Nainai's hair. "Be a good girl, Nainai. Mommy will make food for you in a bit." Nainai nodded obediently. Even at her young age, she knew that only when Daddy was asleep, she'd be able to eat. After my shower, I pushed the door open and walked out. I clearly saw a mother and daughter sitting on the worn-out sofa, that shrink back simultaneously. I shook my head. They ignored them, pushed the front door open, and walked out. Bai Shihan froze, a hint of despair in her eyes. Did he go out to buy more alcohol? Were she and Nainai going to starve for another night? She bit her lip, her face turning pale. Tears fell uncontrollably. Nainai thought it was because she was hungry, that made her mommy cry. She quickly reached out her chubby little hands and clumsily wiped Bai Shihan's face. "Mommy, don't cry. Nainai isn't hungry anymore." Bai Shihan bit her lip, her tears falling even harder. After a moment, she finally said softly with a trembling voice, "Good girl, Nainai. Let mommy sing you to sleep. You won't be hungry once you fall asleep. Tomorrow morning, mommy will get up early and make something delicious for you. Okay?" Nainai nodded obediently. "Okay, mommy, don't cry." Bai Shihan hugged Nainai and gently stood up. The wounds on her back throbbed with pain from her movements. Long-term malnutrition. That made her vision blur for a second, but she still struggled to her feet. I carried her daughter step by step into the bedroom. Lying on the bed, Bai Shihan finally felt a little better. She softly hummed a lullaby to coax Nainai to sleep. Watching Nainai slowly close her eyes, Bai Shihan thought about everything she had endured in the 2 years since getting married, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She finally made up her mind. She would leave tomorrow, leave this hellhole, even if she died out there. It would be better than being tortured to death by this demon. Just then, the sound of the front door unlocking echoed. Bai Shihan, who was still lost in thought, couldn't help but tremble again. She instinctively covered Nainai's ears, quietly listening to the movements outside. I pushed the door open and instinctively looked at the sofa. And was taken aback for a moment. Did the two of them go back to the bedroom? But they haven't eaten yet, have they? I stared blankly at the food in my hands. After thinking for a moment, I set the food on the table and walked toward the bedroom. Bai Shihan kept her body tense. Hearing my footsteps slowly approaching, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, praying in her heart that I wouldn't come in. But the next second, a sudden knock on the door rang out. "I bought some food for you guys. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight." Hearing this familiar voice, Bai Shihan suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she heard his footsteps gradually fading away. The room instantly fell quiet again. Only Bai Shihan's nervous breathing echoed in the bedroom. Naina had opened her eyes at some point. She had clearly heard my voice and was staring curiously at the closed door. Today, that smelly daddy actually didn't come back to the room to sleep, and it sounded like he said he bought food for them. Thinking of food, she felt hungry again. She gulped, looking at her mother with expectation. The situation was so absurd. Bai Shihan was at a loss for what to do, but seeing the expectant look in her daughter's eyes, she still mustered up her courage, tiptoed quietly to the bedroom door, and opened it. The aroma of the food on the dining table immediately hit her nose. Bai Shihan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. The food in the distance became a blur. He actually bought food for her and her daughter. Faced with this demon's sudden kindness, Bai Shihan didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a deep, visceral fear. Why was he acting like this? What else did he want to take from her? Nai ran over barefoot on her short little legs, peeking out through the crack in the door. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but drool. But she didn't dare to move on her own. Instead, she looked up, staring unblinkingly at her mother with her big eyes. Bai Shihan closed her eyes helplessly. Looking again at her daughter's expectant gaze, she took a deep breath, forced a smile, and picked Nai up. Shh. Be a good girl. Nai. Let's eat quietly. Nai happily closed her eyes and eagerly nodded her little head. Inside the room, I naturally heard the noises outside. I let out another deep sigh. Just now, after going out to get a haircut and buy food, I realized that this family only had a little over $1,800 left in savings. If I had transmigrated any later, this family probably would have starved. I need to make some money. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly got excited. Why didn't I think of this earlier? This is a parallel world. I quickly grabbed my phone, and started browsing through this world's internet. Just as I remembered, the cultural heritage and the entertainment industry here were completely different from my original world. In fact, the entertainment standards in this world were quite mediocre. Even some cringe-worthy bubblegum pop songs could dominate the top music charts. My mind quickly raced through the original world's classic hit songs. As I kept thinking, I gradually couldn't hold on anymore. Can only drag my exhausted body slowly into dreamland. The next morning at exactly 6 a.m., I stretched, turned around, gently opened the door, and walked out of the bedroom. The dining table and kitchen had been cleaned spotless. Bai Shihan must have cleaned up last night. After eating, I stood there and thought for a moment. Bai Shihan usually didn't get up to cook until 8 a.m. because the old me would always sleep in until past 10 a.m. Only after I woke up and finished drinking. Could the mother and daughter eat my leftovers? I instinctively sighed again. Inside the room, Bai Shihan was actually already awake. She didn't dare to go out. The noises outside disappeared. The front door opened and closed. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, staring at the bedroom door, wondering what he went out to do again. After waiting for a long time with no movement outside, Bai Shihan glanced at Nai, who was still fast asleep beside her. After some thought, she gathered her courage and quietly got out of bed. She opened the bedroom door and walked out. The smell of alcohol in the room had become very faint. The fresh air blowing in through the window smelled wonderful. This situation gave Bai Shihan a sense of unreality. It had been just a very, very long time since she had smelled such a fresh, clean scent. To think that the house could feel this comfortable again. Bai Shihan walked to the window and looked out at the world outside. Unconsciously, she spaced out. It wasn't until this moment that she suddenly remembered she was only 24 years old. She didn't know how much time had passed. When the sound of the front door rang out again, Bai Shihan was jolted awake. Then, her entire body instinctively tensed up. She turned around mechanically. I also froze in place awkwardly. I didn't expect Bai Shihan to be awake already. When I got up this morning, I noticed there were no groceries left. So I just went to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. Both of us stood there stunned. Only then did I get a clear look at my wife's face. She was beautiful, much more beautiful than any of those internet celebrities or stars, especially those eyes. They looked as if they could speak, but right now, those eyes were filled with terror and unease. And she was way too thin. Her face was excessively pale, probably because it had been a long time since she had seen the sun combined with malnutrition. Seeing this, my heart ached with pain, anger, and embarrassment. What an absolute animal. How could the original owner abuse such a beautiful wife like this? He really deserved to die. I was the first to break the awkward silence. Morning. Go make breakfast. After saying that, I lowered my head, not daring to look any longer, and quickly walked into the kitchen with the groceries. Bai Shihan. Simply couldn't believe her ears and eyes. He actually said good morning to her. And since when did he know how to cook? Bai Shihan silently watched the busy figure in the kitchen. An overwhelming sense of grievance surged in her heart. She bit her lip hard, her eyes gradually welling up. What was this? Pitying her? A sudden strike of conscience just then. Nai woke up when she saw Bai Shan's figure in the living room. She ran out barefoot. As soon as she came out, she smelled the aroma of food. She turned her head, staring at the kitchen with wide eyes. In the kitchen, naturally saw the little one too. I grinned and smiled at her. But unexpectedly, Nai shrank back behind Bai Shihan in fear. I rubbed my nose helplessly, suddenly feeling a heavy tightness in my chest. It felt like I was running out of oxygen. Before long, the food was ready. I took off my apron and looked at the two of them, who were still standing stiffly in the distance. Go wash up and come eat. Nai was clearly already gulping down her saliva, but she still didn't move. Bai Xian looked at the scene before her with a bit of horror. I was originally a little hopeful at seeing how guarded they were. My hopes sank to the bottom of the ocean. I stayed silent for a moment and sighed again. You guys eat first. With that, I turned and went back to the guest room. Bai Shihan didn't dare to move. She watched the guest room door close and then looked down at the expectation in her daughter's eyes. She sighed inwardly. Nai. Go. Wash your hands and eat. Hearing this, Nai's eyes instantly lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Nai? Bai Shihan was at a loss for words for a moment, looking at her daughter's expectant eyes. She finally nodded. Seeing her mother's response, Nai's eyes grew even brighter. She couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of steamed egg and put it in her mouth. It was the first time Daddy had ever cooked for her. It's so yummy. Bai Shihan just ate her food silently. Her heart was filled with struggle and confusion. I sat at the desk in the guest room. Honestly, I was starving, but I knew that the mother and daughter outside still couldn't bring themselves to sit at the same table with me. What a sin. I took out my phone and opened this world's short video app. I deleted the original account, which still had a few thousand followers. Dandra registered a brand new one out of habit. I clicked on the trending list. The next moment, my brows furrowed. What kind of garbage is this? Since when could some hack-singing bubblegum pop dominate the trending list? I immediately had a plan in mind. I dug out a few dusty music manuscript papers from the desk. These were left behind by Bai Shihan from the past. I laid the manuscript paper flat on the desk, softly humming a familiar tune. My pen flew rapidly across the paper, writing out the guitar tablature. In my original world, I was a songwriter. This little task was a piece of cake for me. In just a short moment, a complete piece of sheet music appeared right in front of me. I couldn't wait to dig out a guitar from the wardrobe nearby. Then, holding the guitar, I sat upright at the desk and gathered my emotions. The next moment, I closed my eyes and gently strummed the strings. As the sound of the guitar drifted out of the room, Bai Shihan, who was silently eating, suddenly froze. She turned to look at the closed door, surprise in her eyes. Bai Shihan knew very well that he couldn't play the guitar. So what was going on right now? Even Nai, who was happily eating, was captivated by the singing. She stopped her spoon and looked at the closed door of the guest room. So gentle. It was the first time she had ever heard Daddy sound so gentle. Even though Bai Shihan had never heard this song before, she could feel how incredible it was. Such a beautiful melody, such touching lyrics. She found it hard to imagine that this was being sung by a demon. Guitar continued to play gently, and my singing still drifted in the air. But the big and little beauties sitting at the dining table were completely stunned until the next line of the song rang out. Hearing this, Bai Shihan couldn't hold it in anymore. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and tears fell one by one. 2 years. It had been exactly 2 years. 2 years of living in fear every single day. She hadn't listened to music in 2 years. She hadn't stepped out of the house in 2 years. Every day, she only faced the daily grind and a house full of chaos, along with a man who had slowly turned into a demon. Now that she had finally mustered up the courage to run away. What did he mean by singing this? What did his sudden change mean? Bai Shihan was on the verge of a breakdown. She was lost once again. She was afraid this was just a fleeting dream. And once the dream shattered, everything would go back to square one. Singing stopped at that moment. Chanzai also noticed her mother crying. She panicked a little and climbed onto Bai Shihan's lap, reaching out her little hands to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, don't cry. Don't cry, and now I will blow the pain away. Nai thought her mommy was hurting again. While wiping Bai Shihan's tears, Dakachi lifted her little face and pulled back Bai Shihan's collar, blowing on it. Beneath the collar, Bai Shihan's back was covered in scars. I had no idea what was happening outside the door. At that moment, I opened my phone, hit record, and played and sang the song completely once more. When the song ended, I saved the recording and uploaded it. I let out a soft breath. Finally done. Now I just have to wait quietly for the public's reaction. After doing all this, I put the guitar back in the wardrobe and rubbed my flat stomach. I wonder if those two are done eating. Rubbing my stomach, I finally couldn't wait any longer. I gently pushed the door open, leaving a small crack, and peeked out like a thief, just in time. Got to see Bai Shihan carrying Nai away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. Bai Shihan clearly saw me too. After freezing in place for a second, she quickly carried the child back into the master bedroom. I breathed a sigh of relief, pushed the door open, and walked to the dining table. I can finally eat. I looked at the food on the table that was clearly left for me, feeling a bit happy. After eating with nothing to do, I wandered around the room. Suddenly, the master bedroom door opened again. I looked toward the sound, and saw a little head poking out. It was Nai. She tilted her head, looking at me curiously. Seeing Nai, I instinctively wanted to smile. But before the corners of my mouth could even lift, I saw Nai get scared and quickly shut the door, darting back inside. From inside the room, Bai Shihan's clear voice rang out. She was coaxing the child. I rubbed my nose innocently. Time quietly slipped by. I ended up scrolling on my phone for 4 hours straight. By noon, I put down my phone and rubbed my temples. I stood up. Time to make lunch. Right at that moment, the bedroom door opened. An expressionless Bai Shihan, carrying a pile of clothes, walked out of the bedroom, acting as if she didn't see me standing by the sofa. She walked straight toward the bathroom. I clearly saw that when she came out. Her body stiffened for a second. Is she going to do laundry? I suddenly remembered yesterday. My clothes were still in the washing machine and hadn't been taken out. Thinking of this, I quickly walked toward the bathroom too. Bai Shihan was very nervous. She didn't expect me to still be home. Normally at this time, he would have already gone out to drink with his deadbeat friends. She heard my footsteps approaching her and her heart instantly grew even more tense. Her heartbeat started to race, and her body trembled slightly. My clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out to hang up first? My familiar voice rang out from behind her. Shihan, who was bending over to open the washing machine door, was startled. She stumbled, shrinking back into the bathroom. Careful, I couldn't help but say. Only then did Bai Shihan realize that he was asking for her permission. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at me, but she still said, "Oh, okay. Do you take them first?" "Yeah, thanks." I nodded. Her hands suddenly trembled a bit. My eyes couldn't hide the anger and heartache. I had just clearly seen the marks on Bai Shihan's neck. Those purplish red bloody welts. Even though I have this bastard's memories, seeing it with my own eyes, I really can't imagine why there would be such a monster in this world. I gathered the clothes from the washing machine, not continuing to look at her. My mind was racing with thoughts. Later, when I make lunch, I need to remember to call Nai out to eat. Nai is asleep right now. I'll wake her up in a bit. Bai Shihan shrank back again, looking incredibly panicked. Even her words were a bit incoherent. I knew my presence here would only pressure her. I quickly grabbed the clothes from the washer, went to the balcony to hang them up, then walked into the kitchen. Inside the bathroom, Bai Shihan stood frozen, clutching her clothes. She didn't snap out of it until the sounds of cooking came from the kitchen. Trembling, she put her clothes into the washing machine, and her eyes unconsciously drifting toward the kitchen. What exactly is wrong with him? He's cooking for me and the kid again. Listening to the tumbling of the washing machine, Bai Shihan felt incredibly conflicted until all the clothes were washed. She took them out and went to the balcony to hang them up. That man had been bustling about in the kitchen the whole time. Nai didn't wait for Bai Shihan to wake her. She woke up on her own. Still barefoot, she pushed the door open. Our two little hands constantly rubbing her sleepy big eyes. The next moment, when she saw me busy in the kitchen, her beautiful big eyes visibly lit up. Then, she curiously leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching my back. Bai Shihan finished hanging the clothes, turned around, and saw this scene. She was completely terrified. She quickly spun around, pressing her back against the wall, covered her face with her hands, and slowly crouched down. Tears fell silently. This was a scene that, a long time ago, she could only ever see in her dreams. I still didn't sit down to eat with the mother and daughter. After bringing the food to the table, I hurriedly left the house. Hearing the door click shut, Bai Shihan frantically wiped the tears from her face. It stood up, picked up Nai, and walked to the dining table. On the table were still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, along with 2 bowls of rice already served, and a bowl of steamed egg. Bai Shihan looked at the delicious-looking meal on the table, staring blankly for a long time before slowly sitting down. No one knew just how complicated her feelings were right now. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little one was already happily eating her steamed egg, but this peaceful lunch for the mother and daughter was soon broken by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up and saw me carrying a large bag of things. As I pushed the door open and walked in, and I shrank closer to Bai Shihan. The little spoon she used to scoop the egg still in her mouth, completely frozen. Her big eyes followed my every move. I kept my eyes lowered, not daring to look at the frightened mother and daughter. I just walked over to the sofa, set the bag down. Dawsan spoke, my voice a bit muffled. I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. Also, I bought a toy for the kid. I don't know if she'll like it. I saw other little girls had them, so she should have one too. Bai Shihan didn't respond. After speaking, I fell silent for a moment. I know you won't believe me, but there are some things I still need to say. I won't drink anymore. I won't hit you guys ever again. When you and Nainai are at home, you don't have to be so afraid. The kid is still young. This kind of atmosphere at home isn't good for her. I said it all in one breath. Feeling the heavy weight in my chest lighten significantly. I didn't wait for Bai Shihan to reply, and silently walked back into the side bedroom. Bai Shihan watched my retreating figure, her emotions incredibly tangled. Faced with this man's sudden change, she still couldn't let her guard down. Inside the bedroom, I was feeling even worse. Tears welled up in my eyes, transmigrating into the body of this scumbag. I felt awful about it too, especially when I saw the scars covering Bai Shihan's body. My heavy heart sank even further. Just spending a single day in this house had pushed me to the brink of a breakdown. I really couldn't understand how anyone could harbor such deep malice toward their own family. After eating, Bai Shihan still left some food for me. She washed her and Nainai's dishes, looked at the bag on the table, thought for a moment, and ultimately led Nainai back to the master bedroom. She simply couldn't accept this sudden kindness. Who knew if this was just a trap he set to lower her guard? Besides, she was already used to the physical pain. She just didn't know what else she had left that he was scheming so hard to take. After experiencing a brief day of gentleness, she was terrified of returning to the old days. Deep down, she even had a tiny sliver of hope. She just refused to accept his kindness. Would he stay like this forever? She only hoped that the way he was now could last just one more day. Just one more day. I heard the door to the next bedroom close. Wang, the mother and daughter, had finished eating. Only then did I get up and leave the room. Then I saw the bag on the coffee table was still unopened, sitting quietly in the exact same spot. I let out a sigh. Not knowing what to do, I could only sit down and eat in silence. Just then, the master bedroom door unexpectedly opened again. Nainai poked her little head out, staring curiously at me as I ate. I tried again, flashing her a wide smile. This time, I finally got my wish. The little one didn't run away in fear. She was still curiously watching me eat. I felt a slight wave of relief. My heavy, suppressed heart was healed quite a bit by this soft, adorable little girl. Put down my chopsticks, and with the gentlest voice I could ever muster in my life, I called out to the little toddler, Nainai. My sudden voice that made the little one flinch and tremble slightly, but she still didn't shrink back. Instead, she turned to look toward the master bedroom. Then, as if receiving some kind of silent encouragement, she looked back at me. A tender, sweet, and childish voice came from her mouth. Daddy. Hearing that word, my whole body jolted. My eyes instantly welled up with tears, and a smile bloomed on my face, as bright as a daisy. Ever since I transmigrated here, this was the most beautiful melody I had ever heard. Nainai tilted her little head, looking in confusion at her daddy, who was both crying and smiling. She seemed to be wondering how someone could smile while shedding tears. I gave a soft hint, responding to the little one. Then, I stood up, walked over to the sofa. I gently waved it at Nainai. Nainai blinked her big eyes, seemingly tempted. She looked at the doll in my hand, then turned her head to look toward the master bedroom again. It took her a long while before she slowly shuffled over to me. At this moment, my heart was pounding against my ribs. Looked at this little girl who was just like a little angel. I even held my breath, terrified of scaring. This little one who had finally taken a step toward me. Nainai only knew that Daddy would make her yummy food, and now he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed like he wouldn't be mean to her and Mommy anymore. She walked up to me. Lifted her little face and sniffed hard. Then she broke into a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell bad anymore. Yay. Nainai, do you think the doll in Daddy's hand is pretty? Looking at the adorable little girl in front of me, I spoke to Nainai with the utmost gentleness and sincerity. Nainai's little hands twitched, as if she wanted to take the doll from my hands, but she still couldn't muster the courage to reach out. She just used her clear, bright, big eyes to stare intently at me. My eyes had been on Nainai the whole time. So naturally, I noticed her hesitation. So, I slowly crouched down until I was at eye level with her. Tian gently placed the toy into her hands. When my fingers brushed against her tiny hands, I felt my whole body tense up. Nainai finally took the toy she liked. Her gaze shifted from me to the doll. Her little fingers stroked the doll's soft dress, and her eyes immediately curved into happy crescents. Watching the little one in front of me, looking so thrilled holding the toy, I felt a complex mix of emotions, especially seeing up close Nainai's dry, brittle hair, her thin little face, and the faded, washed-out clothes she was wearing that were clearly way too small for her. My heart instantly felt like it was being pierced by needles. She's only 3 years old, at an age where she should be cherished and pampered. She was now overjoyed, just because of a tiny toy. I gritted my teeth, quickly wiped my eyes, and forced a smile. I just quietly watched Nanai play beside me. In that moment, nothing else mattered to me. Inside the master bedroom, Bai Shihan was even more nervous. She didn't know if doing this was right or wrong, but she agreed with what I had said earlier. The kid is still young. She shouldn't grow up in this kind of environment. Letting the child get close to him was the absolute most she could do right now. Outside, Nanai occasionally let out silvery giggles. Hearing them, Bai Shihan couldn't hold back her tears. She just sat quietly on the bed, silently wiping her tears away. Not long after, Nanai seemed to get sleepy from playing. She hugged the doll tightly. Glanced at her dad, who was still smiling foolishly at her. A conflicted look flashing across her little face. Then she turned and pattered back into the bedroom. I just stood there, blankly, watching the little one's figure disappear. I rubbed my nose and chuckled silently. Looks like I need to buy this little one a proper pair of slippers. Running around barefoot all the time isn't a good habit. Time slowly passed. I made dinner again, 3 dishes and a soup. As usual, I let the mother and daughter eat first. Before I went in to polish off the leftovers, I went to bed early that night, but what I didn't know was that, in just one night, the song "Having You in My Life" had completely blown up the internet. By 10 p.m. that night, the video had successfully climbed number 5 on the TikTok trending list, and its popularity was still skyrocketing. By 6 a.m. the next morning, the video's likes on TikTok had reached a terrifying 500,000. The comments had surpassed 200,000. You have to understand, for some major influencers, getting hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments is already considered insane. So this comment conversion rate was ridiculously high, and my follower count had broken 1 million overnight. With just one song and one video, I became a 1 million follower creator overnight. Of course, these followers were mostly just fans of this specific video. If I didn't follow up with songs of the same quality as this video, I would quickly be forgotten by the masses. I woke up at 5 a.m. I still had no idea that my song had gone insanely viral. After a quick wash, I left the house for my morning workout. By the time I got back, it was already 7:40 a.m. Just as I pushed the door open, I bumped right into Bai Shihan coming out of the bathroom. We met face to face. When she saw me, she jumped in fright, looking a bit panicked. Seeing me drenched in sweat, she was at a loss for what to do. Still panicked, she stammered. I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now. I froze for a second, feeling a bit awkward about the situation. Healy. But quickly replied, Nai is still sleeping. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, lowered her head, and gave a soft She felt her heart racing. After my work, the sunny, energetic aura radiating from me made her very uncomfortable. She was incredibly flustered, instinctively avoiding me. As she hurried toward the kitchen, "You go watch Nai. I'll cook after I take a shower. Is there anything specific you want to eat?" A slightly fawning voice rang out from behind her. Bai Shihan's footsteps paused for a long moment. Then, a soft, trembling voice came from her. No. Just make whatever. I'll go check on the kid." After saying that, Bai Shihan quickened her pace, fleeing into the bedroom, like she was escaping. I looked at the closed bedroom door, and shrugged helplessly. After my shower, I felt starving. On top of that, the original body's alcohol addiction was acting up. It was agonizing, so I could only while frantically chugging hot water to ease the cravings. Nai woke up around this time too. After Bai Shihan washed her up, she leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching me cook. She was still hugging the doll I gave her yesterday. I turned around and saw the little one. I opened my mouth and flashed her a huge, doting smile. I asked softly, Nai, what do you want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you. Nai tilted her little head, thinking seriously for a long time. Then her big eyes curved into crescents as she widened them. Nai loves steamed egg, I replied dotingly. Okay, steamed egg it is. After saying that, I reached out to pat Nai's little head, but quietly pulled my hand back. I was afraid of scaring the little angel in front of me. Take it slow. No rush, I thought to myself. Nai was clearly starting to accept me. This gave me hope. My mood instantly brightened, and even the alcohol cravings and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was hearty as usual. 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and of course, Nai requested steamed egg. I retreated to my small bedroom as usual, letting the mother and daughter eat first. But what was better than before was that, while the two of them ate outside, there was noticeably more laughter and chatter. In the side bedroom, I lay on the bed, picked up my phone, which I had set to silent, wanting to check how the video was doing. The moment I unlocked my phone, I was absolutely stunned. Holy crap, how many notifications is this? The background messages had all maxed out at 99. With trembling hands, I swiped away the notifications. I gulped and tapped into my profile page. The 1,000 follower count on the screen nearly blinded me. Over 1 million in one night. So heart pounding with excitement. I clicked on the video, over 2 million likes, and looking at the comment section, It was unanimously positive, nothing but praise. I then checked my DMs. It was mostly advertisers looking for sponsorships and all sorts of agency recruitment offers. I ignored them, because next came the moment to check the earnings. I opened the TikTok creator dashboard. The revenue displayed in the wallet made me grin from ear to ear. Without taking a single sponsorship. In just one day. The revenue, generated purely from this video's traffic, and reached a staggering 320,000 RMB. Seeing the earnings, I instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I have money now. We finally don't have to live so tightly anymore. Before, holding on to my entire net worth of just over 1,000 RMB. I had to be careful even when buying groceries. Now that I had this first pot of gold, I naturally felt much more relaxed. After transferring the earnings to my bank card, I waited until the two outside finished eating and the bedroom door clicked shut before hurrying out to eat my breakfast. After breakfast, I hurriedly left the house. I headed straight for the mall for my memories. First, I bought a phone for Bai Shihan, and then I rushed to buy a whole bunch of other things. I was busy until 10:30 a.m., fully loaded with my haul. I followed the mall's dedicated delivery truck, heading home, beaming with joy. Sure enough, the rich life is all about shopping. This feeling is just awesome. After I left the house, Bai Shihan brought Nai out of the bedroom. Bai Shihan cleaned the house, from top to bottom. Then sat on the sofa, looking out at the clear blue sky. After 2 days of airing out, the house no longer reeked of alcohol. Fresh air occasionally blew in through the window, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Nai lay beside Bai Shihan, playing with her newly acquired doll. Her big eyes were already curved into happy crescents. Her smiles over the past 2 days had visibly increased, and she had become much more cheerful. This was something Bai Shihan wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. Watching Nai play so happily, the corners of Bai Shihan's mouth unconsciously curled up into a small smile. Days like this are really nice. But then, Bai Shihan suddenly froze. She touched the corner of her mouth in disbelief, tense, and then saw the ointment. It's still sitting quietly on the coffee table. Was I smiling? So I still know how to smile. Bai Shihan fell deep into thought. In the living room, only the sound of Nai playing remained. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning jolted Bai Shihan from her thoughts. Nai quickly scrambled up, hugged her doll, and dove into Bai Shihan's arms. Noises came from outside, followed by my familiar voice. Hey, careful. Careful. Don't scratch it. Tilt it up and carry it in. Bai Shihan was a bit flustered. She quickly picked up Nai, wanting to retreat to the bedroom, but couldn't help looking toward the door out of curiosity. My figure, along with the strangers, were the first to appear in her line of sight. We were carrying a cream-colored cloud-style sofa into the room. Seeing Bai Shihan, my eyes visibly lit up. My face was filled with joyful excitement. Could you pour a few glasses of hot water for me? Let the workers take a break once they're done. Oh, okay. I'll go pour it right now. Having not interacted with outsiders for a long time, Bai Shihan was a bit overwhelmed. But she quickly snapped out of it, carrying Nai as she hurried into the kitchen. The workers and I brought the newly purchased sofa into the house and moved the old worn-out sofa out. Then came the TV, the fridge. Trip after trip. I seemed tireless. Doing everything, hands-on. Helping the workers move things into the house. As piece after piece of new furniture was brought in, the place instantly transformed. The previously shabby look was completely refreshed, radiating a vibrant, lively atmosphere once again. Shihan stood in the kitchen as if she had seen a ghost. Watching all this sudden activity, the look in her eyes went from shock to disbelief, and then to utter bewilderment. Her hands holding Nai, unconsciously tightened. Nai had been darting her big eyes around, looking curiously at all the new furniture. But as Bai Shihan squeezed her tighter and tighter, poured in her big eyes turned to look at her mom. A wronged expression appearing on her face. Mommy was hugging her too tight. It hurt. Fortunately, Bai Shihan quickly realized, adjusted her hold to a more comfortable position, and apologetically kissed Nai's cheek. While coaxing Nai. She watched me in the living room. Having just finished the heavy lifting, I was haggling with the workers over the old discarded furniture. In the end, I managed to sell it all. For 800 RMB, Bai Shihan felt a pang of heartache. Even though that furniture was a bit old, it was still perfectly fine. 800 was just way too cheap. But right now, she was more curious about where I got so much money. According to her mental calculations, we should be completely broke and starving by now. After seeing the delivery men out, I carried a large bag back into the living room. I placed the bag on the new coffee table, and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing dumbfounded in the kitchen. By now, Bai Shihan had put Nai down. She was hugging her mom's leg, looking left and right, like a curious little baby. She was clearly examining all the new things in the house. Seeing the little one like this, the smile hung on my my face, and my eyes crinkled into crescents. I suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. From the large bag on the coffee table, I pulled out a huge pink toy and placed it on the table. Sure enough, the moment Nainai saw the toy, her eyes were instantly glued to it. One of her little hands was still tightly gripping the doll, and moving to clutch the hem of Bai Shihan's shirt. She craned her neck forward slightly, trying to get a better look at the toy in my hands. Looking like a timid little lamb who wanted to approach but didn't dare. It made my nose sting with unshed tears. Any other 3-year-old child that would be jumping for joy right now. And throwing themselves into their daddy's arms. My previous sense of accomplishment vanished instantly. I secretly clenched my fists, then relaxed them, reaching out to wave at Nainai. I looked at her with pure adoration. Nainai, come here and see what daddy bought for you. Nainai didn't run over immediately. First, she tilted her little face up to look at her mom. Seeing Bai Shihan's lips move without saying a word, she finally shuffled over, step by hesitant step. By now, I had already opened the toy's packaging, revealing what was inside. Wow, it's a princess dollhouse. But oh no, the princess's house is so messy. Does Nainai want to help Daddy, Eduardo, decorate the little princess's home together? Hearing my words, Nainai's eyes sparkled brightly. There was an obvious longing in her gaze. Her little body inched closer to the sofa. She kept inching forward until she was right by my leg. Nainai blinked her big eyes and looked at me, then hesitantly raised her little hand until she touched the little princess doll in my hand. Standing not far away, Bai Shihan couldn't help but hold her breath. Her eyes were fixed tightly on Nainai's outstretched hand. I kept a steady smile, pushing the little princess into Nainai's hand, and gently tried to wrap my large hand around Nainai's little hand. Once her warm little hand was resting in my palm, just the corners of my lips curled up slightly, holding Nainai's little hand with one hand. I handed her a tiny dress with the other. My gentle voice sounded again. I'll leave dressing the little princess to Nainai. Daddy is too clumsy. Can Nainai teach Daddy how to do it? Daddy's hand is so warm, even warmer than Mommy's. Nainai looked at the little princess in front of her. He then looked at my pitiful expression. She suddenly giggled. Daddy is so silly. Nainai will teach Daddy. The little one smiled so wide her little white teeth showed. Her almond eyes curved into 2 adorable little crescents. Leaning against my thigh, she took the little dress I handed her, and clumsily tried to slip it onto the little princess. I started laughing along with her, humbly accepting the little one's guidance. At this moment, this small room suddenly felt bright and radiant. The joyful laughter of father and daughter echoed through the living room in all of Nainai's 3 years of life. This was the first time she had ever snuggled in her daddy's arms to play. Feeling the unique warmth that only a father could give. Off to the side, Bai Shihan leaned against the doorframe, quietly watching this beautiful scene unfold. Her eyes grew moist. The father and daughter hadn't been playing for long. Nainai was still decorating the dollhouse under my guidance. I looked up and saw Bai Shihan spacing out by the kitchen doorframe. Her faded, washed-out light blue shirt looked exceptionally glaring at this moment. It made me involuntarily narrow my eyes. Wait, isn't that a matching family outfit? In a daze, I suddenly remembered it really was a matching family outfit. It was from Nainai's 2nd birthday. Bai Shihan had bought it secretly behind the original owner's back. When the original owner found out, he beat her for it. He even sold her phone as punishment. Recalling this memory, I fell dead silent. The next second, I staggered to my feet, covered my mouth, and sprinted to the bathroom, vomiting violently. Only now did I realize, when a person with a conscience views such horrific actions from a first-person perspective, just how sickening and infuriating it truly feels. This sudden turn of events scared the living daylights out of the mother and daughter outside. Bai Shihan shuddered in terror. She quickly rushed over to the sofa, snatched Nainai into her arm. Nainai buried herself deep into Bai Shihan's embrace, terrified that if she was even a second too late, Dabi, who just threw up, would suddenly lunge out, and beat her and Mommy, just like before. In the past, whenever Daddy made noises like that, he would turn into a terrifying, man-eating tiger. A long while later, I stumbled out of the bathroom looking like a mess. My eyes were completely bloodshot. Looking at the terrified Bai Shihan and Nainai, my heart ached even more. My stomach wouldn't stop churning. I forced down the discomfort, and spoke to them weakly. I'm sorry, I scared you. I just wasn't feeling well. Just thinking about what the original owner had done, that made me uncontrollably nauseous. Especially since I was now occupying his body. My entire body, that felt like millions of ants were crawling all over me. Seeing Bai Shihan and Nainai still looking at me with their guards up, I let out a heavy sigh. I walked past Bai Shihan, who was still clutching the child, disdainfully entered the kitchen. I picked up the vegetables and started washing them. Nai probably hasn't played enough yet. Why don't you play with her a little longer? I'll make lunch. Shihan carefully studied my side profile. This profile was so familiar, yet so incredibly foreign. Finally, she nodded. And carried Nai over to sit where I had been sitting. Nai secretly peeked her little head out from her mom's embrace. Upon discovering Daddy was still the same gentle daddy, smile finally returned to her little face. The father-daughter bonding time had ended unexpectedly, turning into leisure time for the mother and daughter, until lunch was ready. And the aroma of food drifted through the living room. Shihan watched as I brought the dishes to the table, and then silently retreated back into the guest bedroom. Her lips twitched slightly, but she couldn't bring herself to say a single word. While eating, Nai held her little spoon in her mouth. Suddenly turned to look at her mom. Her little brows furrowed, a confused expression on her face. Mommy, why isn't Daddy eating with us? Shihan was taking small bites of stir-fried pork. It was her favorite dish, whether before or after getting married. She rarely ate spicy food, because I couldn't handle spice. From her daughter's question, Shihan subconsciously glanced toward the guest bedroom. Then she turned back to her confused daughter, and suddenly smiled. That smile was as radiant as a blooming spring flower. That's because Daddy and Mommy aren't quite ready yet. The little one didn't understand. Her little brows furrowed even deeper. Her tiny brain simply couldn't comprehend her mom's words. Inside the bedroom, I was spacing out. I knew my sudden vomiting was purely psychological, but I couldn't change anything. Even though I kept subconsciously comforting myself that it wasn't my fault. It still didn't change the fact that I was now him, feeling utterly helpless. I could only take out my phone and scroll through videos to distract myself. My song was still sitting high on the trending charts. Many of the comments below were urging me to release a new song, but I had no intention of doing that right now. Making money was a means to an end, not the goal itself. The video was still slowly generating revenue, although this income would decrease day by day. And in just a few days, it would probably stop making money entirely. However, the money I had now was more than enough for our daily living expenses. There was no need to post a new video just for the money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. I put down my phone, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked out. They had still left some food for me on the dining table. Shihan was in the kitchen washing the dishes. Nai had run back to the sofa, playing with her new toys. The doll I had given her earlier had also been placed inside the dollhouse, lying side by side with the little princess, on the tiny sofa inside the dollhouse. Seeing Daddy come out, Nai wasn't as scared as before. She just stared at me with her big, round eyes. The anticipation in her gaze was crystal clear. The little one just wanted Daddy to keep playing, with her and her toys. I chuckled, walked over, and gently patted her little head. But I didn't sit down to play with her. Instead, I sat on the sofa, and turned to look toward the kitchen. Seeing that Daddy had no intention of playing with her, Nai pouted in disappointment. She propped herself up on the edge of the sofa, plopped down, leaned against me, and started playing by herself. Shihan had just walked out of the kitchen. When she saw me staring at her, a wave of nervousness instantly washed over her. She didn't even know where to put her hands, could only helplessly grip the hem of her shirt. Seeing Shihan acting so submissive and meek, I couldn't help but frown. I sighed silently in my heart. It was exactly because of her gentle, introverted nature that the previous demon of a husband felt so emboldened to bully her. Thinking of this, my furrowed brows relaxed. I picked up the newly bought phone from the coffee table, and placed it in front of her. I bought you a phone. See if you like it? Also, there's something I want to discuss with you. Can you come sit down? Shihan had been keeping her head down. Only after hearing my words did she look up at me. The first thing she met were my clean, clear eyes. Then, she saw the brand new phone box on the table. Shihan hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she gave a soft, and slowly walked over to sit on the sofa. Is there something you want to discuss? Her voice was so quiet. I had to strain my ears just to hear her. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I picked up the phone box from the table, and opened it myself. I took out the brand new azure blue phone. I removed the protective film and turned it on. A pleasant startup chime rang out. I did a quick basic setup and handed it to Shihan. This phone is for you. You'll need to go get a SIM card yourself. I've already saved my number in it. From now on, if I'm not home, you can call me if anything comes up. As I spoke, I pulled a thick stack of cash from my pocket and placed it in front of her. This is some cash I just withdrew. Take the kid out for a walk this afternoon. It's not good to stay cooped up in the house all the time. Buy whatever you want, especially clothes. I noticed both of your clothes are getting way too small. Also, go open a bank account. Carrying cash around isn't safe or convenient. I kept rambling on, pouring out everything on my mind in one breath. Shihan looked up, staring intently at the man in front of her, listening to my endless nagging. Her eyes slowly grew red. Seeing that Shihan still hadn't taken the phone, I rubbed my nose helplessly. Do you not like this phone? I thought the color was nice, and it's the newest model, so I bought it. If you don't like it, you can go buy one you do like. Shihan shook her head and gave me a deep look. No, I really like it. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, airing a slight tremble. Our eyes suddenly met. I unnaturally looked away, but I breathed a sigh of relief inside. As long as you like it, no need to thank me. All right, I'm gonna go eat. With that, I stood up and quickly walked over to the dining table and started scarfing down my food. Meanwhile, Bai Shihan was still wondering where I got so much money to buy all these things. But since I didn't say, she naturally wouldn't dare to ask. She picked up the new phone from the table and looked at it. I'd even bought earphones and left them on the side. They were pure white in-ear headphones. Off to the side, Nai had also put down her toys. She poked her little head over, curiously looking at the new phone in her mom's hands. Bai Shihan naturally raised her hand and patted the little one's head. The mother and daughter stared at the phone, starting to figure it out together. At 5:00 p.m., the weather outside was finally no longer scorching hot. Bai Shihan sat on the sofa, hesitating for a moment, before finally picking up the cash from the table. She took Nanai by the hand and walked out the door. It had been a very, very long time since Nanai had gone outside. She loved going out to play. Before, Mommy never took her out, and Daddy wouldn't allow them to leave the house. So this time, she was exceptionally thrilled. The little one held her doll in one hand, and held her mom's hand with the other, skipping all the way. Her big, round eyes, were looking everywhere. Everything outside was completely new and fascinating to her. But Bai Shihan was a bit tense. She subconsciously quickened her pace, looking at the pedestrians coming and going, but she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority, especially since she and Nai were wearing such ill-fitting clothes. It made her feel like everyone's eyes were constantly lingering on them. The mall wasn't far. She hurried across 2 streets and arrived. It had changed quite a bit from the mall in her memory in just 2 years. It seemed to have been renovated to look much more upscale. As soon as she walked in, she spotted a mobile phone store. Inside, there was a counter for setting up SIM cards. Aishihan hesitated for a second, then led her child inside. After buying a SIM card, Aishihan went to open a bank account. She deposited all the cash she had on hand, minus the cost of the SIM card. She had 4,900 left. I had given her exactly 5,000 this time. Holding her phone and bank card, she walked out of the bank. Bai Shihan looked at the towering skyscrapers around her. This suddenly felt like she was truly alive again. Right now, she could take her child and leave. With the money in her hands, she could find a job and support herself and her daughter. She could even go back to chasing her own dreams. This sudden rush of freedom made Bai Shihan stand frozen in place for a long time, until a tender, childish voice rang in her ears. Mommy, can I have an ice cream? She instantly snapped back to reality. Beside her, Nai was tugging at her hand. Her big, round eyes were staring intently at the ice cream stand not far away. Drool was practically dripping from the corner of her mouth. Bai Shihan smiled, a smile so bright and radiant. You can, but only one bite. Otherwise, your little tummy. Please, okay? Nai loves Mommy the most. The mother and daughter had finally gone out. I took a nice relaxing shower, completely unaware that Bai Shihan might never come back. After my shower, I started preparing dinner. The usual 2 meat dishes, 2 veggie dishes, and a staple. I planned to make some noodle soup tonight, but since I didn't know when they'd be back, I was worried the noodles would get soggy and gross. So, I didn't cook the noodles right away. I just cut them and left them on the cutting board. Then, I went back to the living room, collapsed onto the sofa, and started scrolling through parenting videos. I scrolled until I started feeling drowsy. I glanced at the time in the top right corner. It was already 7,000 p.m. Why weren't they back yet? I suddenly sat up straight. No way. Did something happen to them? I started getting anxious, got ready to head out and look for them. Just as I opened the door, I bumped right into them, coming back. A fragrant breeze drifted in from the doorway. I was completely stunned. At this moment, Bai Shihan was humming an unfamiliar little tune. Her steps were light and breezy. The upward curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood. She was carrying several shopping bags. Nai was holding onto the hem of her shirt with one hand, and in her other hand, she was still holding the doll I gave her. But the main reason I was so stunned was they had both changed into well-fitting new clothes. It's true what they say, clothes make the man. The mother and daughter had just gone out for a bit, but it was like they'd completely transformed. They looked so beautiful, I almost didn't dare look directly at them. The next moment, Nai sweetly leaned against me, and called out, "Daddy?" That daddy almost sent my soul flying out of my body. I responded with a voice that was practically trembling. My previous anxiety instantly melted away. I scooped up the adorable little girl and led the way into the house. "Daddy's making noodles for you today. Okay, with 2 eggs, just how you like it. Okay?" Nai loves eggs. Nai loves Daddy the most. Outside the door, Bai Shihan stood frozen in the wind. The little traitor had just said she loved Mommy the most. And now she had switched sides in the blink of an eye. Nai didn't have to wait long. The egg noodles were ready in no time. I placed the bowl of noodles in front of her, tapped her little nose. Taitan habitually turned to head back to the bedroom. But just as I turned around, To my surprise, the little one suddenly grabbed the hem of my shirt. "Can Daddy eat with Nai?" Her soft, sweet voice rang out again. I turned back around and met Nai's expectant gaze. I hesitated, not stealing a glance at Bai Shihan sitting nearby. Bai Shihan didn't speak, nor did she look at me. It was as if she hadn't heard Nanai at all. She just kept slurping the noodles in front of her. I was a bit speechless. The situation was really tricky. If you're gonna kill me, just get it over with. What does the silent treatment mean? I could only tentatively test the waters. Then I'll stay and eat with Nai. Yay! Daddy, sit next to Nai. The one who answered me was Nai, happily patting the empty spot on the other side. I rubbed my nose. It's like a bit unnatural. Anne brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen. I sat down next to Nai. Mom sat on her left. Yes, and Dad sat on her right. Sitting in the middle, it was Nanai's first time being surrounded by both her parents. The smile on her face never faded. She even ate with extra enthusiasm. Devouring a full bowl of noodles, completely clean. In the end, Bai Shihan was worried the little one would overeat, so she stopped her from having more. Only then did the little girl finally give up. After dinner, Bai Shihan went back to the master bedroom alone. I could completely understand why, just allowing me to sit at the table and eat with them. That meant that Bai Shihan must have gone through a massive internal struggle. Putting myself in her shoes, I thought about it if I had suffered the kind of treatment she did in the past, and someone wanted me to just get along with my abuser. I definitely wouldn't be able to do it, though. If it were me, the original owner of this body, wouldn't even have a corpse left to find. I would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. I played with Nai until 9 p.m. She was so sleepy, her little head kept nodding off, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, I also noticed a very serious problem. Nai is already 3 years old, but the little girl still doesn't know how to take off our own shoes. You have to realize, a normal 3-year-old is already at the age to attend kindergarten. I knew that. This was caused by her previously unhealthy family environment, so I couldn't rush it, but it still broke my heart. Right then, Bai Shihan walked out of the bedroom. She didn't say a word, just silently watched Nai and me on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was crystal clear. I picked Nai up from the sofa, kissed her little cheek, and said with a smile, Nai, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow. Okay. Nai's half-closed eyes fluttered open. She looked at my face. Both then turned to look at Bai Shihan. Suddenly, she buried her little head into my neck. Nai wants to sleep with Daddy tonight. Her sudden words caught me off guard and made Bai Shihan's face darken slightly. The sudden silence in the air was terrifying. I looked at Bai Shihan with an innocent expression. This was the little one's own idea. I swear I didn't put her up to it. Bai Shihan secretly clenched her fists. This little traitor, all that time spent taking care of her. And it only took 2 days for her to be corrupted by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little girl got her way. After Bai Shihan gave her a quick wash, the little one happily snuggled into my bed. Nai clung to me like a koala, entrapping her arms around my neck, refusing to let go. I just let her hold me like that. This was my first time coaxing a child to sleep. I recalled some parenting tips I read online. And gently told Nai a bedtime story. This was also Nai's first time sleeping, in her father's broad, warm embrace. The first time Daddy told her a bedtime story. Daddy cooking for her for the first time. Buying her a gift for the first time. Now, 2 more firsts. Nai felt incredibly satisfied. As she fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Nai was still fast asleep. I woke up early as usual, quietly pushed open the bedroom door. Went to the living room, ready for my morning run. Next moment, I noticed, the ointment on the living room coffee table was gone. My eyes gradually lit up, and a knowing smile spread across my face. I left the house in a great mood today. Morning run. That showering and cooking breakfast took me over 2 hours in total. After finishing breakfast, I had one more task today, waking up my daughter. Nai was woken up by my gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw me, the little girl reached out her soft, chubby arms, asking for a hug from Daddy. I immediately reached out and gently picked her up, helped her change into new clothes. And then I carried her out to wash up. I had watched videos, to learn how to take care of a child. But theory is just theory. Now that I was actually doing it, I realized just how hard it was. The little one's body was so delicate, that I didn't dare use any force, making me look incredibly clumsy the whole time, especially when it came to tying her hair. I felt completely out of my depth. After struggling for ages, I only managed to tie a crooked little ponytail. Daddy is a big dummy. Seeing her lopsided hair in the mirror, Nai pouted and teased me. I pinched her little nose, making her burst into a fit of giggles. Bai Shihan came out of the bedroom. Ten saw this heartwarming scene between father and daughter. She didn't say anything, just silently walked into the kitchen and brought out the breakfast. Perhaps even she didn't realize it, but the corners of her mouth had unconsciously curled up into a slight smile. After our family of 3 had a simple breakfast, I didn't hand Nai back to Bai Shihan. Instead, I took Nainai to the sofa, and started playing princesses with her. This time, while playing with Nainai, I casually slipped some very simple numbers into her little head, counting from 1 to 10. After noticing Nainai's developmental delays, I had secretly made a plan, to slowly teach her through everyday play. Now, under my subtle guidance, she quickly memorized some of it. Also, I noticed that since Bai Shihan came back yesterday, she seemed like a completely different person, even though she was still quiet. There was a noticeable spark in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Like right now, instead of going back to the bedroom, she was sitting on the other side of the sofa, playing with her phone, occasionally glancing over at us. This was a good sign. It made me feel a lot better. While downloading various apps on her phone, Bai Shihan observed the interaction between father and daughter. She also noticed that I was subtly teaching Nainai. She watched quietly, feeling a faint trace of sweetness in her heart. She had always wanted to teach her child that given their previous family environment, just surviving was hard enough. How could she have had the energy to teach Nainai like a normal mother? Bai Shihan withdrew her gaze and looked at her phone screen. A few apps had finished downloading. The moment she logged into her account, unread messages popped up. They were from Tao Lele, the little assistant who had followed her for 2 years. She only had a few contacts on WeChat. Besides me, there were a few people from her old company. Tao Lele's messages had been coming in non-stop from the time she got married until just a couple of days ago. She had been messaging her constantly, but mostly asking how she was doing, but Bai Shihan had never been able to reply. Looking at this string of messages, Bai Shihan felt a warmth in her heart. She immediately replied, "I'm so sorry, Lele. I couldn't reply to your messages before. I'm doing fine now. Don't worry." Less than 2 seconds after sending it, a reply instantly popped up. "Sister Shihan, you're finally alive. I thought after you got married, you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Sister Shihan, you have no idea. Ever since you disappeared, rumors have been flying everywhere in the company, especially that annoying Lu Chen. She's been so arrogant these past 2 years. Bad-mouthing you to anyone who'll listen, saying you got what you deserved. It makes me so mad." Seeing Lele's messages, Bai Shihan pursed her lips slightly. Lu Chen wasn't wrong. She really did get what she deserved. Back when she was at the company, she had always overshadowed Lu Chen. So after she left the industry, it made sense that Lu Chen would act this way. But her little assistant, is still as lively as ever. "Lele, how have you been lately? Is life treating you well?" Bai Shihan didn't immediately answer Lele's question, and instead asked about her current situation. "I'm doing great. Don't worry, Sister Shihan. I'm like an unkillable cockroach. I just really missed you, Sister Shihan. Sister Shihan, will you ever make a comeback?" Bai Shihan froze for a moment. A trace of longing flashed in her eyes. Would she ever make a comeback? She turned her head to look at me, then looked at Nainai. After a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. "Probably not. But if you miss me, Lele, we can always find time to hang out and meet up." "Sounds great, Sister Shihan. I have this Saturday off." Looking at this message, our smile finally appeared on Bai Shihan's face. She then switched over to Weibo. On Weibo, her last post was from 2 years ago. It was her statement announcing her retirement from the industry. Her original follower count of several 100,000 had now dropped to just a few thousand. Aside from the bot accounts, there were actually still some veteran fans, who frequently left comments checking in on her. She casually scrolled through the Weibo trending topics. It was all just recent celebrity gossip, but surprisingly, a few of the trending posts were talking about a recently viral song. Mysterious singer goes viral with just one video. Gains over 1 million followers overnight. Who exactly is he? Bai Shihan was quite curious. What did a viral song sound like these days? So, she clicked on the headline. The post was filled with a lengthy detailed review from the blogger, packed with nothing but praise for the song. A link was attached at the bottom. Bai Shihan clicked the link. A familiar figure appeared on the screen. A familiar guitar melody started playing, and then a familiar voice echoed through the living room. The living room suddenly fell dead silent. Only the singing echoed in the ears of the three of us. I awkwardly turned my head away. Nainai blinked her big eyes. Threw herself into Bai Shihan's arms. Man looked at the phone screen. Bai Shihan was completely stunned. This familiar singing voice. Wasn't this the song she heard coming from the room a couple of days ago? So he was recording a video that day. Nainai was the first to break the silence. She pointed her little hand at the phone screen, looked up at Bai Shihan, her big eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy. Daddy is in the phone." "Yeah, it's Daddy." Bai Shihan patted the little girl's head. Tan replied. Now she finally understood how I had so much money to buy. New furniture for the house, with millions of likes. How could he not have money? She turned to look at my sharp side profile, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Getting her mother's confirmation, Nainai happily threw herself back into my arms, cupping my face with her 2 little hands. Her big eyes sparkled brightly. In her sweet, milky voice, she said, "Daddy is so gentle." Nainai wants to sing too. I want to go inside the phone too. With her 2 soft little hands pressing against my face, my eyes gradually melted with affection. I also cupped my daughter's little face with my big hands and asked softly, "Does Nainai like singing too?" Nainai's eyes curved into crescents as she nodded without hesitation. "Or her smile growing even brighter. Yeah, then Daddy will teach Nainai how to sing. Once Nainai learns, you can sing inside the phone. Okay. Nainai nodded her little head vigorously. Then happily gave my cheek a big, forceful kiss. Receiving my reward, I instantly beamed with joy. Under the little girl's adoring gaze, I sprinted back to the guest bedroom and brought out my guitar, sitting on the sofa. I held the guitar and tuned the strings. When I turned my head, I saw both Bai Shihan and Nainai staring at me. Without blinking, my face rarely flushed, but it did now. Then I strummed the strings. Today, Daddy is gonna write a nursery rhyme just for Nainai. Daddy will sing it once for Nainai to hear. Then, Daddy will sing one line, and Nainai will sing it back. Okay. Nainai nodded cheerfully, wrapping her little arms tightly around my neck. Daddy, Nainai likes this, Daddy. Daddy, please don't change back to how you were before. Okay. Nainai's soft, sweet voice rang in my ears. I opened my mouth slightly, my eyes suddenly welling up with tears. I hugged Nainai tightly in my arms. Yeah. Daddy will never be like that again. My voice was hoarse, but full of determination. Bai Shihan couldn't see my expression at that moment. She was already in tears herself, but a smile hung on her face. I was the first to pull my emotions back together. I set the guitar aside. Ashin pulled Nainai onto my lap. Nainai, that let us learn the song now. I'll sing a line. Yes, and you sing it after Daddy. Okay. Okay? Nainai agreed very quickly. For the rest of the time, it became a teaching session for father and daughter. I would slowly sing a line. And Nainai would follow along and learn it. Nursery rhymes really are meant to be sung by children, coming from Nainai's mouth. The lyrics had so much more flavor than when I sang them. For the entire morning, our singing echoed through the living room. Seeing us so immersed in learning the song, Bai Shihan quietly started making lunch. But her cooking clearly wasn't as good as mine, which led to Nainai constantly clamoring during the meal, that she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking from now on. This made a jealous Bai Shihan roll her eyes at the little girl and was indignant in her heart. You little ingrate. Bought off after just 2 days, Nainai learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she sang it even better than the original singer, at Nainai's strong request. I also recorded a video of her and posted it online. In the video, Nainai was wearing a pink princess dress with a bow on her head. Her tiny body swaying to the music, she was absolutely adorable. While filming, I was grinning from ear to ear, my face screaming, "This is my daughter," with a proud, smug expression. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Shihan accidentally caught sight of my expression, and almost choked, trying to hold back her laughter. It was her first time seeing me make such a face. Over these 3 days, thanks to my good behavior, my relationship with Bai Shihan had eased up a lot, at the very least. Bai Shihan would now initiate a few words with me. No one expected that. The second video on the Amnesia account would actually be a nursery rhyme. The song was still an original, and it was still incredibly catchy. Sure enough, the hype for this video came even faster. In just one afternoon, the likes hit 5 million. The number of comments was absolutely insane. The next day, I had just finished my morning run. Wiping my sweat, I pushed open the front door, only to see Bai Shihan wearing a newly bought slip nightgown, walking out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered and was drying her hair. Her face was slightly flushed from the steam. The nightgown seemed a bit too big, faintly revealing the fair skin underneath. This was the second time I had bumped into her right after a shower. It was a bit awkward. We just stared at each other, wide-eyed. Bai Shihan instinctively covered her chest, her face rapidly turning red, even her earlobes flushing crimson. Even though we had been married for over 2 years, it felt like we were a young couple who had just gotten together. Morning, Bai Shihan tried her best to stay calm as she greeted me, but her steps toward the bedroom couldn't help but speed up. Morning, I replied simply. Bai Shihan didn't say another word. Fleeing back into the bedroom, I smiled helplessly, humming a tune as I walked into the bathroom, showering, cooking, waking Nainai up. My daily trio of tasks. At that moment, Bai Shihan walked out of the bedroom. She had changed into a new outfit. Her youthful and beautiful appearance made it impossible to tell that she was the mother of a 3-year-old. Seeing Bai Shihan like this, made my eyes light up uncontrollably. I nodded in approval. This is the kind of vitality a 20-something-year-old should have. She was just still a bit too skinny. She'd definitely look even better with a little more meat on her bones. Bai Shihan was still feeling a bit nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was her first time dressing up like this at home. She wondered if it looked good. She looked up at me, still busy taking care of Nainai, and quietly walked over to sit at the dining table. His eyes seemed to light up just now. That means it must look good, right? Wait, why should I care about his opinion? Bai Shihan puffed her cheeks in annoyance, absent-mindedly stirring her bowl with her chopsticks. She was mad at herself for being so weak-willed. Just then, Nainai sweetly called out, "Mommy." Then she picked up her special little spoon, and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. "Can you go out with us today?" I was looking down, enjoying my food, when I suddenly heard Bai Shihan's words. I looked up at her, then pointed at my own nose, asking with a confused expression. Bai Shihan nodded, without looking at me, but her earlobes were already bright red. "Sure." I agreed very readily. So after breakfast, the family of 3 walked from our neighborhood onto the street. The head turning rate skyrocketed to 100%. Everyone's eyes were drawn to our good looks. At the same time, they were curious, with neighbors possessing such god-tier visuals living in the area. How come they had never seen us even once? Night and I held Daddy's hand in one hand and Mommy's in the other, as skipping along. Her little face was already blooming with a massive smile. She had never imagined that one day that she would be able to be like other kids, holding both her parents' hands while going out. At this moment, Nainai felt like her happiness. It was so big that even her giant princess house couldn't hold it all, even though it was a bit hot outside. The family of 3 didn't seem to notice. You could tell from their upturned mouths that they were all in a pretty good mood. I hailed a taxi on the street. First, I lifted the little one into the back seat. Then, very gentlemanly, let Bai Shihan get into the back and closed the door for her. I then sat in the passenger seat. Today, we were heading to Yida Plaza in the city center. Bai Shihan and her former little assistant, Dao Lele, had agreed to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason she brought Nainai and me along was entirely because Tao Lele wanted to see the little girl. And since the little one had become my little shadow these past 2 days, that's sticking to me like glue. I was purely just tagging along for the ride. As the car drove down the road, thought it would take a solid 40 minutes to get to the city center from here. Nainai kept her arms wrapped around Bai Shihan's neck, looking out at the passing scenery for the little girl, Tadar. This was her first time traveling far from home. So everything looked new and exciting. The taxi driver, Anforce, marveled at the family's good looks. Suddenly felt that the little girl in the back looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had seen her. So he chatted with me from time to time, and I naturally chatted back with him. The atmosphere in the car wasn't too dull. The car soon arrived at the destination. Yida Plaza was the most bustling area in the center of Jiangcheng. It wasn't very far from where Tao Lele worked and lived. After 2 whole years, Akshay was finally going to see Sister Shihan again. Tao Lele was incredibly excited. She had bought a few cups of milk tea in advance and sat in her seat, staring intently at the entrance of the shop, waiting with bated breath. Having worked with Bai Shihan for a year and a half in the past, the 2 were as close as sisters. Bai Shihan had always treated her really well. It was just a pity that Bai Shihan got married. She just couldn't understand why Sister Shihan insisted on being with that completely worthless-looking man. She couldn't wrap her head around it. She had tried to talk Bai Shihan out of it back then, but it was like her mind was set in stone. She wouldn't listen to any advice at all, as Tao Lele's mind was running wild with these thoughts. Yet she suddenly spotted that familiar figure, holding hands with a bouncing little toddler, walking in through the shop entrance. Her eyes lit up. She abruptly stood up and waved her hand. Sister Shihan. Over here. Hearing the voice, Bai Shihan looked up and immediately saw Tao Lele. Seeing that waving hand, a bright smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Lele really hasn't changed at all. She's still as lively and cheerful as ever. Walking up to her, both of their eyes were a little teary with joy, reunited after such a long time. Neither could hold back their emotions. Tao Lele looked closely at Bai Shihan, and her eyes grew even redder. She grabbed Bai Shihan's hands, her mouth turning down into a pout. Sister Shihan, you've lost so much weight. Is that man treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson for you. Bai Shihan pursed her lips. Shook her head and sat down with Dao Lele. She then pulled Nainai into the seat beside her, before finally speaking. Lele, don't worry. I'm doing pretty well now. What about you? Has work been going smoothly since I left? I'm doing fine too. Sister Shihan, you have no idea how much I missed you. The 2 of them caught up on each other's lives. Nainai sat with her big round eyes, stared at the young auntie across from her. Her eyes were full of curiosity. The 2 sisters hadn't seen each other in so long. Just naturally, they had a lot to talk about. After chatting for a while, Tao Lele finally shifted her gaze to the little one. The little kid had been sitting quietly by the side the whole time. Tao Lele had been so focused on catching up with Bai Shihan that she hadn't taken a good look at her. Now, looking closely, her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, Sister Shihan, is this Nainai? She looks just like you. She's so cute, Tao Lele said as she got up from her seat. She squatted down in front of the little one, her eyes sparkling. She reached out and gently poked the little girl's cheek. Then, her brows furrowed slightly. The little one, just like Sister Shihan, so painfully thin. Tao Lele felt incredibly furious right now. She was absolutely certain that that worthless man was definitely mistreating Sister Shihan and the kid. Back in the day, Sister Shihan used to be so healthy and glowing. She was never this frail. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wished she could confront that man face to face right now. So, she looked up at Bai Shihan. Sister Shihan, Didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he? Bai Shihan could sense Tao Lile's hostility toward me. She didn't know how to explain it. Tell her that he had changed. Wouldn't that be the same as admitting to Tao Lile that I used to treat her terribly? She didn't want anyone else to know about that, especially not Tao Lile, who was like a sister to her. She could only offer an awkward smile. Nai wanted some ice cream. He went to line up and buy some for her. Tao Lile naturally noticed the look on Bai Shihan's face. She instantly felt even angrier. Her sister Shihan had always had a gentle and aloof personality. But now, mixed in with that gentleness, thought there was a hint of cowardice. She could feel it. Afraid of scaring the child, Tao Lile could only scoff coldly and return to her seat. Secretly, though, she was gritting her teeth, wishing she could wring my neck. Sister Shihan. Tao Lile was just about to speak, suddenly stopped. Her gaze gradually sharpened as she looked toward the entrance of the milk tea shop. Bai Shihan was taken aback, and her expression growing even more awkward. She thought my arrival was what caused Lile's reaction. Just as she was about to turn around and look, a rather shrill voice rang out from behind her. Tao Lile, you still have time to drink milk tea. Have you finished the work I gave you? Lu Qian, are you done? Today is my day off. Tao Lile's face looked awful, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. It glared fiercely at the person speaking. Bai Shihan turned around. Lile got a clear look at the newcomer. It was a woman with a slender figure. She was wearing a baseball cap and a face mask. A glint of surprise flashed in her long, narrow eyes. Seeing her, she raised an eyebrow in unexpected surprise. It was Lu Qian. Bai Shihan froze slightly. The popular rising star who used to be in the same company as her. She also took the route of a vocal powerhouse. It was just that back in the day, Lu Qian had always been overshadowed by Bai Shihan. When Bai Shihan was still at the company, Lu Qian would constantly follow her around, sweetly calling her sister Shihan. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Shihan understood this reality. So she never really cared. Oh my, isn't this Sister Shihan? Shouldn't you be at home, being a good little housewife and raising your kid? What are you doing out here looking for Lile? Lu Qian's eyes held a smile, but the words coming out of her mouth were full of mockery. She had just come out for a stroll, never expected to run into Tao Lile meeting up with Bai Shihan. Before Bai Shihan could say anything, Tao Lile beside her flared up first. Lu Qian, mind your own business. It's not a work day. Ed, save your passive-aggressive crap. Sister Shihan, let's go. There's a mad dog barking around here. Yachts edlets. Just going to ruin our mood. After saying that, Tao Lile picked up Nai, and grabbed Bai Shihan's hand, ready to leave. But unexpectedly, Lu Qian stepped in front to block their path. Her gaze turned a bit gloomy. She looked at Bai Shihan, raised an eyebrow, and laughed again. Sigh. Sister Shihan, why are you so skinny? Are you having a hard time? If things are tough, just tell your little sister here. I could always toss some charity your way. Who told me to be so kind-hearted? Look at Lile. She's doing odd jobs under me right now. Isn't she living a pretty good life? Wouldn't you say? Tao Lile's face was ashen. She stared at Lu Qian without saying a word. Bai Shihan abruptly turned her head to look at Tao Lile, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lile was doing odd jobs for Lu Qian. Didn't she tell her that she was still working as someone's assistant? And that work was going smoothly. You have to know, doing odd jobs is just selling manual labor. How could the company make Lile do this? But now obviously wasn't the time to ask. Bai Shihan turned her head back, and her gaze toward Lu Qian was now laced with anger. Her fists clenched tightly. If she bullied her, she could just endure it and let it pass. But bullying Lile was something she couldn't accept. Just as she was about to speak, Tao Lile spoke up first. My contract with the company expires at the end of the month. I'll naturally resign then. I just hope a certain someone doesn't climb too high only to fall even harder. If Sister Shihan makes a comeback, I'm afraid a certain someone would wake up screaming from their nightmares. Hearing this, Lu Qian froze. She really did have some trauma regarding Bai Shihan. After all, in the past, Bai Shihan had completely overshadowed her for a solid year and a half. But Lu Qian quickly laughed. She looked at Bai Shihan with a contemptuous gaze. A comeback. Haha. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Is there any company out there that would dare sign? Give a washed-up artist dragging a kid around. Speaking of the kid, Bai Shihan, your kid looks pretty good, huh? You could consider training her to be the next generation's rising star. Lu Qian said this with a face full of disdain. She even got so carried away as she reached out, wanting to pinch Nai's little cheek. Stop! Don't touch her. Get your filthy hands off her. I guarantee you, if you dare touch her, I'll make you cry so hard you won't know what hit you. Two voices rang out at the same time. One was Bai Shihan's. The other was a deep male voice, coming from me at the entrance of the milk tea shop. I quickly walked over to Bai Shihan, handed the ice cream to the three of them, and then turned to face Lu Qian, shielding Bai Shihan and Nai behind me. My voice was icy cold. Who are you? Lu Qian was startled, and her body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then, she steadied herself and took a closer look. When she looked at me, she suddenly laughed. So it's this pretty boy. You useless piece of trash. I was wondering who it was. So it's just What, you want to hit someone in a public place? I frowned and turned my head to look at Bai Shihan. When my eyes filled with question, I was clearly asking, Bai Shihan, where did this shrew come from? She's a singer from my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. Others might not be afraid of me when I'm angry. Bai Shihan was a little scared. Seeing Bai Shihan like this, my frown deepened. The pattern she said, now. And I sighed inwardly. I turned my head back and stared down at Lu Qian. A singer. Sorry, I have never heard of you, and I don't know you. All I know is that you're blocking our way right now. Please move aside. I said this very seriously. There wasn't a single flaw to pick out in my words. But to Lu Qian's ears, it sounded incredibly grating, so her voice grew even shriller. A person should know their own worth. You think I don't know? You suck up to Gao Cheng from the Flower Boy Band every single day. You treat Xu Bin to drinks every day, and now you're here acting like some big shot in front of me. Gao Cheng, Xu Bin. I thought carefully about these two names. I finally remembered who they were. They were members of the boy band the original owner used to be in. After leaving the industry, the original owner wanted to make a comeback. So he really did often treat them to drinks and suck up to them. It was just that they didn't give a damn about him. That was all stuff the previous me did. What did it have to do with me now? I'm not familiar with those two you mentioned. A good dog doesn't block the way. If you keep pestering us, don't blame me for calling security. Yida Plaza, as the largest commercial plaza in Zhongcheng City, definitely wouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Lu Qian choked on her words. She glared viciously at me, cursing me non-stop in her heart. But she still obediently stepped aside. I pulled Bai Shihan up from behind me, signaled for Tao Lele to follow, and walked straight outside. But just as we brushed past Lu Qian suddenly spoke to Bai Shihan again. Sigh. What a pity that a certain someone can never sing again. Bai Shihan. My new song is releasing on Huayin at the end of this month. Haha. After saying that, Lu Qian actually laughed happily. How could you, Bai Shihan, ever compare to me? Lu Qian's shrill voice echoed in their ears. Tao Lele. Dat wished she could rush up right now and slap her across the face. She clearly knew that Sister Shihan loved singing, but couldn't sing anymore. Saying something like that was absolutely ruthless. My footsteps also paused for a second. I took a deep look at Lu Qian, then continued walking outside expressionlessly. Bai Shihan didn't say a word. She just gently pursed her lips. However, at that moment, the tender, childish voice suddenly rang out. The voice was crisp and firm. Mommy sings way better than you. You're a bad auntie. It was Nai Nai. She waved her little fists, down to her mouth pouting, her face full of an angry little expression. Mommy's singing was naturally beautiful. When Nai Nai heard Mommy sing lullabies to her, it sounded even better than when Daddy sang. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little one to speak up for her mom at a time like this. I was only stunned for a second. With a smile, I rubbed the little kid's head. Awesome. That's my girl. Way tougher than your mom, that little pushover. I was originally still a bit angry inside. The moment Nanai spoke up, the anger in my heart was instantly thrown out the window. My eyes and heart were completely filled with this little kid, ignoring Lu Qian's reaction. By noon, we brought the cute little kid to a restaurant. I carried the child, walked in first, welcomed by the waiter. Bai Shihan and Tao Lele had been chatting behind me the whole time. Tao Lele obviously didn't like me. She would even roll her eyes at me for no reason. If it weren't for the fact that my performance just now was decent, that she wouldn't have wanted to pay any attention to this man at all. We all took our seats. I handed the menu to Bai Shihan and Tao Lele. After they simply ordered a few dishes, I ordered some more dishes that Nai liked to eat, and then handed the menu back to the waiter. Bai Shihan was still chatting with Tao Lele while they were walking on the road earlier. There were some things she was worried about, but didn't ask. Now that they were finally sitting down, and there were no outsiders around, she held Tao Lele's hand. Then finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Lele, how did you end up doing odd jobs for Lu Qian? And what about Sister Yun? What is she doing now? Sister Yun was Bai Shihan's former manager. She was nearly 40 years old and had always treated her very well. Like a daughter. Hearing Bai Shihan's question, Tao Lele's expression couldn't hide her dejection. After you left, Sister Yun was fired not long after. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find one. Later, her mother got sick and was hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to take care of her mother. So she just found a job as a nanny. Bai Shihan never expected that Sister Yun would actually be reduced to such a state. Her vision blurred slightly. She could faintly see how Sister Yun used to be when she worked. So crisp and efficient. Both of them fell silent. The atmosphere grew a bit heavy. After talking about Sister Yun, Bai Shihan, and Tao Lele didn't even have much of an appetite to eat. After a hasty meal, Daolele chatted with Bai Shihan for a bit longer before hurrying off. Bai Shihan's mood remained very low. Originally, the family of three had agreed to spend the afternoon taking Nai to the amusement park to play. But now, she didn't even have the mood to play. I could naturally sense her mood. I wanted to say something, but in the end, I didn't say it out loud. Honestly, I didn't understand either. Why did Bai Shihan back then, as if she had been fed some magic potion, not insist on marrying the original owner? Bai Shihan wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone for a bit, but when she saw Nai's expectant eyes, thought she couldn't bear to do it. In order not to disappoint Nai, the family of three finally arrived at the amusement park. The little kid was very happy. It was her first time at an amusement park. She grabbed my hand and tried to rush inside, blowing so hard I couldn't even hold her back. Bai Shihan also forced herself to cheer up at this moment. She didn't want Nai. When recalling her first trip to the amusement park in the future, taught to remember her mother being sad. We first tried out the carousel and then took Nai to play on the Snail Special Forces ride. After that, we went on a few more rides. The sky unknowingly grew dark, and the amusement park lit up with colorful lights. The castle that would only appear in fairy tales slowly appeared before our eyes. The appearance of this castle instantly captivated Nai's gaze. She stared at it unblinkingly, her big eyes full of excitement. Perhaps she was also wondering if one day she could be like a princess and live in a castle too. The last ride was the Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel could fit 2 people in a cabin, or 3 people could share one. By the time I carried Nai, Aeon opened the door to sit inside with Bai Shihan. Nai had already fallen fast asleep in my arms. If it weren't for the upcoming fireworks show, Bai Shihan and I would have already taken the little kid home by now. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. What I didn't know was I was also Bai Shihan's first time playing at an amusement park, and it was her very first time riding a Ferris wheel. Her almond eyes looked curiously outside the cabin, sparkling brightly. She looked out the window, and I looked at her, perhaps sensing my gaze. Her earlobes slowly turned red. She gave me a shy, reproachful glare. It was my first time seeing that kind of look from her. It was a bit too much for me to handle. The next moment, from all around the castle, almost in an instant, fireworks shot up into the sky simultaneously. At the exact moment the fireworks bloomed, I clearly saw a breathtakingly beautiful smile appear on Bai Shihan's face. It was a smile from the bottom of her heart. I was a little mesmerized. The Ferris wheel slowly reached its highest point. The fireworks became clearer, and Bai Shihan's beautiful face became even more captivating. You don't have to be afraid, like before. Amidst the sound of the fireworks, my voice was a bit soft. Bai Shihan didn't hear it clearly. She turned her face to look at me, didn't look at her, continuing to watch the brilliant fireworks in the sky. You're too gentle. That's not good. You'll get bullied. You don't have to be afraid like you used to be. I know you want to sing, and I know there are a lot of things you want to do. Go ahead and do them with peace of mind. I'll take care of Nai. Bai Shihan didn't respond. I turned my face to look at her, only to see 2 lines of crystal tears streaming down her face. She pursed her lips, staring at me without blinking. The intense grievance and complexity in her eyes. They felt like they were going to drown me. I instantly got nervous. Everything was fine. Why was she suddenly crying? Who are you? Bai Shihan kept staring intently at me. Those almond eyes were already clouded with mist. Her crisp voice wasn't loud, but it echoed so loudly in my heart. I was stunned. The air gradually fell silent. It seemed as if even the sound of the fireworks had disappeared. It took a long time before I finally gave her a gentle smile. Then, I spoke. My voice was suddenly a bit hoarse. I am Zhang Chenyi. Bai Shihan kept looking at me. She felt her heartbeat suddenly skip a beat, pounding wildly in her chest. My answer was completely beyond her expectations. She sniffled, looking into my clear, shining eyes. Her tears suddenly fell even faster. She hugged her knees, buried her head, and softly sobbed. Let me tell you a story. There used to be a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid, but in the orphanage, there was always an older brother, just a year older, who protected her. One day, she was bullied by a group of older boys. That older brother tied her to his back and never let her get hurt at all. At that time, in her eyes, that older brother was her whole world. But after that, the brother disappeared. Until later, when she grew up, she saw that brother again, and got her wish to marry him. Hearing this, I was left a bit speechless. I finally understood a few things now. Bai Shihan looked up, her eyes blurry with tears. She looked so lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret hidden deep in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought he wasn't worth it. Only she firmly believed that it was worth it. But the outcome was so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until the present, me appeared. That was enough. Bai Shihan couldn't hold it in anymore. She threw herself directly into my arms, fighting with Nai for space in my embrace. Sobbing softly, Nai was woken up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She looked at her mom in confusion, who had taken over her spot. The little one just froze for a second. The happily wrapped one arm around her dad, and the other around her mom. Mwah. She planted 2 big kisses on our cheeks. Today was Nainai's best day ever. I looked at the big and little beauties in my arms, and couldn't help but chuckle. The trajectory of life was moving in a good direction. That was enough. However, some plans needed to be changed. The fireworks gradually came to an end. The Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Bai Shihan left my embrace. It was as if she instantly reverted to her usual self, that with her cold attitude toward me. It was the one crying in my arms just now, a ghost. Bai Shihan was actually very nervous. Even the hands holding Nainai were clenched tight. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning up. She had actually stayed in my arms for so long just now, and like a little girl. She had rubbed against my chest. So embarrassing. Thinking of this, Bai Shihan couldn't help but walk even faster. It was like she was speed walking. I had no idea how this woman suddenly had so much energy. I had to jog just to keep up with her pace. It wasn't until we exited the amusement park gates. But Bai Shihan had no intention of stopping. I had to call out to stop her. Hey, are you planning to walk all the way home? Let's just catch a cab here. Bai Shihan finally stopped, standing by the road, but refusing to look at me. After returning home, I carried Nainai back to her room. When I came out after settling her in, Bai Shihan was already washing up in the bathroom. I didn't linger, and walked straight into the kitchen. She barely ate anything at noon today. She must be starving by now. Thinking this, I rummaged through the fridge, then finally decided to keep it simple and make some noodles. Bai Shihan was indeed very hungry. She hadn't been in the mood to eat at noon, played for so long in the afternoon, and cried her eyes out in the evening. Now her stomach was rumbling. She just did a quick wash, beginning to come out and make something to eat. Pushing open the bathroom door, she saw that I was already busy in the kitchen. Bai Shihan's heart instantly felt warm. She casually walked over to the sofa and sat down, and her eyes closely followed that tall, slender figure in the kitchen. He's actually quite handsome, Bai Shihan suddenly thought to herself. The next moment, she covered her face, not daring to look at herself. What is wrong with me today? I'm already a mother. Why am I acting like a lovesick teenager? Bai Shihan, you're getting more and more embarrassing. Time to eat. When I brought out the cooked noodles, I saw her, twisting herself into a pretzel on the sofa. I didn't think much of it, and just called out to her softly. Hearing my voice, Bai Shihan's body visibly tensed up. Then, she calmly moved her hands away from her face, nodded, and walked over to the dining table. Thank you. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, but she acted like nothing happened, keeping her head down and eating. In just a short while, Bai Shihan had slurped up all the noodles in her bowl, not even leaving a drop of broth. She put down her chopsticks, but didn't get up. She just sat quietly in her chair until I finished eating and stood up to clear the dishes. Only then did she stand up in a slight panic, rushing to grab the bowls and chopsticks from the table. I'll clean up. Her voice was still very soft, but pleasant to hear. So she had been waiting for me this whole time. I didn't fight her for it. Our family. I felt there was no need to be so polite. By the time I came out from a comfortable hot shower, Bai Shihan had already gone back to the bedroom. I turned off the living room lights. I quickly walked to the bedroom too. Today was the latest I had stayed up since coming to this world. At 6 a.m., early risers began their journey for a new day. I woke up on time as usual. Morning jog, washing up, cooking, and waking. Nainai up, the whole routine was done. At this time, Bai Shihan also got up. With a slightly flushed face, she crossed the living room to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to keep singing? Hearing my voice, Bai Shihan froze slightly. She didn't react for a long time. I leaned against the bathroom door frame, holding my phone, quietly waiting for her answer. A moment later, her soft voice finally rang in my ears. Yes. Just one word, without any extra explanation. In Bai Shihan's heart, her current life was already something she hadn't dared to imagine over the past 2 years. And singing was a very distant dream, mine she could only bury deep inside. I didn't ask any more questions. I just nodded and took my phone back to the guest bedroom. I opened my account's backend and scrolled through the direct messages. My DMs had blown up a long time ago, ever since the first video was posted. I had only skimmed through them briefly, and hadn't checked them since. It was very difficult to search through them now, but I still silently swiped the screen, patiently filtering through them one by one. Finally, my eyes suddenly lit up. I immediately clicked on one of the messages, looking at the contents of the DM. Yinghai Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team with your musical talent. Today we will use the fastest time possible, to turn you into a top-tier superstar. At the end of the message was Yinghai Entertainment's contact number. I didn't hesitate anymore. I dialed Yinghai Entertainment's number, and made the call. The phone only rang a few times before it was connected. A mature, elegant woman's voice came through the receiver. Hello? Hello? May I ask who is calling? Hello, my account name is Shi. I received an invitation DM from your company. Is it convenient to talk right now? At this moment, far away in the TikTok headquarters in Shanghai, young Chenglin received the call. She looked slightly stunned, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Then, an uncontrollable look of joy appeared on her face. Hello, Mr. Fu. Are you calling to join Yinghai Entertainment? Yang Chenglin was secretly thrilled, but quickly regained her composure. However, that my answer made Yang Chenglin freeze again. Hello, Director Yang? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry for now. However, I'd like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested. Hearing this, Yang Chenglin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What she wanted was this guy who brought his own fame. UH2 songs had gone viral all over the internet. Mr. Carl The thing is, I'm only a vice director. Were you joining with your reputation? I could make the call myself. But if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree directly. I can guarantee you that she is a very talented singer, and I will write songs for her. Besides, if your company ever needs songs in the future, I can be a songwriter for Yinghai Entertainment, but there will definitely be conditions. Don't just send anyone to me for a song. If they don't catch my eye, I won't write for them. If you agree, that we can discuss the specific details later. What do you think? Over the phone, I spoke in a calm tone. Hearing this, Yang Chenglin was tempted, but the company wasn't a dictatorship run by her. She still had to report to her superiors. Mr. Carl, this isn't something I can decide on my own. How about this? I'll discuss it with the company and get back to you. Whether it works out or not, I'll reply as soon as possible. Alright, I look forward to your reply. After hanging up, I opened the door and walked out of the guest bedroom. Nainai was still obediently playing with her toys, but muttering something under her breath. Bai Shihan had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, I looked at Bai Shihan in confusion, and noticed. Bai Shihan was looking back at me with the same confused expression. Bai Shihan and I were both orphans. We hadn't had a guest over in ages. Who could it be? The knocking continued, and it was getting louder. Clearly, the people outside weren't getting a response, so they knocked even harder. I stood up and was just about to open the door, when the people outside suddenly started shouting, "Little Jiang, open up. I know you're home. It's your brother Gao. Weren't you texting us every day asking to grab a drink? Well, we're here. Your brother Shu is here too. Hurry up and open the door." Hearing those two obnoxious voices, my face completely darkened. Bai Shihan's expression changed drastically too. Frowning, she looked toward the door with disgust. Nainai had already dropped her toys, and ran into Bai Shihan's arms. The violent knocking had scared her. I happened to see this when I turned my head. My face grew even darker, even radiating a murderous aura. Damn it, I had spent so many days coaxing her, just to finally make my little baby happy again. And these two dared to scare her like this. Unforgivable. I opened the door and waved my hand to shoo them away. Leave. If you have something to say, we'll talk outside. Without waiting for Gao Chung and the other guy to react, I grabbed one with each hand and dragged them outside. By the time Gao Chung and Xu Bin realized what was happening and angrily tried to break free from my grip, they found that my strength was surprisingly massive. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break loose. I dragged them all the way out of the building and into the neighborhood alleyway before finally letting them go. Go back to wherever you came from. Gao Chung and Xu Bin's faces were flushed red. They had promised Sister Qian they'd get it done, but they didn't expect to hit a wall. However, my strength just now had terrified them, so they didn't dare make a reckless move for the moment. Don't you want to know why we're here? After Gao Chung spoke, Xu Bin, seemingly afraid I would refuse again, hurriedly added to Gao Cheng's words. We're here to invite you back to the boy band. Didn't you always want to come back? You even said Bai Shihan ruined your future. Now we can help you get back in, but you have to divorce Bai Shihan. How about it? Simple, right? I shot him a glance. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Seeing you two is seriously bad luck. I'm about to throw up my breakfast. Go back and tell your master as to stop trying to mess with Bai Shihan. Otherwise, After saying that, I ignored these two idiots. Turned around and walked back, watching my retreating figure. Gao Chung and Xu Bin's faces turned pale and red in turns. They thought it would be a piece of cake, but they ended up screwing it up. The two of them had already taken a bribe for this. Xu Bin was still a bit unwilling to give up. Brother Gao, we're just letting him go like that. Gao Chung snapped back. What else can we do? It's so weird. How did he suddenly become a completely different person? He's so strong now. Let's go back. Since we didn't get it done, well, just have to think of another way later. Xu Bin let out a defeated, yeah. The two turned around and left. Meanwhile, I walked back home with light steps. When the big and little babies at home saw me, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They're gone. It won't be coming back, I said casually, reaching out to pick up Nainai and walking over to the sofa to sit down. Seeing me acting like nothing happened while playing with Nainai and her toys, Bai Shihan finally turned around and lowered her head to continue eating. The house returned to its previous warmth. This little interlude was quickly forgotten by the three of us. Unlike my side, Gao Chung and Xu Bin were absolutely miserable. They had just been humiliated by me, and then they were harshly chewed out by Lu Qian. They had promised Lu Qian they could persuade me, but ended up getting kicked out directly. This made the two of them hate me even more. In the evening, Bai Shihan took Nainai out grocery shopping, while I was home alone. I received a call from Yang Chenglin. As soon as the call connected, that pleasant, mature voice immediately rang out. Mr. Kao, we've discussed it. You can let the person you recommended join the company. But all the higher-ups still want to see your composing skills. I wonder if that's convenient for you. I didn't overthink it and immediately replied, composing, right? Sure. My answer was simple and clear. My head was filled with the culture of an entire world. Naturally, I wasn't afraid of whatever test they threw at me. Yang Chenglin had been quite anxious, but hearing Shi agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. She had been running around all day for this matter. She really loved the 2 songs he had made. She believed in Shi's talent, but the higher-ups were still a bit skeptical. After all, no one knew how long it took him to make those 2 songs. Maybe he had prepared them for a very, very long time, just to squeeze out these 2 hits. If Shi could solve this problem, the company would never doubt him again. Mr. Shi, can we meet to discuss the specific details? We still need you to come over here. To compose and write lyrics on the spot, Yang Chenglin said very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious guy. What did he actually look like? He didn't even show his face in his videos. I thought about it for a moment. Besides taking care of the kid, I didn't have much else to do at home. So, I readily agreed. Sure. What time? Where? Shanghai. If possible, it would be best if you could come tomorrow. After all, the sooner, the better it is for you. Hearing Yang Chenglin say this, my impression of this mature woman couldn't help but improve. After all, very few people would be so considerate of others. Most people would prioritize the company's interests. Alright, then, tomorrow it is. Seeing Shi agree so readily, Yang Chenglin also let out a deep breath. Her tone then became noticeably more relaxed. Then once you've set a specific time, send me a text to let me know. Just use this number. I'll come pick you up on time tomorrow. We'll keep in touch via text then. Goodbye. I agreed and hung up the phone. Then, I started looking up flights to Shanghai. Finally, I booked a ticket for 10,000 a.m. tomorrow. I closed my eyes to take a quick nap. When Bai Shihan came back with Nai, they saw me fast asleep. She quickly put a finger to her lips, and gently shushed Nai. Carrying the groceries, Bai Shihan quietly went into the kitchen. Nai walked over to the sofa, and gently snuggled into my arms. In my dream, I just felt like a little kitten kept rubbing against my face, those soft little paws pressing against my cheeks. It was incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, the kitten used its 2 little paws to cover my nose. I couldn't breathe. I jolted awake. Giggle, giggle. Nai's laughter echoed in my ears. So it was my precious daughter. Daddy, time to eat. All right. I smiled warmly. I suddenly felt that days like this were pretty great. On the table was a plate of crispy fried pork, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of tomato egg soup. It looked very appetizing. Bai Shihan's figure then walked out of the kitchen, holding 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at me, said softly, seeing that you hadn't woken up, I went ahead and cooked, although it's not as good as yours. I tasted it, and it's not bad. I scooped Nai up and stood up. I think it's great. It looks, smells, and tastes perfect. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Hearing my praise, Bai Shihan felt a bit shy as the family ate. I looked at Bai Shihan and said, by the way, I have to go out of town tomorrow. I'm not sure how many days it'll be before I come back. Hearing this suddenly, Bai Shihan choked on her food, and started coughing uncontrollably. I hurriedly handed her a tissue, looking worried. Bai Shihan took the tissue. Hearing that, I was suddenly leaving. She was indeed a bit panicked. She didn't know if she should ask me where I was going. Just a week ago, she had wanted to run away from me. But now, hearing that I was leaving, she subconsciously felt a bit reluctant. It was Nai who asked, where is Daddy going? Nai pouted, her face full of reluctance. Daddy is going to find a job for Mommy. That way, you'll be able to hear Mommy sing a lot more in the future. Are you happy? Nai was still young. She didn't know what a job was, but in her memory, she used to hear her mom sing all the time. So she was very happy. Mommy is going to sing for Nai all the time. Satisfied, I rubbed her little head, then looked at Bai Shihan. Sorry, I made the decision for you without asking for your opinion. Nai said you like singing. I figured you probably still do. I didn't tell you before because things weren't finalized yet. Now, a company has invited me over to talk. If this negotiation goes well, you can officially make your comeback and continue singing. Yinghai Entertainment should be a pretty good choice. He's letting me sing. Bai Shihan subconsciously looked at me. Our eyes met. A mist suddenly clouded Bai Shihan's almond eyes, and her rims turned slightly red. Thank you, Zhang Chenyi. I love singing. I quickly replied. No need to thank me. As long as you like it, that's enough. The next day, I took a flight to Shanghai. As soon as I got off the plane, I felt the passion of the city. I looked at the large crowd of people holding signs outside, searching for my own name. Before coming, I had arranged a time with Yang Chenglin. She would be waiting for me at the exit. There were too many people holding signs at the scene, many of them fans picking up celebrities. This made me search for quite a while, before I finally spotted a tall woman in a professional suit. She really was a mature beauty. I can only say, he looks exactly as expected. I walked up quickly and waved at her. Hello, are you Director Yang? I'm Shi. My real name is Jiang Chenji. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Chenglin looked at the man in front of her. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. She knew I was young, but she didn't expect me to be this young, and with a face that absolutely belongs to a star. Yang Chenglin thought to herself, how great would it be if she could sign me? Hello, I'm Yang Chenglin? I just got here not too long ago myself. Yang Chenglin wore a professional smile. This way, please. There are too many people here. My car is parked in the underground lot. It's right around dinner time. Let's find a place to eat and talk in detail. The two of them arrived at a specialty restaurant after Yang Chenglin ordered, and they were waiting for the food. She finally brought up business. I'll just call you Mr. Forsh. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, I wonder who you're recommending this time, an amateur or a professional singer. I wonder if Director Yang has heard of Bai Shihan. She used to be a singer, but she left the industry later on. Now she's making a comeback. Yang Chenglin frowned. She had heard Bai Shihan's songs, a popular rising star from 2 years ago. Her vocal skills were indeed excellent, but the reason she frowned was, back then Bai Shihan was forced to leave the industry because her relationship was exposed, and the guy she was dating seemed to be a good-for-nothing pretty boy. And that made things very tricky to handle. Yang Chenglin pondered for a moment, before staring intently at me. I know of her. I just don't know what relationship Mr. Jiang is with her. Do you know why she left the industry back then? I looked straight into Yang Chenglin's eyes. She is my wife. Even a seasoned veteran like Yang Chenglin couldn't help but be dumbfounded by my answer. Husband and wife. So he's that legendary pretty boy? You gotta be kidding me. Seeing Yang Chenglin's expression, I guess what she was thinking, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. You guessed right. I'm the guy whose relationship with her was exposed. The one who made her leave the industry. Yang Chenglin suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Bai Shihan. She didn't know who she was with. Someone like me, who used to just get by on his looks, naturally wouldn't catch her attention. Now she was even starting to doubt if I actually wrote those 2 songs. I didn't give her time to overthink. Is it that hard to have her join your company? If it's really too difficult, we'll figure something else out. Furthermore, my request isn't just for her to join your company. I also want her to have the absolute top tier resources and freedom in your company. The contract can't be restrictive either. I believe that with my help, Yinhai Entertainment will reach new heights. I still hope you'll consider this carefully. Finished in one breath, picked up my glass, and calmly took a sip of water. Yang Chenglin's expression turned serious. She was clearly in a tough spot. At the end of the day, we've never worked together, just based on those 2 songs you posted on TikTok. It doesn't hold that much value. I acknowledge Bai Shihan's vocal skills. The entertainment industry is about more than just singing. I'm sure you know it's not hard for her to make a comeback. But the top-tier resources you're asking for, we've basically never signed a deal like this. Please allow us some time to discuss it thoroughly. This is no small matter. Although Yang Chenglin didn't explicitly refuse, her words heavily implied that it was basically impossible. You can discuss it, but let me make my stance clear right now. It's not just about the problem you're facing this time. In the future, whether you need songs or even scripts, no matter the genre, as long as you ask, I can provide them. I really do hope we can work together successfully. You asked me to come this time. Wasn't it just to see what I'm capable of? I'm here now. Why not make your decision after seeing what I can do? I said calmly, looking completely confident. Yang Chenglin gave me a deep look. It was her first time seeing someone so confident. In the end, Yang Chenglin left in a hurry after the meal. She had to go discuss it with the company. I went to the hotel, washed up briefly in my room, and lay on the bed, thinking, if Yinhai doesn't work out, I'll just go to other companies. There has to be one that agrees, right? If none of them work out, worst case scenario, I'll just make more money, work a little harder, and start my own company. Yang Chenglin's call came at 3 p.m. She said I needed to go with her to the Yinhai building right now. In the reception room, on the 18th floor of the Yinhai building, the company's chairman Yang Xian and several other managers of Yinhai Entertainment were all present. I have nothing to say against Vice Director Yang's business capabilities, but this time, I think she's placing way too much importance on this Jiang Chenji. He used to be a nobody artist with absolutely nothing to his name, and now he's making such outrageous demands of us. Those 2 songs on TikTok are good, but who knows where he got them from. I think we're just wasting our time. Regarding Zhang Chao's complaints, Yang Xian waved his hand, wearing a genial smile. We still need to give young people a chance, don't we? Let's see his talent first this time. At that moment, Yang Chenglin led me into the reception room. As soon as I entered, I felt the gazes of everyone present fixated on me. Her eyes revealed all sorts of emotions: suspicion, surprise, disdain, and curiosity. I naturally took a seat in the guest chair. Alright, since the main guest has arrived, let's begin. Mr. Jiang, right? We had a meeting to discuss your demands. Signing Bai Shihan is fine. We can also provide top-tier resources, but the contract cannot be completely unrestricted. You really can't offer that. No one signs contracts like that. You should be able to understand what I mean, right? I nodded. Naturally, I know. But it's a collaboration, so we definitely have to negotiate. We don't negotiate. How would I know what your bottom line is? I understand. So, how long is the contract for? Yang Xian chuckled, looking straight at me. 5 years. We will cultivate her with the absolute best resources. And whatever songs she wants to release or events she wants to attend. We won't restrict her, but the contract must be for 5 years. This is the standard contract for all top-tier artists in the company. I frowned slightly, not intimidated by his gaze in the slightest. I stared right back at him. 5 years is too long. I believe in my abilities, your resources combined with my talent. Within a year, she will definitely be a top-tier star. Maybe not even a year. So the most I can agree to is 2 years. 1 year is enough to bring your company plenty of profit. That's enough. For these 2 years, you won't need to worry about Bai Shihan songs. Plus, I can write songs for Yinhai for free, but the quantity will be limited. Anyone can talk big. A top-tier star within a year. Are you dreaming? As soon as I finished speaking, a balding man sneered. He looked at me aggressively as he spoke. I merely glanced at him. Ignoring his type, slapping his face with pure skill would be enough. Words were useless. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. A smile on his face grew even more pronounced. It's good for young people to be confident. 2 years isn't impossible, but all of this depends on your actual skill. We invited you here this time, partly to discuss collaboration, and partly because recently Huayan launched a national campaign. They require every company to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win it. I wonder if you have what it takes. I nodded slightly. Wasn't I here for this campaign in the first place? So arrogant. What a character. I like. As for the specific details of the campaign, I'll let Vice Director Yang brief you. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. As long as your song is approved, I can sign the contract immediately with everything settled. I left the reception room and arrived at Yang Chenglin's office on the 16th floor. Yang Chenglin sighed softly. She hadn't expected her father to agree to such outrageous terms, but this campaign was indeed very important. Yang Chenglin's eyes were a bit complicated as she looked at me. She really hoped I could shock everyone with a masterpiece, because that would mean her judgment was right. And by then, the gossip in the company would naturally fall apart on its own. Take a look. These are the details for the campaign. You only have 3 days to write it. I hope you get what you wish for. I also hope our collaboration is a success. I opened the file folder. The first thing that caught my eye was a massive title, Ordinary Heroes. Seeing those large words, my expression instantly turned serious. I continued reading. Heroes are ordinary, yet extraordinary. They don't have the powers of gods, but they do things even gods cannot do. The office was very quiet. Only the sound of me flipping through the documents could be heard. My expression was the most serious it had been since I transmigrated. I flipped past the text. Below were several photos. First was a group of doctors and nurses wearing hazmat suits. The background was under the dim lights of midnight. They hadn't even taken off their gear, just slumped in exhaustion outside the operating room. The second photo showed 3 firefighters. They were covered in soot and grime. Behind them was an extinguished blaze. The firefighter at the very front, though his face was covered in ash, wore a bright, radiant smile, all because in his arms, he was holding a baby still wrapped in swaddling clothes. The third photo showed the backs of several soldiers. You couldn't see their faces. You could only see the words on the back of their uniforms. 2 large characters, anti-narcotics, and in front of them, they were facing a group of vicious, ruthless criminals. The fourth photo was a classroom on the verge of collapsing. 2 teachers were ushering children out the door. Another teacher was holding a child, passing them to someone outside, and behind him, there was no one left. He was the last one. There were many similar photos. I looked at them carefully, one by one. My heart trembled slightly. I suddenly felt that, even if Yinhai Entertainment hadn't agreed to my terms, I would still write this song. It was my honor. No strings attached, no profits involved, not caring about gains or losses. Yang Chenglin broke the silence in the office. Shocking, isn't it, to be honest? If I had the ability, even if I had to pay out of my own pocket, I'd write a great song worthy of them. Unfortunately, I can't. Even in all of Yinhai Entertainment, there isn't a single person who can produce a satisfactory piece. How about it? Can you do it? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, Huayan will close the selection process. I nodded. As a citizen of Hua, how could I not be moved? Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, I packed up the files. And that's it. Give me some blank sheet music. I'll head back to the hotel and study this carefully. All right, I'll walk you out. Yang Chenglin didn't dawdle either. She knew that 3 days was a very tight window to write a good song. Time was of the essence. She didn't say much else, standing up to head downstairs with me. That night, I laid the sheet music flat on the desk. I picked up my pen and thought in silence. After reading the files, 2 songs popped into my head. Both songs fit the theme perfectly. One was Nameless Generation. The other was As Long as We're Ordinary. I thought for a long time before making a decision. This is the one. as long as we're ordinary. The theme song for Dying to Survive from my original world, later used by CCTV as an anti-pandemic theme song. It fit this theme perfectly. I put pen to paper and began composing the melody as note after note leaped onto the page. The score was finished. Only then did I finally lie down on the bed, completely satisfied. I was suddenly looking forward to their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, I had a quick breakfast. Without notifying Yang Chenglin, I took a cab to Yinhai Entertainment by myself. Yang Chenglin was still busy working in her office. Seeing me suddenly show up, she was very surprised. "You still have time to visit. We only have 3 days. Man, shouldn't you be brainstorming the song?" I smiled and looked at her. I already finished writing it. Under Yang Chenglin's utterly shocked gaze, I handed her the sheet music. "Take a look first. I think this one should do the trick." Yang Chenglin looked at me like I was a monster. The usually capable and cool executive rarely lost her composure like this. "Are you kidding me? One night? What kind of good song can you write in a single night? Was he just half-assing it?" Yang Chenglin frowned as she took the sheet music. Just yesterday, she thought this young man was steady and outstanding. And today, he was slapping her in the face. She wanted to see for herself just what he managed to write in one night. Yang Chenglin lowered her eyes to the sheet music. When she saw the title, she was still calm. But as she slowly read through the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of god-tier lyrics were these? Every line spoke of the ordinary, yet every line revealed the extraordinary. The whole song never mentioned the word hero, yet every sentence was about heroes. These lyrics hit the theme dead on. Then, Yang Chenglin couldn't wait to look at the musical score. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at me. Her eyes were shining. Did you really write this in one night?" I rubbed my nose and said calmly, "What else? I stayed up all night to finish it. So, will this song work?" I asked again on purpose. Actually, I knew very well in my heart, if this song didn't work, then nothing would. Yang Chenglin's eyes grew even brighter. "You are absolutely incredible. My choice was right after all. Could you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds." One night, Yang Chenglin couldn't even imagine just how much talent that required. "Sure." I nodded. I closed my eyes and took a moment to build up the emotion. Then, I began to sing softly, watching people gather and part. "You and I are born ordinary." My expression was serious, my demeanor reverent. It was as if I were slow recounting ordinary yet unforgettable tales. Long yet fleeting, lightning. This is the feeling. Yang Chenglin's heart was already beginning to tremble slightly. This was exactly her first impression when she read the files. Heartbroken, lamenting life, revering them, yet aching for them. Now she finally understood what a true gap in skill meant. The gap was that while others could feel it, I couldn't express it, but I was able to use a single song to perfectly convey this exact emotion. That's right. Because of these lovable heroes who braved danger to ignite the fire of life, so many miracles could happen in this world. Yang Chenglin was completely immersed in my singing. Ordinary. As I sang, my own eyes grew a little moist, and tears had already slipped from Yang Chenglin's eyes. She didn't even seem to realize it, just staring blankly at me. In her heart, I was just a talented but arrogant guy. Now, in her heart, my image became much clearer. Not only was I talented, I also had a sensitive, delicate heart. This song ended. Yang Chenglin was still lost in the melody, unable to pull herself out. It wasn't until I coughed lightly twice that she finally snapped back to reality. "Is it okay?" Just as Yang Chenglin was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Yang Xian walked in, clapping his hands. Behind him was the HR director, Zhang Chao. Right now, Zhang Chao clearly looked sick to his stomach. He couldn't believe it. It had barely been any time at all, and I had actually produced a song, and such a perfect song at that. "Dad, why did you come in without knocking?" Seeing the newcomers, Yang Chenglin looked a bit flustered. She secretly wiped the tear stains from her face. Yang Xian showed no signs of repentance whatsoever. He kept chuckling. But the way he looked at his precious daughter was a little strange. How long had it been since he last saw his daughter acting like such a bashful little girl? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that my young friend Jiang had written such an amazing song? All right then. I was speechless. I went straight from Mr. Jiang to young friend Jiang. He really was a businessman. Anyone who could bring him profit was practically family. "You flatter me, Chairman Yang. As long as you're satisfied." Satisfied. Very satisfied. My young friend Jiang. Now that we have the song, as long as this song is selected by Huayan, we will sign the contract with Bai Shihan immediately. For now, let me sign a collaboration agreement with you first. That way, you won't have to worry. Yang Xian smiled and nodded. At the same time, he was incredibly efficient. He finalized the matter right then and there. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this was pretty much a done deal. The group signed the collaboration agreement on the spot. After signing, I bid farewell to Yang Xian. Seeing that I was about to leave, Yang Chenglin suddenly spoke up. "I'll walk you out." She had been a little afraid to look at me just now. To think she had been staring at me like a fangirl earlier. For a mature, cool woman like her, that was incredibly embarrassing. But now that I was leaving, she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Hey, little Lin. Don't you still have work to finish? Little Jiang isn't a child. He doesn't need you escorting him around. I turned my head, but before I could speak, Yang Xian beat me to it. Seeing this, I smiled gratefully at Yang Chenglin. Thank you for the kind offer, Director Yang. I can just take a cab back myself. With that, I turned and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, inside the office, Yang Chenglin was like an angry little kitten right now. She suddenly bristled. Dad? What was that about? He just delivered a song and you immediately shoo him away. Who does that? Yang Xian looked at his daughter's reaction without getting angry. He just said earnestly, Little Lin, you're not getting any younger. It's time you found a boyfriend. That Jiang kid is pretty good, but don't forget, he has a wife. From what I know, he even has a daughter, right? Yang Chenglin suddenly fell silent. A moment later, she said coldly, Of course I know that. I only offered to walk him out because I was the one who invited him here. It's that simple? The cool executive had returned to her aloof self. All right. As long as you know. I just remembered I have work to do too. I'm off. Yang Xian turned and walked away. But just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly popped his head back in. I'm serious, my sweet daughter. You're already 26. You really should find a boyfriend. Get out. Meanwhile, on the other side, I returned to the hotel to pack up a bit, getting ready to head home. I hadn't even picked a flight yet when Yang Chenglin's call came in. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. My dad's tone wasn't the best earlier. I apologize on his behalf. I was a little surprised. I didn't really take it to heart. Besides, Miss Yang put it very tactfully. As a corporate bigwig, she's already showing me a lot of respect. As for whether she intends to kick me to the curb once I've outlived my usefulness, that's not happening. It's just a fair trade. Having seen all kinds of people in the capital market, I'm already well aware of how this works. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing me say this, Yang Chenglin's tone softened a bit. As long as you don't mind. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel right now? Yeah, I'm already in the car. I'm going to pack up at the hotel and head straight back to Jiangcheng. As I said that, the other end of the line went silent for a moment. Immediately after, Yang Chenglin's voice came through again. Here's the thing, Mr. Jiang, it would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your lyrics are selected, Huayin will probably still need your assistance. After all, you composed both the music and the lyrics. You have the deepest understanding of this song. My plans to go home fell through. I suddenly felt a wave of disappointment, but she had a point. If anything else comes up later, that flying back and forth between the two cities would be a huge hassle. Alright, I understand. I'll stay for a few more days then. Hanging up the phone with Yang Chenglin, I put my phone down with a sigh. I was starting to miss the little one at home. Thinking of Nainai, I didn't even realize that a fond smile had crept onto my face. Soon, 2 days passed. During this time, I talked on the phone with Yang Chenglin a few times. Our relationship wasn't as that distant anymore. At the very least, Yang Chenglin wouldn't keep calling me Mr. every other sentence. It just sounded so awkward to me. I'm clearly still a young guy, but she was making me sound like an old man. I still woke up early for my morning runs. These past 2 days, everything seemed calm and peaceful. There was still no news from Huayin. I could only wait patiently. On the evening of the 3rd day, I received a call from a number that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Hello, is this old Jiang? It's me, Chen Feng. I never expected to get a call from him. I quickly sifted through the original owner's memories. A moment later, I finally remembered. This was the original owner's best bro from college, Fengzi. It's been a while. Thinking back to how they used to goof off together in college, I asked with a smile. I didn't have any friends in this world yet. Recalling Chen Feng's character and personality from the original owner's memories, my smile grew even wider. Having a genuine friend actually seemed pretty nice. Old Jiang. What the hell happened to you after you got married? You don't answer calls. You don't reply to messages. Are you looking down on your bro now? Chen Feng's scolding voice came through the phone, but the faint tone of concern hidden in his words warmed my heart. Hey, my bad for me. Be the bigger person and let it slide. Forgive me this once. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal to make up for it. Alright, I'll make it up to you. As I said that, I secretly cursed the original owner in my head again. The idiot couldn't even tell a real friend from a fake one. He really embarrassed me. Chen Feng sounded excited. Haha, you said it, and we don't need to wait for next time. Let's do it today. Your bro is in Jiangcheng. Hearing this, I replied a bit awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to treat you, but I'm not in Jiangcheng right now. I came to Modu for some business. I won't be back for a few days. I really didn't expect Chen Feng to run all the way to Jiangcheng, only to find I wasn't there. Why the hell did you run off to Modu? No way. Wait right there. I'm flying to Modu right now. You're definitely not getting out of this meal. Finally managed to sneak out of the house. To do something big. I have to share this kind of good news with you. Alright, I'll wait for you in Modu. I won't go anywhere. I'll send you my location on WeChat. I can at least afford to treat you to a meal. Haha, I readily agreed. I also wanted to see this best friend I hadn't seen in years. That evening, a taxi pulled up in front of the hotel. 2 people got out. One was a slightly chubby guy, about 1.7 meters tall. His face was full of excitement. As soon as he got out, he started looking around the hotel. The other was a girl, dressed in an anime-inspired style. She was petite and delicate. She looked a bit impatient after getting out. He followed the chubby guy with an annoyed expression until the guy and I spotted each other. We both froze for a second, then smiles broke out on our faces. Lao Jiang, Fengzi. The chubby guy in front of me was indeed Chen Feng. Chen Feng rushed forward. You haven't changed a bit, kid. Actually, you've gotten way more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. I smiled as I looked him over. Haha, you've put on some weight. I remember you used to have such a great build. You were all muscle. How'd you end up looking like this? Haha, it's all thanks to my mom. She thinks I'm too thin. She fed me so much that I can barely fit through the door now. Chen Feng joked. Then he stepped forward and put his arm around my shoulder. He turned and pointed at the anime-style girl. Let me introduce you, my girlfriend, Ruan Qing. I glanced at her. I nudged Chen Feng with my elbow. Not bad, Fengzi, I whispered. She's quite a catch. Then I nodded to Ruan Qing. Hi, I'm Chen Feng's best friend. Hello. Feng has told me a lot about you. I didn't expect you to be this handsome in person. Ruan Qing's eyes lit up when she saw me. She quickly hid it. She smiled and replied, Of course. Look, whose friend he is. Chen Feng added immediately. He looked very satisfied. Ruan Qing just rolled her eyes. It's not you. What are you so proud of? Haha, my bro and I are like one person. Let's go. Let's go. I flew all this way to bleed you dry. I'm not letting you off the hook today. Chen Feng pulled me along. Whatever you want. Take the hit. In the end, Chen Feng actually just found a roadside barbecue stall. He dragged me down to sit. I chuckled to myself. He talked big about bleeding me dry, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The three of us sat down. Chen Feng shouted for the boss to take the order, but I noticed Ruan Qing seemed a bit unhappy. The thick-skinned Chen Feng didn't notice at all. Seeing this, I patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said on purpose, Fengzi, how about we go somewhere else? Weren't you gonna bleed me dry? How much can you even spend here? To my surprise, Chen Feng gave me a side-eye. Well, too good for roadside stalls now. We used to come here all the time in college. This is the spot. We're drinking until we drop today. Talk about a thankless favor. This guy was as blunt as ever. I gave a wry smile. Fine. Whatever you say, but I can't do the drinking part. I've quit. Chen Feng frowned. He didn't understand what I meant. First, I'm picky about the stall, now I'm quitting alcohol. I quickly patted his shoulder. Seriously, man, I quit, I explained. I made too many mistakes because of drinking before. I've changed my ways. I don't touch the stuff anymore. Seeing my sincere tone, Chen Feng finally let it go. He said with a hint of regret, All right then, quitting is probably for the best. I used it from messing things up. Then we'll just eat our fill today. By the way, where's my celebrity sister-in-law? She didn't come to Magic City with you. I shook my head. No, I'm here on business. She's at home with the kids. What about you? How did your family finally agree to let you out? Speaking of this, Chen Feng looked visibly smug. He leaned in mysteriously and said, Well, it took a lot of effort on my part to get out. Didn't I go back to inherit the family's little grocery store? Man, not long after I got back, I realized it wasn't some little store. It's a nationwide supermarket chain. Can you believe it? My family kept it from me for so long. I only just found out I'm actually a rich heir. I was shocked. Back in college, this guy mooched off my meals all the time. Who knew he'd suddenly turn into a rich kid? His parents really knew how to play the long game. I gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Since you know you're rich now, why aren't you just chilling at home? Why come out? Man, I've got goals and ambitions. I can't just be a parasite. It took a lot of convincing to get my family to let me leave. Chen Feng looked annoyed. Fair enough. That's some high-level thinking. Just then, the skewers were served. The three of us chatted while we ate. By the way, Lao Zhang, what are you doing these days? Why don't you work with me? I quickly waved my hand in refusal. I don't have any big dreams. I just want to be a salted fish. No. I'm planning to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. How's that for a noble ambition? Chen Feng was stunned. Noble? That's beyond noble. You're basically saying you want to be a trophy husband and live off a woman. Haha, I choked. I coughed violently a few times. Who said being a stay-at-home dad means living off a woman? But then again, that living off by Shihan doesn't sound too bad. I fell into deep thought. Seeing my silence, Chen Feng was even more shocked. You're not serious, are you? Wait, you actually want to be a kept man? Well, you definitely have the looks for it. Haha. Who said being a stay-at-home dad means living off her? It's not like I can't make money from home, I argued. Chen Feng patted my shoulder. He said earnestly, I'm serious, man. Why don't you just come work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know my dream is to make animation, and to create animation with our own Chinese style. So, I came out here with my girlfriend, found a partner, and opened a studio. My girlfriend does the voice acting. When the time is right, I'm planning to start a full company. You graduated from the media university too. It fits your major perfectly. What do you say? I thought about it for a moment. I could tell Chen Feng genuinely wanted the best for me. After thinking it over, I still shook my head. Fengzi, I appreciate the offer. If you ever need help with anything, just let me know. But as for working together, it'll pass. I really do plan on being a stay-at-home dad. Alright then, I won't push you. But you're welcome anytime. Seeing my mind was made up, Chen Feng stopped trying to convince me. We dropped the subject. Instead, we ate our skewers. Reminisced about the good old days in college. Most of the time, Chen Feng talked, and I listened. Ruan Qing would chime in occasionally, talking about things Chen Feng had done. Even though no one was drinking, the atmosphere at the table was quite lively. It was nearly midnight. The three of us headed back. On the way, Chen Feng and I were chatting. Ruan Qing stepped aside to take a call. She walked a bit further away. Her voice was very low. Neither Chen Feng nor I could hear what she was saying. After a while, she hung up. Ruan Qing caught up with us. Chen Feng turned and asked curiously, "Who was it, Wang Jun?" "There's a small issue at the studio. He called to let me know," Ruan Qing replied. "What kind of issue?" Chen Feng looked a bit nervous. "Just some equipment problems. It's already been handled. It's fine. You guys keep talking." Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back to continue our conversation. "This studio has taken a lot out of me. Back when I was at home, I spent 6 months pulling all-nighters just to edit videos." I nodded. It seemed Chen Feng wasn't just doing this on a whim. He had prepared for a long time. He started working on it while he was still at home. "Don't worry, Fengzi. I'm sure you'll succeed this time." "But who is this Wang Jun?" "Oh, my partner. He's also an animator. I met Xiao Qing and him at an animation festival. We really hit it off back then. So, one became my girlfriend, and the other became my partner." I didn't say anything. Instead, I looked at Ruan Qing. Her face was expressionless right now. It was as if she hadn't heard a word Chen Feng said. I was thoughtful. Why did Fengzi's partner call in the middle of the night? Not call him, but call Ruan Qing instead. But I couldn't say that out loud. No matter how close I was with Chen Feng, I couldn't just meddle in his business. Chen Feng was too carefree. He wouldn't notice many things. But having lived 2 lives, I was different. I had a faint feeling that something was off with Ruan Qing. The 3 of us returned to the hotel. What surprised me even more was that they had booked 2 separate rooms. Seeing my strange look, Chen Feng's face turned red. "Xiao Qing, she's traditional. Not until marriage. So, I gave him an understanding look. Then I asked, "How long have you two been dating?" Chen Feng thought for a second. "Almost a year and a half. Xiao Qing is a good girl. Coming out here to start the studio. She was the one who gave me the most encouragement. That's why I finally decided to do it." "All right then. A traditional, decent girl." I patted Chen Feng's shoulder. "Fengzi, be a bit more observant from now on." The 3 of us went upstairs. Chen Feng didn't come to my room for a late-night drink. We each went to our own rooms. The next morning, I had just finished my morning run and was about to ask Chen Feng to breakfast. I was about to wake Chen Feng up for breakfast, but I saw that they had already packed their things. After walking out of the room, something came up at the studio. "Old Jiang, I have to get back right away." I was a bit surprised by the sudden urgency. Everything was fine yesterday, so what could have happened today? Judging by how anxious Chen Feng looked, it wasn't a small matter. "Once I've handled everything, I'll come visit your place next time. I'll even get to taste my sister-in-law's cooking. Anyway, enough talk. I really have to head out now." As Chen Feng spoke, he was already pressing the elevator button. "All right then. I'll walk you downstairs." The 3 of us hurried out of the hotel. Luckily, a taxi pulled up before long. Chen Feng got in and waved at me. "Old Jiang, go on back. See you when I see you." "All right, and Fengzi, if there's a real problem, make sure you contact me." Chen Feng nodded. I watched as the car slowly disappeared from my sight. I let out a long sigh. I hope everything goes smoothly for him. At 9:00 a.m., I received a call from Yang Chenlin. "Your song was selected by Huayan." Yang Chenlin's voice was full of excitement. By the time she called, she was already downstairs at the hotel. Huayan is preparing to shoot an MV, and they need the songwriter there. I'm going to the set to provide some guidance. They say guidance, but it's really just giving my opinion. After all, I wrote the song. I have a better sense of how the MV should be shot and how the song should be sung. That's Huayan we're talking about. Well, a subsidiary of Huayan, I tidied myself up properly before heading downstairs. When Yang Chenlin saw me, she brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Her eyes brightened. "I didn't realize you actually look the part when you dress up." I rubbed my nose, deliberately ignoring the look in her eyes. "Let's go. It's getting late. Let's get to work so we can wrap this up early. We might even make it back in time for lunch." Without a word, I hopped into the back seat. Yang Chenglin rolled her eyes. "Is the front seat too small for you or something?" We both got in the car. Yang Chenglin talked while she drove. Over at Huayan, the director in charge of the MV, called. "He kept praising you. So, you have any ideas for the MV or the lead singer? Don't go there and freeze up." Yang Chenglin was clearly worried about my age. She was afraid I hadn't seen such a big production before. She warned me ahead of time because she was worried I'd get stage fright. "Don't worry, I've got this." I didn't look nervous at all. On the contrary, it seemed Yang Chenglin was more nervous than I was. At 9:40, we arrived at the headquarters. A group of people immediately came to greet us. Leading them was a white-haired elderly man. "Grandpa Lin, why did you come down yourself? If my dad finds out, he'll scold me to death." Yang Chenglin hurried forward, and took the old man's hand, acting like a spoiled child. This move caught me off guard. Even an immortal couldn't resist a cool beauty acting cute. Sure enough, A smile bloomed on the old man's face. He looked at her with pure doting. Lin girl, cut it out. Your dad wouldn't dare scold you. He'd be thanking his lucky stars if you didn't beat him up. Ha ha, Grandpa Lin. The cool beauty actually blushed. She changed the subject. All right, let's get down to business. This must be young Jiang, right? Truly, heroes come from the youth. Quite a handsome young man. Hello, elder. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Jiang Chenyi. I nodded politely to the old man. Good, talented, and polite. No wonder you could write such a song. I'm Lin Guodong, the director for this MV. If you don't mind, you can just call me Grandpa Lin like this girl does. Seeing that I was polite, natural, and completely unfazed by the situation, Lin Guodong was even happier. This was exactly how he imagined me. Deep, talented, and grounded. Young people like this are rare nowadays. Grandpa Lin, then, I'll take you up on that. Lin Guodong pulled me into the recording studio. Xiao Jiang, the Lin girl said, you sing very well. Could you sing it for us first? We haven't actually heard it since we received the song, and the lead singer hasn't been decided yet. Sure, I nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiang, a cappella, or piano. The song is best with just a piano accompaniment. Let's do it. Lin Guodong became much more serious. He left me alone in the recording booth, and took everyone else outside. As the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged professionals waited with bated breath. They watched me sit down in the studio and gather my emotions. I'm very serious when I'm in work mode. Lin Guodong nodded at the sight. This is what a pure musician looks like. When a musician sings, they should first imbue the song with emotion, instead of just mindless wailing. I began to play the piano. As the simple intro rang out, everyone outside held their breath. Lin Guodong had only heard one line, when his eyes suddenly widened. Yes, this was exactly the feeling Tlessing wanted to present. He knew it when he saw the lyrics, but hearing it now made the impact even greater. As for young Chenglin, even though this was her second time hearing me sing it, she couldn't help but have a sparkle in her eyes. She stared intently at me through the glass. A man like this is truly captivating. I was completely unaware of this. I was already immersed in the song. As the song drew to a close, Lin Guodong's eyes were slightly red. He used to be in the military, so he could feel the meaning of these lyrics even more. Often, those who stay behind the scenes, anonymous, the most ordinary people are the greatest. They are the ones today's youth should truly admire. But out of all those celebrity fans, how many would actually follow them? Not just Lin Guodong. Everyone outside was deeply moved. At this moment, they were just like me, sing bops in that state of mind. It turns out a good song. That really can touch everyone. This song ended. I took a deep breath before standing up and walking out of the booth. The next moment, everyone spontaneously burst into applause. Lin Guodong stepped forward excitedly and grabbed my hand. His eyes were burning with intensity. Xiao Jiang, that's the feeling. I don't think we need to find another lead singer. You should do it. I have a feeling that this song is going to start a storm online, bringing attention to our everyday heroes. This is exactly the effect we wanted. Hearing such high praise from the old man, even a veteran like me, couldn't help but blush a little, but I still shook my head. Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Why don't you hear me out? Lin Guodong frowned. Was there a better singer than the songwriter himself? There are plenty of good singers out there, but I believe, no one understands the meaning of this song better than you. Seeing Lin Guodong's clear reluctance, I stopped beating around the bush and quickly shared my idea. It's like this, Grandpa Lin. I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are clearer and more ethereal. On the other hand, having the flowers of our nation sing for the unsung heroes will be much more touching. Hearing my explanation, Lin Guodong's eyes widened. Is this guy a genius? Right. Why didn't he think of that? Children naturally have a quality that people find endearing. Having them sing, combined with the footage he had filmed, that would definitely strike a chord with everyone. Xiao Jiang, you're a genius. Are you interested in working for Huayan? Rest assured, your talent won't be wasted here at Huayan. Lin Guodong was impressed and wanted to recruit me. He wanted to keep me by his side. It would be a waste to leave such talent out there. No, Grandpa Lin. I'm just a salted fish. I'm already satisfied just being able to help you guys. I repeatedly waved my hand in refusal. Are you kidding? I know my own limits. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants and giving suggestions. After all, the version that left the deepest impression on me in my past life was the one sung by those children. Lin Guodong was speechless. He didn't force it. Anyway, I was right here and wasn't going anywhere. If another opportunity came up, he'd just find me again. All right, to each their own, but Xiao Jiang, you have to give it your all this time. We'll talk about future collaborations later. Come with me. Let's look at our shots first. Look at this footage. And see if you have any good suggestions. Lin Guodong gestured for me to follow and led me into another studio. This was the editing room. All the footage would be carefully selected here and then edited into the MV. After entering the room, the staff members all started chiming in with introductions. I looked at the computer screen in front of me. Various shots were flickering across it in every single frame. There were those anonymous, Unsung heroes. I was stunned. I didn't expect there to be so much footage. And many of these shots would eventually be cut. This made me feel a bit sad. To me, every person in these clips, deserved respect, and deserved to be known by the world. Ling Guodong seemed to know what I was thinking. He patted my shoulder. Xiaojiang, don't be sad. This is their duty after all. They don't do it for the fame, but it's our duty to make sure they aren't forgotten. I nodded, feeling a heavy sense of responsibility. That promotional video. No one will remember any single one of them. They represent a collective group. As long as everyone can feel grateful toward these groups and subconsciously remember that there are still such lovely people in this society, that's enough. Speaking of which, they should be thanking you. The song Just Ordinary isn't just perfect for the tastes of most young people today. It also promotes this kind of positive energy. We old-timers just can't make songs that resonate with the youth like this. But we were so afraid people would forget them. That's why we thought about putting out a call for songs. Lin Guodong sighed with emotion and smiled at me again. Fortunately, you created exactly what we were looking for. You've shown me the burning passion in the hearts of today's youth. This is truly wonderful. I looked at Elder Lin and looked back at the people flickering across the screen. I was truly moved by them. I guess no matter which world it is, there's always a group of such lovely people. Grandpa Lin. I have no objections to these materials. As for the video production, I'm no expert in that field. I'll have to leave that to you and the others. To be honest, I'm actually a bit impatient to see the finished product. I spoke with total sincerity. I felt that in the hands of these people. The final video would definitely be even more deeply moving than the raw footage. Good. We'll get it done as soon as possible. By the end of July at the latest. When the time comes, this wave will surely sweep through every street and alley in China. Hearing me say that, Ling Guodong nodded cheerfully. Oh, right. I heard from the girl Lin that you have a TikTok account, right? Tens of millions of followers and 2 songs posted already. When this promotional video comes out, we should do a collaboration post with your account. After all, you're a major contributor to this video. I was stunned. How did I get dragged into this? I thought I'd just have my name in the lyrics and composition credits. I didn't expect a TikTok collaboration. This was clearly the old man showing me some special favor. You have to realize, for a video released by Huaying, the view count goes without saying. Just the revenue from that kind of traffic would be enough to keep me well fed for a long time. Naturally, I wasn't going to refuse. I felt even more grateful to Elder Lin. Then I'll have to thank you, Grandpa Lin. I thanked Lin Guodong with a sincere tone. Lin Guodong waved it off, saying it was only what I deserved. By the time I walked out of the Huaying building, it was already 1 p.m. My head was absolutely throbbing. Once those guys start talking about work, every single one of them becomes incredibly intense. They're practically workaholics. In the end, it was only because Yang Chenlin acted cute and said she wanted lunch that the 2 of us managed to escape. Lin Guodong originally wanted me to go to the Huaying cafeteria with everyone, grab a bite, and then continue the discussion in the afternoon. I used the excuse that my brain was already completely empty to make my getaway. All that technical jargon. As an outsider, I really couldn't contribute much. There was no point in staying any longer. 2 of us walked out of Huaying side by side. The weather had been fine when we arrived, but now a light drizzle was falling. Jiang Chenji, don't you think you should treat me to a meal? A collaboration with Huaying. You're about to strike it rich. As we walked toward the parking lot in the light rain, Yang Chenlin showed a rare playful side. She stuck her tongue out and teased me. This cool big sister is acting less and less like one. I raised an eyebrow. You're a big shot with a massive family business, and you want a commoner like me to treat you. Have you no shame? Stingy. Yang Chenlin rolled her eyes at me. She quickened her pace and hopped into the car in a huff. I chuckled and hurried to catch up. The better I get to know her, the more I realize she actually has a great personality. In the end, I couldn't escape paying for the meal. Yang Chenlin happily treated herself to a feast on my dime. After we finished eating, Yang Chenlin drove me to Yinhai Entertainment. I was here to pick up the contract. My original goal, Bai Shihan's signing contract. The 2 of us got into the elevator. For some reason, I suddenly felt like Yang Chenlin's mood wasn't very high. She seemed a bit clingy and mopey, even though she just scored a free feast. I don't get it. Women's minds are too hard to read, just like the weather, changing in the blink of an eye. Stepping out of the elevator, we went straight to Yang Xian's office. He had been waiting for a long time. The contract was already prepared and sitting on the desk, with that eternal smile on his face. He watched us push the door open. Ah, my young friend Jiang, it's a pleasure doing business with you. The contract is right here. Take a look and see if there's anything else we need to add. I nodded and sat down at the desk. I reviewed the contract right then and there. It was very standard. 3 copies in total. It would take effect as soon as Bai Shihan signed it. The terms were exactly as we discussed. Yinhai Entertainment would give Bai Shihan top-tier resources and the maximum amount of freedom. In short, Bai Shihan could do whatever she wanted. No one could force her into anything. This was exactly what I wanted to see. The contract term was 2 years, whether to renew after that. It would be entirely up to Bai Shihan. After finishing the whole thing, I tucked it away. I stood up and reached out to shake Yang Xian's hand. Thank you, Chairman Yang. It's a pleasure working with you. Since he was willing to offer such a contract, my opinion of him had improved quite a bit. No need for thanks. I value your talent, and you value our company's resources. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Also, about your promise to write songs for our company. I won't bother giving you a separate contract for that. I trust your character, young friend Jiang. Jiang Xian also stood up and shook my hand. I wasn't going to back out, of course, but I made my stance clear. Don't worry. But let's get one thing straight first. I only write title tracks, and who I write for is entirely up to me. Don't have every random person coming to me for a song. Tianxian's impression of me was getting better and better. When he saw his daughter's expression nearby, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a shame. Why did he have to get married so young? With your talent, young friend Jiang, unless it's a top-tier singer in the company. I wouldn't even dream of asking you. After all, I know that with your future fame, anything you write will be a masterpiece. Ordinary people won't be qualified for them. The partnership successfully established. Yang Xian suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when do you plan on heading back? Didn't know why he was asking, but I answered immediately. I'm gonna pack up and book a flight. I'll be leaving shortly. After all, I'm not needed here anymore. Is there anything else you need to discuss? Chairman Yang? No, nothing at all. And I wish you a safe trip home, Yang Xian said with a quick smile. But to my eyes, that smile looked... Why did he seem so happy? To hear that I was leaving, I didn't think much of it and took my leave. Yang Chenlin walked me all the way to the hotel entrance. She didn't follow me inside. Ever since we left Yinhai Entertainment, her mood seemed to have stayed low. Jiang Chenyi, I won't be taking you to the airport. Go on your own. I have some things to take care of. I'm off. I turned and waved. Alright, drive safe. F.I.D. C10. I'm afraid. Then I turned and headed into the hotel. Yang Chenlin watched my back. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, she floored the gas and drove away. Finally, I can go home. I miss my little baby. That was the thought coming straight from my heart. I quickly packed my things. There wasn't much anyway. Just 2 changes of clothes. Booking the flight, checking out, and catching a taxi went smoothly. At 6 p.m. Back in Jiang City, carrying bags full of gifts. I stepped into the familiar, run-down apartment complex. My pace quickened even more. I pushed open the door I hadn't seen in a while. I took a deep breath of the air. The living room was quiet. It seemed like Bai Shihan and Nana weren't home. Not seeing them immediately made me feel a faint sense of disappointment. However, a moment later, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Bai Shihan walked out, rubbing her bleary, confused eyes. The second she saw me, she snapped wide awake. She was wearing a camisole nightgown. One strap had slipped down to her arm. Her hair was a messy nest from sleep, and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked every bit the Sleeping Beauty. We both froze under the glow of the setting sun. We just stood there quietly looking at each other. Then, a bright smile slowly spread across my face. I was beaming. I'm back. A blush slowly crept onto Bai Shihan's face. She stood there, not knowing what to do. She felt flustered. Yet a tiny surge of sweetness welled up inside her. She lowered her head and gave a soft reply. She didn't forget to subconsciously pull the strap that had fallen back up onto her shoulder. Oh, right. This is for you. I saw someone selling them on the way back. They smelled nice, so I picked up a bouquet. It's very pretty. Bai Shihan pursed her lips. She stepped forward and gently took the bouquet of lavender from my hand. Her face was already flushed crimson. This was the first bouquet of flowers she had ever received from me. The language of lavender is redemption and hope. She loved it. Thank you. Bai Shihan summoned her courage and looked up, looking me straight in the eyes. Have you eaten yet? I suddenly smiled. Not yet. I bet you guys haven't either, right? I'll make dinner. Go wake Nana up. Bai Shihan originally intended to cook herself. I had just returned and must be exhausted from the day. But seeing the persistence in my eyes, and knowing my cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go get Nana. Nana was sprawled out on the bed, sleeping soundly. Bai Shihan picked her up gently. The little one didn't even react. Not until Bai Shihan brought her over to me, kissed her little face, and whispered in her ear, Nana, wake up. Daddy's home. Nana suddenly stirred. She looked around, dazed, then her eyes suddenly lit up. It's Daddy. Daddy Huggy. Nana missed you so much. The little one was like a koala. Once I picked her up, she clung to my neck and refused to let go. Even when I went to the kitchen to cook, she wouldn't get down. In the end, it took Bai Shihan putting on a stern face, plus the temptation of the new toys I bought, to finally peel the little one off me. After a while, dinner was served. The family sat around the table in harmony. After dinner, I helped Nana play with her building blocks. I intentionally asked how things had been at home. The little one told me everything she knew, especially when it came to Bai Shihan. She completely sold her mother out. Mommy missed Daddy too. I saw Mommy watching videos of Daddy singing all the time. She was giggling. She was hiding and giggling. I really didn't mean to pry, but the problem was, Nana was saying it very loudly. She didn't notice at all that Bai Shihan had already charged out of the kitchen. Right now, Bai Shihan's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of Nar meaning. She glared down at this little traitor, who was selling her out just to make her dad happy. Nana noticed I had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion, only to see her mother's bright red face. At the squeak, she dove into my arms, chanting over and over, "You can't see mommy. You can't see me." Bai Shihan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. She explained, "Don't listen to Nana's nonsense." I didn't. You did. Mommy's a liar. Liars aren't good kids, Nana shouted with her face buried deep in my chest. Seeing Bai Shihan about to explode, I immediately raised my hands in surrender. I fully exposed the little one. No, I believe you. A wise man knows when to yield. Poor Nana, though. She was immediately snatched up by Bai Shihan and tickled mercilessly. The little one never expected that daddy would sell her out to mommy in the blink of an eye. I kept my eyes on my own business to keep Bai Shihan happy. And for the peace and prosperity of this home, I had to let my little baby suffer a bit. The family played together for a while. In the end, a pouting Nana had to bear the brunt of it all alone. I rubbed her little head. Then I stood up. I took a paper envelope out of my suitcase and placed it in front of Bai Shihan. Mission accomplished. Take a look. This is the contract from Yinhai Entertainment. Bai Shihan looked down. She picked up the envelope and opened it. As she flipped through the contract and reached the very end, her hands began to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't have dared to even dream of. Top-tier treatment. Perfect freedom. Even if she had never left the industry and kept singing, she wouldn't have landed a contract like this even now. Bai Shihan didn't know how I did it in just a few days. What did I go through? How much did I sacrifice to get a signing contract that most people wouldn't even dare to imagine? Bai Shihan looked up at me blankly. Tears shimmered in her eyes. She pursed her lips and just stared at me. A gentle smile remained on my face, as if all of this was no big deal. After a long pause, Bai Shihan finally spoke softly. "Jiang Chenyi." Actually, I don't have to sing. Her voice was small, but there was no hesitation. She was very firm. I frowned slightly in confusion. She clearly loves singing. She clearly wants to sing. So what does this mean? It was so sudden. I didn't understand. What on earth was going on in this woman's head? Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that the opportunity is here, why are you backing out? My tone sharpened a bit. This was the first time since I arrived here that I had spoken to her like this. Having been a bachelor my whole life, naturally I couldn't understand. Bai Shihan's mind was a mess right now. She suddenly felt that just living like this was fine. If she really went back to singing, she was afraid things would change. Afraid that life would never be like this again. Bai Shihan pursed her lips again. She looked straight at me. Tears began to fall one by one. After a moment, she said softly, "I'm scared. I'm scared that things will change for the worse." This was the first time Bai Shihan had directly told me about the fear in her heart. I was stunned for a second, then I suddenly laughed. A very warm laugh. Bai Shihan, what kind of person do you take me for? I'm telling you this seriously. Go for it with a clear mind, no matter what happens. None of this will change. I'll be at home with the kid. After all, I'm fully prepared to be a stay-at-home dad. Bai Shihan never expected me to say that. I even reached out and wiped her tears away. It had been so long since she had experienced this level of intimacy. She immediately lowered her head in bashfulness. I thought she was still worried about all that nonsense. I realize now. Bai Shihan is probably just afraid of change. After all, someone who has been home for so long without going out is bound to feel this way. So I spoke up again. I'm serious. Just leave Nana to me. I'll take good care of her. You saw the contract. It gives you a lot of freedom. You can come back whenever you want. Don't worry about home. Just take care of yourself out there. As I spoke, Bai Shihan didn't hear a single word. Her mind was still stuck on the moment. I gently brushed my hand against her face. Nana, on the sofa, had long been secretly watching her parents' interaction. Being so little, she didn't know what was happening. She just knew mommy seemed happy now, so she pounced onto my lap. She looked up and had a sudden idea. Daddy, Anna wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight. The moment she said that, I instantly froze. Bai Shihan looked up too, staring at the little one in shock. Her heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Please, can we? Seeing that I didn't answer, Nana started her acting cute routine. She began rolling around on my lap. I swallowed hard. I turned to look at Bai Shihan, whose neck was already flushed bright red. Her eyes were darting around. Doubt you have to ask your mom if she's okay with that. How was I supposed to answer? Bai Shihan was so embarrassed, she was about to have a meltdown. She stood up in a panic and headed for the bathroom. I'm tired. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. I'm tired, so I'm going to wash up and head to bed. Bai Shihan fled the room in a panic. Only Nana and I were left in the living room. We stared at each other, wide-eyed. I was completely at a loss, having no idea what to do. But Nana hopped off my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck. Mommy said, "Daddy just needs to be ready." Did Bai Shihan really say that? I took a deep breath of the little girl's milky scent. I tried to muster up some courage. I'm doing this entirely for Nana, not for any other reason. After a long while, Bai Shihan finally came out of the bathroom. She quietly returned to the bedroom. As she passed through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa. I finally stood up, holding Nana. I went into the bathroom. After helping the little one wash up, I quickly freshened up myself, and I carried the little one out. At this moment, my heart began to race. From the living room to the master bedroom, it was a short distance, but it felt like I had been walking for ages. My mind had gone completely blank. A faint, fresh fragrance drifted through the room. It smelled wonderful and very inviting. I hadn't experienced anything like this in 2 lifetimes. Right now, I really wanted to ask for help. What should I do? What am I doing? Bai Shihan had already crawled under the covers. She was lying on her side, facing away as if she were asleep. I couldn't see her face clearly, but her translucent, rosy earlobes revealed her current state of mind. I gently closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Bai Shihan's body tremble slightly, but she still didn't get up. I've completely given up now. It's already come to this, that there is no point in being nervous. I'll just go with the flow. Thinking this, my mind actually relaxed quite a bit. I placed Nana in the middle. I sat down on the other side of the bed. I pulled Nana close and began telling her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy is going to tell Nana the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was a little princess as cute as Nana. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow, with a rosy glow like a red apple. Her hair was as black and shiny as the night sky. That's why her mother named her Snow White. My gentle voice echoed through the room. Bai Shihan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her racing heart began to settle. As the story unfolded, eventually she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Just like her, Anna also slowly fell asleep to my story. The night grew deep. Seeing their breathing turn steady and calm, I finally turned off the light, slipped under the covers, and lay down. The next morning, my biological clock woke me up right on time. Subconsciously, I reached out to pull the soft figure in my arms closer. But then I suddenly froze. When did Nana get this big? I swallowed hard and peeked under the blanket. Nana was nowhere to be found in my arms. It wasn't the little one. It was Bai Shihan. I was completely stunned. When did this happen? How did she end up in my arms? A faint, delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose. Her body in my arms felt soft and warm. My heart skipped a beat. I instinctively leaned down until I was inches away from Bai Shihan's beautiful face. I could even feel her warm breath. The distance between us was almost non-existent. I could see the faint flush beneath her delicate skin. I stayed there, frozen, fighting a fierce internal battle. Then I saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Terrified, I immediately sat bolt upright. I quietly withdrew my arm from under her neck, hunched over, and carefully climbed out of bed. I practically bolted out of the bedroom. By the time I reached the bathroom to wash up, I was a mess of frustration. This is way too much torture for first thing in the morning. What I didn't know was that the moment I stepped out of the room, Bai Shihan opened her beautiful eyes. She let out a small sigh of relief. Covering her burning face, she curled back into the blanket, looking like she wanted to hide from the world. The moment I had sat up, Bai Shihan had already woken up. She had no idea when she had crawled into my arms, let alone when she started using my arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing. When she felt my breath on her face, her heart had raced with panic. What was he doing? Was he going to try and sneak a kiss? What should she do? Bai Shihan had been scared to death in that moment, but she didn't dare open her eyes. She could only keep pretending to be asleep. Luckily, I stopped myself in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face me. But when I actually pulled away and left, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Bai Shihan didn't know if she was ready. He only knew her heart was in a complete muddle. After a long time, still tucked under the covers, Bai Shihan finally let out a deep breath. I'll just let nature take its course. She stayed in bed until 8 o'clock, only when she heard movement at the door again did she get up, freshen up, and walk out of the room. I was already in the kitchen getting breakfast ready. Seeing Bai Shihan come out, I gave her a slightly awkward greeting. Morning talk. But Bai Shihan's expression was just as awkward. Morning talk. After saying that, she headed straight to the bathroom. I didn't overthink it, and turned back to finish making breakfast. To my surprise, Bai Shihan finished washing up quickly, then came straight into the kitchen. Let me help you. Her expression had returned to normal. As she skillfully took the bowl from my hands to wash the rice. I was stunned for a second, but I quickly recovered and gladly accepted her help. I moved over to start washing the vegetables. The two of us worked in perfect harmony, just like a couple who had lived together for years. The small kitchen felt exceptionally warm and cozy. 20 minutes later, the whole family enjoyed a pleasant breakfast together. After the meal, Bai Shihan saw a very beautiful hairstyle online that she thought would look perfect on Nana, since the little one's hair had grown quite a bit lately. But she managed to coax and convince Nana to go out for a haircut. Meanwhile, I settled comfortably onto the sofa, pulled out my phone, and started scrolling. through Douyin. With the wife and kid out of the house. Now, this is the life. I felt like I had reached the peak of my existence. I had barely scrolled through 2 videos, and when I saw that the teaser for To Be Ordinary had already been released. YN Speed is pure efficiency. They said the video would be out by the end of the month, and it's only the 26th, yet the teaser is already live. The teaser was simple. A few clips paired with 2 lines of the song, perfectly teasing the audience's appetite. As soon as I clicked on the video, my own voice came through the phone, falling into the gray, plunging into the abyss. A mud-stained face without a divine halo, clutching onto the ordinary. Then, 3 firefighters appeared. They were holding fire hoses, facing a raging inferno. Their faces were covered in ash, but their eyes were incredibly determined. The video cut off abruptly there. Only a deep voice remained. They are nameless and ordinary, but they deserve to be remembered forever. I was completely puzzled. Lin Guodong clearly said he would use the children as the lead singers. Why was my voice in the teaser? However, that didn't stop. The teaser, from exploding in popularity online. 1 clip, 1 lyric, a lifetime of storytelling. It was short, but it struck a chord deep within people's hearts. Only 2 hours after the teaser was posted, it had already climbed to the 10th spot on the trending list. This was also thanks to various mainstream media outlets rushing to report on it. They used all sorts of headlines to promote it. They were pushing this teaser hard. At the same time, it caught the attention of major influencers and bloggers. Anyone with eyes could see that once the full video dropped, the hype would be off the charts. So they all started sharing it, with the influencers joining in. The teaser's popularity snowballed. The comments section was filled with people from all walks of life, sharing stories about the ordinary heroes in their own lives. Just then, I heard the door open. I put down my phone and looked toward the entrance. It was Bai Shihan, holding Nana's hand, returning from the hair salon. When I saw Nana's new haircut, my eyes lit up. The little one's original pigtails had been styled into 2 adorable little buns. Her wispy bangs reached down to her eyebrows. She looked exactly like a little fairy who had stepped right out of a storybook. My heart absolutely melted. I reached out my arms. Whose little fairy is this? Come here and give me a hug. The little one immediately grinned from ear to ear. She shyly ran behind Bai Shihan and hugged her leg, lowering her little face. Bai Shihan was amused by Nana's reaction. She watched the interaction between father and daughter with a smile. Look at her, she's actually being shy. I wasn't going to let her off that easily. All I wanted was to hug my adorable daughter. I stood up, walked over to Bai Shihan, and knelt down. I acted surprised. Oh, it turns out this little fairy is my precious daughter. Despite Nana's playful struggling, I scooped her up from the floor. I couldn't get enough of her. Nana, don't you want Daddy to hold you? Daddy's going to be so sad. No, Daddy, don't be sad. The little one immediately wrapped her arms around my neck and nuzzled into my chest. She was terrified that her rejection would actually hurt my feelings. I happily planted a kiss on Nana's tender cheek. Her cuteness was just unfair and completely overwhelmed me. My heart felt as sweet as if I'd eaten candy. They really aren't kidding when they say a daughter is her father's pride and joy. That saying is absolutely true. All right, stop being so mushy at the door. Let's go inside. I happily carried the little one back to the sofa. Scooped a bite of watermelon and fed it to her. Then I turned to Bai Shihan and said, by the way, so are you reporting to Yinghai Entertainment in early August? Hearing this, Bai Shihan blinked her beautiful eyes. Yeah, for that, I need to go pick up Lele, and then go see Sister Yun. They'll be so happy to know I'm making a comeback. A genuine smile spread across Bai Xian's face. When she abruptly left the industry before, she felt she had let those 2 down the most. Now even if it wasn't for her own dreams, she had to work hard for their sake. I nodded. As I stroked Nana's hair, I started thinking about what kind of song I should write for Bai Shihan. This would be her first battle in her comeback, and it had to be a spectacular victory. Bai Shihan has a great vocal tone. Whether it's a sweet song or a melancholic one, she can handle it all. Because there were so many options, I couldn't quite make up my mind. After thinking for a bit without a result, another matter came to mind. Oh, right, but let's go buy a car in a few days. Actually, let's buy 2. Nana starts kindergarten in a month, so it'll be easier to drop her off and pick her up. Also, even though Yinghai Entertainment will provide you with a van, you'll still need a car for your personal use. When you're off work, Bai Shihan thought about it for a moment, and agreed that buying a car was a good idea. Before, she stayed home all the time, so it didn't matter if they had a car or not. But now that she'd be going out frequently, not having one would be inconvenient. However, she was worried I didn't have enough money. After all, the earnings from the first 2 videos had been used to buy a lot of furniture. I had gone out on a trip recently, so she wasn't sure how much was left. Even though I had linked my bank card to her WeChat before I left last time, Bai Shihan didn't know exactly how much money was in there. Nana was about to start kindergarten, which would be another big expense. After some thought, Bai Shihan looked up, and then a hint of worry in her eyes. Let's just buy one for now. It'll be easier for you to take the kid to school. I'll have the company car for a while. So I don't really need one yet. We can think about another car once I start making money. Bai Shihan figured she'd wait until she released a song or an album and saw some profit before worrying about it. Thinking of this, she felt a bit anxious again. She wasn't even sure when she'd actually have a song to sing. Although the contract with Yinghai Entertainment offered top-tier resources, it included a clause stating she had to provide her own songs. She didn't know how I had negotiated with the company. If they were giving her top resources, why wouldn't they help her get songs? She was confused, especially since she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking of songwriters, Bai Shihan suddenly froze. And looked at me, sitting there all calm. He seems to know how to write songs, even though she didn't know when he had learned. Yeah, of the 2 songs on Douyin, but he had taught one to Nana, right on the spot. I obviously knew why Bai Shihan was hesitant to buy a car. I gave a calm wave of my hand. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about the money. Just wait and see. We'll have plenty of money in a few days. July 30th happened to fall on a Sunday. The To Be Ordinary MV was released exactly at 8,000 AM. Co. Produced by the Wang and Shi accounts. Wang, along with several other departments, shared it simultaneously. The lineup was unprecedentedly grand. Of course, no matter how grand the lineup, the audience cared about quality. People would only support it if the quality was there. However, there was a saying going around the internet. If it's from Shi, it's a masterpiece. I had only uploaded 2 songs. I had already captured the ears of countless fans. Everyone was satisfied with the quality of my work. Seeing that the lyrics and music for this MV were both by Shi, everyone's interest was instantly piqued. This mysterious guy didn't release things often, but when he did, it was always mind-blowing. So viewers started clicking on the MV one after another, wanting to see this grand production. Back in Jiangcheng, my family of 3 had also settled onto the sofa early. I cast my phone screen to the TV and opened Douyin. Bai Shihan and Nana were still in the dark. They only knew I had dragged them out of bed early. To show them something good, but they had no idea what it was. I clicked on the MV, and the whole family looked at the TV together. The moment the MV started, Bai Shihan and Nana both went quiet. They were stunned. On the TV screen, the title To Be Ordinary appeared in large letters. Then the credits for lyrics and music both listed Shi. Moreover, the MV was a staggering 7 minutes long. Even I was a bit confused. I didn't know where all that extra footage came from. When Lin Guodong contacted me earlier, he wanted to show me the final cut, but I had declined. I wanted to share this moment with my family. Besides, I had absolute faith in Lin Guodong's professional skills. Bai Shihan turned to look at me, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She was shocked that I had written another song, Flasher, and that was a collaboration with Hua. It was incredible. So I had been doing all this while I was out. She had no idea. Bai Shihan turned her gaze back to the TV, wanting to see exactly what I had been up to behind her back. As the title faded, a group of vibrant children, around 10 years old, appeared on the screen. They were all wearing matching black t-shirts. In the middle of them, among them, a middle-aged teacher is playing the piano. The piano music begins to swell. The camera cuts to a close-up of the first little girl. Her eyes are full of deep emotion. She reaches out as if gently calling for something. She begins to sing. The scene shifts. A group of firefighters in orange uniforms, their faces etched with grit, carry various relief supplies. They use their bodies to form a bridge across the river. The camera cuts again, switching to another little girl. With reddened eyes, she lowers her head and whispers softly. The girl's figure gradually blurs, transforming into a family sitting around a table, eating dumplings and watching TV. What should be a festive reunion is eerily quiet. Only the grandmother at the head of the table holds back her tears, staring intently at the television. The news reports on her grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more little girls appear one after another, singing softly. Born to be ordinary. After those 2 lines, their figures vanish. In their place is an unremarkable-looking man, yet his eyes are shining brightly. As he watches a thief pickpocketing on a bus, the moment the thief succeeds, he grabs him. The people watching nearby hide far away in fear. They just stand there, watching coldly. In an instant, 2 more thieves surround the man. The situation suddenly turns against him. Countless people watching the video, danked help, but feel their hearts tighten, fists clenched, and eyes welling with tears. They wish they could jump into the video to help him take down the thieves. But the scene fades out. Teacher continues to play the piano in silence. One of the little girls sings again. The scene abruptly shifts to a hospital where an exhausted doctor hands a newborn baby to an elderly couple. The couple bursts into tears of joy on the spot, repeatedly thanking the doctor. A beating heart grows like a vine. Willing to fight through the danger, baby gradually grows up. He is none other than the man who caught the thief. Now he faces 3 thieves, yet his face shows no fear. The camera cuts again. 2 more little girls appear. They open their arms as if calling out. Everyone is moved by this soul-stirring music and the powerful imagery. They only regret not realizing sooner that there are so many lovely people around them. In the entire MV so far, not the heroes featured that haven't spoken a single word, but their actions are etched into the minds of every viewer. The video continues. The children's chorus begins shaking the soul. These pure voices sing through these tear-jerking stories, leaving everyone in a stunned silence. Usually, they're online chasing celebrities, or just messing around. But for the first time, a certain spark has been ignited in their hearts. At the end of the song, not all, the children sing together on screen. No regrets in this life. The fire of life has been lit. The screen goes dark. A male voice suddenly speaks. We aren't heroes. We're just doing what we're supposed to do. I curl up on the sofa, rubbing my bloodshot eyes. I knew this video would be touching, but I didn't expect the final product to be this breathtaking. By now, this video has caused countless netizens to break down in tears. It completely shattered their emotional defenses at this point, that no one cares about the length of the video anymore. They just watch in silence, feeling a quiet ache in their hearts, letting the tears flow. After the man's voice fades, another dialogue plays over the black screen. Xiaozhang, should we go a cappella or use the piano? Let's just use the piano for this song. It's better as a simple back and forth. But the male voice in this dialogue sounds familiar to many netizens. They listen closely, and then it hits them. Isn't that Shi's uniquely gentle voice? So, is the part at the end an Easter egg? Is Shi himself going to appear? Sure enough, discarded clips and outtakes flash rapidly across the screen. My uniquely gentle voice plays along with these clips, once again, breaking the netizens' hearts, until the last clip disappears. Shi's figure never shows up. He remains as mysterious as ever. Everyone is satisfied with these clips. The figures in this video are deeply branded into everyone's hearts for a long time to come. They won't forget what they saw and heard today, even long after the main video ended. Not a single person liked it. Not a single person commented. It was as if everyone had collectively vanished. Meanwhile, in the Huayin conference room, Ling Guodong was staring at the real-time data. He didn't understand. Why were over 100 million people watching, yet there wasn't a single like? Did people not approve of the video? Ling Guodong felt a bit dejected. He wiped his reddened eyes, finding the situation hard to accept. However, in the next moment, the video's data suddenly skyrocketed. The likes and comments exploded like a flood, coming unstoppable. This was the first time in Douyin's history that data had surged like a geyser, in such a short amount of time. Just a few breaths. The likes jumped from 100,000 to 5 million. Then 10 million. Then 20 million. The Douyin platform experienced its first ever comment lag. Even so, it seemed nothing could stop the netizens from liking and commenting. Immediately after, 5 trending topics were all about the To Be Ordinary MV. In the Huayin conference room, a sudden burst of cheering erupted. Ling Guodong also clenched his fists in excitement, staring speechlessly at the rapidly rising numbers. So, it wasn't that people weren't moved. They just hadn't had time to process the emotion yet. The storm of To Be Ordinary swept across the entire internet. The storm hit so fast that even the experienced Ling Guodong was caught off guard. He was now incredibly grateful he had chosen my song. With these clips, if they had used any other mediocre song, it definitely wouldn't have been this explosive. In just 1 hour, the singles play count on the Huayin platform surpassed 100 million, while Douyin broke 200 million views. Meanwhile, I was holding my 2 favorite girls, gently stroking one's head and patting the other's back. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what, because I was deeply moved myself, even though I gave this song to Ling Guodong. But the entire video was the creation of Huayin's production team. I hadn't seen it in advance either. I can only say that Huayin gave this song a perfect home. Bai Shihan, sobbing softly in my arms, grabbed the hem of my shirt, and wiped her tears and nose on it. Her pitiful, aggrieved little look, made my heart ache for her. It's just a video, right? It's okay to cry, but why do you look so mistreated? Bai Shihan finally realized what I had been busy with outside these past few days, creating a song like this, collaborating with Huayin, and helping her secure that unrealistic contract. She had no idea what I had gone through. She felt bad because I had done so much for her, without saying a word when I came home. Did Zhang Chenji suffer any losses out there because of this? Did anyone give him a hard time? And how much energy did he spend to create such a song? She knew nothing. She just sat at home, comfortably reaping the rewards. All right, stop crying. Do you want lunch? I'll go make you something delicious. Can you hold Nana? I gently patted her back again. The little one had cried herself to sleep. She had fallen asleep long ago under my soothing touch. Okay, Bai Shihan. Wiped her face on my clothes. Once more, she pulled out of my arms, pouting, as she took Nana into her own embrace. At the same time, in the center of Zhangcheng City, Liu Qian's face was so gloomy, it looked like it could drip ink. Her manager's sister Yuan also looked terrible. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Only Tao Lele was secretly laughing nearby, looking quite pleased with their misfortune. Liu Qian glanced at her manager. She felt more and more that this aging woman was truly useless. Sister Yuan, wasn't my song scheduled to go live on Huayan at the end of July? What's going on now? The song was pulled, and they're telling me to wait until early August. The company's promotion is already out. I just bought a trending spot, but they go and delay my song without a word. And on top of that, they've completely taken over all the trending topics. Sister Yuan, you've been in charge of this. You owe me an explanation. Sister Yuan's expression grew even darker. She was already in a bad mood because of this. Now Liu Qian was shouting at her. She was furious. An explanation. You want an explanation from me? If you're so capable, go talk to Huayan. Why take it out on me? Originally, their event was supposed to end in mid-August. Who knew where this Shi came from with a song that forced Huayan to release the MV early? If she didn't rely on Liu Qian for her livelihood, Sister Yuan wouldn't have bothered with her at all. Then what do we do now? Liu Qian's tone was still aggressive. Sister Yuan frowned. They were in the same boat. She couldn't turn on her just yet. What else can we do? We have to wait for this storm to pass before releasing your album. However, the company definitely won't give us many resources this time. We'll have to figure something out ourselves. Liu Qian knew that was the only way, but she was still incredibly bitter. She could only curse Shi silently in her heart. He was the one who stole the spotlight that should have been hers. When Liu Qian turned her head, Chen saw Tao Lele nearby, covering her mouth and snickering. Her anger flared even more. Tao Lele, can't you see what a mess it is here? Get over here and clean up. Her voice was sharp and piercing, that making Tao Lele pick at her ear. Oh, sorry about that. My contract expires today. End. I've already submitted my resignation. Haha, I'm done serving you. Tao Lele laughed loudly. While some were happy, others were even happier. After lunch, and family of 3 happily took a taxi out. We were going to a 4S dealership to buy a car today. Although the revenue from the Huayan MV hadn't arrived yet, the savings I had on me were more than enough to buy a car for daily use. The 3 of us arrived at the 4S shop. Welcome, sir, madam. Is there a specific model you're interested in? The salesperson's eyes lit up. With years of experience, he knew that an 80% chance of a sale comes from a family like this. I nodded. While at home, Bai Shihan and I had done some research. We had already picked a model before coming. Do you have the H9, the top-of-the-line version? Yes, we do. Hearing that, I already had a model in mind. The salesperson's eyes brightened even more. A top-spec H9. Even the cheapest one would cost over 300,000. Sir, we happen to have a top spec 9 in stock right now. I grandly pulled out my bank card and my driver's license, handing them to the salesperson. This is the one. I'll pay in full. It was 5 p.m. by the time we left the dealership and got home, just as I arrived. I received a call from Yang Chenglin. Hello, congratulations, great talent. The internet is covered with news about that MV. And you're completely famous now. Same to you. I didn't really want to be famous, but your company must have gained a lot from this, right? I laughed. Since I sent this song to Huayan on behalf of Yinhai Entertainment, the other company definitely reaped significant benefits. These benefits might not be obvious immediately, but they will show up over time. In the future, if Huayan has any opportunities, they'll definitely think of them first. That's all, thanks to you, our great talent. On a serious note, when is Bai Shihan coming to report for work? On the other end of the line, Yang Chenglin teased me. Before asking with a smile, I looked at the sofa, where Bai Shihan was perking up her ears, secretly eavesdropping on my call. I smiled. In a couple of days, a third at the latest, there are still some things at home to take care of first. Alright, I'll be here awaiting her grand arrival. Yang Chenglin was very curious. What kind of personality did the woman who made me work so hard for her? The next day, Bai Shihan went to find Lele and Sister Yun. She planned to take them both to Yinhai Entertainment today. She drove to a spot near the Tianmei Entertainment building. Before calling Tao Lele, she wanted to give her a surprise. The call was answered quickly. Bai Shihan had a smile on her face, and even her voice sounded much brighter. Lele, guess where I am? Tao Lele was in her rented apartment, packing her things. After resigning, she planned to head back to her hometown. She had already made up her mind. If this place won't have me, somewhere else will. Sister Shihan, where else would you be if not at home? Silly? I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quickly. I have something to tell you. Wait a moment, Sister Shihan. I'll be right there. Tao Lele suddenly felt a bit flustered. Why did Sister Shihan come to her company? She didn't know how to tell her. And that she had resigned and was going back to her hometown. A moment later, she ran downstairs, panting. Sister Shihan. Tao Lele's eyes crinkled into a beautiful curve as she hurried over to Bai Shihan. Sister Shihan, you bought a car. Lele looked at the brand new car next to Bai Shihan, her face full of disbelief. That man actually bought Sister Shihan a car. Didn't he treat her badly? Bai Shihan smiled and nodded, taking Tao Lele's hand. Yeah, I just got it. I have something to discuss with you today. Are you free? Bai Shihan's eyes curved slightly, her joy evident on her face. Only then, Did Tao Lele notice? That Bai Shihan seemed a bit different from the last time they met. Her skin was more radiant, and her face a bit fuller, yet her complexion was clearly much better. Most importantly, that sense of confidence seemed to have returned to her. Sister Shihan, I have plenty of time. What is it? Tell me. Lele, come back and be my assistant again. We'll call Sister Yun and do it together. I'm making a comeback. Tao Lele froze. She couldn't believe her ears. It took her a long time to snap out of it. Really? Sister Shihan, you're not lying to me, are you? You're making a comeback. Really? Bai Shihan gave a firm answer. Yes, I knew there was a way out for me. Ha ha ha. Sister Shihan, what a coincidence. I just resigned. We can be together again. Lele, you know where Sister Yun is, right? Let's go find her now. I know. She must be at the Qingpu District People's Hospital, taking care of her mother. Except for the 4 hours she's at work. Sister Yun is always there. Okay, then let's go now. Bai Shihan didn't waste any time. Ten Shere and told Tao Lele to get in the car. The two of them rushed to the hospital. In the car, Tao Lele asked curiously, Sister Shihan, does he know about your comeback? Bai Shihan nodded, the corners of her mouth curling up unconsciously. He knows. In fact, he was the one who helped negotiate the contract for my comeback. And he bought this car for me too. Tao Lele's mouth hung open in shock. She couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He negotiated the contract for you. How is that possible? Sister Shihan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Bai Shihan shook her head, but said seriously. It's true. He helped me negotiate the contract with Yinhai Entertainment. And it's a top-tier one. Tao Lele didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure out for the life of her. Someone like Zhang Chenyi could negotiate. A top-tier contract. Seeing that Tao Lele didn't respond, Bai Shihan continued talking about Zhang Chenyi. He's really good to me now. Don't treat him like that anymore. Sister Shihan, you're being so protective. I'm jealous. I'm so upset that I can't be cheered up. Tao Lele pouted, stretching out her words. Tease Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan's face suddenly flushed red, but she didn't argue. They arrived at the hospital. Bai Shihan felt nervous as she tentatively knocked on the door. The moment she saw Sister Yun, she almost burst into tears. Sister Yun, who used to have a head of black hair, now had quite a few white strands. Her once elegant face was now weathered by hardship, looking incredibly exhausted. She was wearing plain clothes that had been washed until they were faded. She looked just like Bai Shihan had before. When she saw Bai Shihan, Sister Yun was completely stunned, staring at her blankly. Bai Shihan didn't know what to say. The two of them looked at each other, speechless. It was Tao Lele, who ran in first and grabbed Sister Yun's hand. Sister Yun, Sister Shihan and I came to see you. How is your mother doing? Only then did Sister Yun snap out of it. She seemed a bit flustered, her hands wringing together. You're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Look at the state of him. Shihan, come in and sit down. I just got my mother to sleep. She's doing okay. She can eat and drink. She'll be fully recovered after one more surgery. When talking about her mother, a slight smile appeared on Sister Yun's face, but it hid a trace of bitterness. She was at the end of her rope. She was over 100,000 in debt, having borrowed from every relative and friend she had. How was she going to pay for the next surgery? Bai Shihan walked into the ward and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip. That stared like a child who had done something wrong. Not daring to look at Sister Yun, Tao Lele patted Sister Yun's hand and looked toward Bai Shihan. Sister Yun also looked at Bai Shihan, studying her closely. After a moment, a gratified smile appeared on her face. She walked over to her, sat down beside her, and took her hand. Shihan, I'm so happy you came to see me, and I'm even happier to see you like this. It means you're doing well, and I tried to stop you before it was for your own good. Don't take it to heart. Sister Yun, I'm sorry. Bai Shihan couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Sister Yun's arms, tears falling like rain. Sister Yun gently patted Bai Shihan's back, and said softly, There's no need to apologize. What mother would ever blame her own child? I truly treat you as my own daughter. Alright, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll turn into an ugly duckling. Bai Shihan was an orphan, but Sister Yun had been taking care of her since she graduated from college, from when she was a nobody. When she became famous, after participating in a singing competition. From the start until he left the industry, Sister Yun had been by his side every single moment. She had watched him grow up step by step, so when he willfully quit the industry back then, the one who was hurt the most wasn't him. It was Sister Yun. Sister Yun gently patted Bai Shihan's back until she had cried herself out, and she finally raised her red, swollen eyes to look at her. Sister Yun gave her a tender smile. Bai Shihan pursed her lips. Sister Yun, I'm making a comeback. Will you be my manager again? Hearing Bai Shihan say those words, Sister Yun was stunned. Then She knit her beautiful brows together, setting the comeback aside for a moment. What about your child? Don't worry, Jiang Chenji is taking care of her. Compared to Tao Lele, Sister Yun was much more rational. She remembered clearly that the guy didn't look very reliable. He didn't seem like the type who could look after a child, but Bai Shihan simply nodded. Jiang Chenyi is Nai's father. He'll take good care of her. I trust him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples. She didn't know what had happened between them. Seeing the determination in Bai Shihan's eyes, she gave in. Silent, even if he can take care of the child, you have to realize that a comeback isn't easy. Is there even a company willing to sign you right now? And even if you do sign, what kind of resources would they actually give you? Sister Yun, look, this is the contract from Yinhai Entertainment. Bai Shihan hurriedly pulled the contract out of her bag and handed it to Sister Yun, dead as if afraid she wouldn't believe her if she waited another second. When she saw the contract, Sister Yun was speechless. It was actually from Yinhai Entertainment, one of the big three. All right, let me see. Sister Yun took the contract and began to flip through it carefully. As she read, her shock only grew. By the time she reached the end, her hands were trembling slightly. What kind of insane contract is this? Did Bai Shihan kidnap the boss of Yinhai Entertainment? This is a completely one-sided agreement for an entertainment company. Many of these clauses look like overlord terms that Bai Shihan imposed on Yinhai, like guaranteed top-tier resources. No restrictions on her freedom. This on a 2-year term. Sister Yun looked up sharply. Is this for real? It's real, Sister Yun. Look, it even has the official Yinhai Entertainment seal on it. How could it be fake? Bai Shihan, tell me the truth. How did you manage to get a contract like this? Seeing that Sister Yun finally believed her, Bai Shihan let out a sigh of relief. Her face turned a light shade of red. Jiang Chenyi went to Shanghai to get it for me. He wrote a song for Yinhai Entertainment. Jiang Chenyi. Sister Yun practically doubted her own ears. Jiang Chenyi negotiated a contract and wrote a song. Isn't that just a fairy tale? It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Shihan, don't blame Sister Yun for not believing him. He can write songs, right? Even if he can, what kind of song could possibly be worth a contract like this? Shihan, don't let him trick you. Sister Yun, Jiang Chenji really did write a song. Seeing that Sister Yun didn't believe me, Bai Shihan quickly took out her phone and opened TikTok. She pulled up the Shi account and handed it to Sister Yun. Sister Yun took the phone skeptically. Then even Dao Lele leaned in to look. She didn't believe that man could write songs either. However, in the next second, my God, over 100 million likes. Tao Lele let out an exaggerated cry. Then she suddenly ducked her head, smiling apologetically. This was a hospital ward after all. Shouting like that would disturb the other patients. Sister Yun was also dumbfounded. What kind of video gets over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, Shi, followed by Huayan collaboration. Shi, Huayan. So that's how it is. Sister Yun didn't even need to play the video, because they had all seen it before. Sister Yun looked up blankly. Shi is Jiang Chenji. Dao Lele also gasped in surprise. This time, he kept his voice low. Jiang Chenyi, the most popular and mysterious guy on the internet right now. Oh right, he really is surnamed Jiang. Seeing the two of them so shocked, made Bai Shihan blush once again. He's happy that I'm being recognized. He said quite seriously, that's right, Jiang Shi is my daughter's formal name. Oh my god, a big shot was right beside us. So his previous loser act was just him playing the pig to eat the tiger. Damn it all. Sister Yun finally snapped out of it. She looked up and handed the phone back to Bai Shihan. Her gaze was complicated. She was happy that Bai Shihan could live a good life and have a bright future ahead of her. But Shihan, with your talent, you can definitely find a better manager. Forget about me. But Sister Yun, why? Are you abandoning me? Tao Lele and Bai Shihan spoke at the same time. Bai Shihan looked even more aggrieved. Sister Yun sighed. She looked into the hospital room. You've seen my situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a nurse. Technology is so advanced now. You can check on things remotely anytime. Tao Lele blurted out. Bai Shihan also looked at Sister Yun expectantly. Sister Yun looked troubled. Of course she knew she could hire a nurse, but how could her current financial situation allow her to do that? Besides, following Bai Shihan like this would only hold her back. Shihan, don't try to persuade me anymore. I want to stay by my mother's side. You guys should go back. Go back, Shihan. You have to cherish such a great opportunity. Don't be so headstrong in the future. Sister Yun ruffled Bai Shihan's hair. She steeled her heart and turned away, refusing to look at her. Bai Shihan bit her lip. She didn't understand. Why was Sister Yun unwilling to go with her? She had come with hope, though only to return in disappointment. Bai Shihan and Tao Lele remained silent the whole way back. Bai Shihan dropped Tao Lele off and drove home alone. The door opened. I was playing games with Nai. I couldn't help but freeze when I saw Bai Shihan. She'd been crying. What happened? You're back. Did everything go well? If you don't know, just ask. So I asked her directly. Bai Shihan sat on the sofa with a pout. The moment she saw me, it was like she found someone to lean on. She felt like crying again. Sister Yun doesn't want to go with me. Why? I scratched my head. In my memory, that strict woman should have doted on Bai Shihan. Why would she refuse? Bai Shihan told me everything about what she saw and heard at the hospital. She spoke with a grievance. I listened quietly until she finished. I nodded thoughtfully. See? You really are a dummy. Stay home with Nai. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Bai Shihan pouted. Her face was full of displeasure. I wasn't sure if she was upset because I called her a dummy or because I wasn't staying to comfort her. I'm going to bring back someone very important to you. Dummy. First, I found a domestic service agency. Then I drove to the hospital Bai Shihan mentioned. I didn't go straight to Sister Yun. Instead, I found the doctor first. From the doctor, I learned the details of Sister Yun's mother's condition. Only then did I go to the inpatient department and stop at room 302. Before the door, I composed myself. I tried my best to put on a cold expression. I knocked gently on the door a few times. Footsteps came from inside, and a moment later, the door opened. Sister Yun appeared before me, her eyes slightly red. When she saw me, she couldn't help but be stunned. She had no idea why I was there. Aren't you gonna let me in? Sister Yun? My voice was calm. Sister Yun's face, but she still stepped aside to let me in. Xiao Yun, is this your friend? As soon as I entered the room, I saw an elderly woman with white hair, and gaunt cheeks sitting up in bed. She was looking at me. Before Sister Yun could answer, I quickly walked to the bedside. I took her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife, is Sister Yun's friend. She came by earlier. You were sleeping, so she didn't want to disturb you. Oh, so you're Xiao Yun's friend. Young man, that's very kind of you. It's a blessing for my Xiao Yun to have friends like you. Sister Yun's mother patted my hand. She looked so kind, but her frail, skeletal frame was heartbreaking to see. Auntie, don't say that. We're the lucky ones to have Sister Yun as a friend. My wife talks about how good she is every single day. I've heard it so much. I've got calluses on my ears. It's just a pity. My wife wanted Sister Yun to come with her for this job. She's worried about your health and refuses to go. You have no idea. My wife came home so sad she's been nagging me non-stop. Behind me, Sister Yun's face suddenly paled. This guy? Did Bai Shihan send him here to be a lobbyist? What job? Xiao Yun? What's going on? Sister Yun's mother didn't know the specifics of her work. Hearing me say this, her white eyebrows furrowed immediately. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no job. My work is going just fine. Sister Yun glared at me, and quickly tried to explain to her mother. Although she was nearly 70, she wasn't stupid. She knew she was the reason her daughter was worried, and that it was interfering with her work. She immediately grabbed my hands. Young man, Xiao Yun has been a lot of trouble for you. This child is just stubborn. Tell me, what kind of job is it? I looked at Sister Yun with a troubled expression, and I said, Auntie, look at me and my big mouth. The main thing is, this job requires travel. We wanted to hire a nurse to take care of you, but Sister Yun is worried. She wants to look after you herself. Xiao Yun, you child, why didn't you tell me about this? If the job needs you to travel, then go. Sister Yun's mother turned to her daughter. Mom. Sister Yun was panicking. She absolutely hated me right now. She did want to stay and care for her mother, but the real reason was that she simply couldn't leave. Where would she get the money for a nurse? Even the money for the next surgery was already exhausting her. Sister Yun, let's talk outside. My face remained calm. It acted as if I didn't care about her furious glare at all. I squeezed her mother's hand. I said warmly, Auntie, don't worry. I'll just have a quick chat with Sister Yun. With that, I got up and left the room. Sister Yun grit her teeth. She looked at her mother and followed me out. In the hallway, Sister Yun glared up at me. What exactly are you trying to do? You can think of me as the bad guy if you want. I just don't want Bai Shihan to be sad. By the way, I've already paid for your mother's next surgery. I've also contacted a caregiver. Here's the number. You can pick the person yourself. I answered flatly. The height difference between us. It made me look down on her slightly. Jiang Chenyi, are you giving me charity? Sister Yun laughed angrily. You're overthinking it. You have to pay it back. It will be deducted from the salary Bai Shihan pays you. You and Lele that are being hired by Bai Shihan personally this time. It has nothing to do with Yinhai Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you, but this is my money. You have to pay me back. I acted like a total thug. Anyway, the surgery and the nurse. I've already paid for them. They won't give me a refund. I don't care what you do next. I didn't give her time to react. I turned and strode toward the exit. Jiang Chenyi. Don't tell Shihan. Just as I reached the door, Sister Yun's voice called out. I just waved my hand without looking back. Sister Yun watched my figure disappear out the door. Her gaze was complicated. Back home, Bai Shihan immediately rushed over. Her little face was full of curiosity. I intentionally ignored her. Instead, I happily picked up Nai. What do you want for dinner? Bai Shihan's expression froze completely. She looked at me in disbelief as I walked past her. I love anything Daddy makes. The little one was very supportive. She didn't notice her mother. Then Daddy will go make it now. I kissed the little one's cheek and headed to the kitchen. Jiang Chenyi, I'm angry. Bai Shihan pouted, looking totally aggrieved. This man actually ignored her. Didn't he know she was waiting anxiously at home? What's wrong? I turned around. My innocent look made Bai Shihan even angrier. When he left, he was so gentle and called me a dummy. Now he's back and playing dumb. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Bai Shihan plopped down on the sofa. She crossed her arms and looked away, refusing to look at me. Her temper is growing. Not bad. I smiled and decided to stop teasing her. When you head out tomorrow, remember to take your 2 loyal bodyguards with you. With that temper of yours, people will bully you to death if you don't have them. Bai Shihan whipped her head around. Her eyes were sparkling. The speed of her mood swing amazed me. Sister Yun agreed. What do you think, alright? I'm gonna cook now. Please don't disturb me. Jiang Chenyi, how did you do it? In the end, Bai Shihan never did find out how I managed it. I just played dumb whenever she asked, but that didn't stop her from looking at me with stars in her eyes. Ever since Jiang Chenyi changed, I felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. I shamelessly enjoyed Bai Shihan's admiring gaze. I'm a rich guy now. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems at all. The profits from the collaboration with Huang had my wallet bursting. I was feeling pretty cocky. Regarding Sister Yun, after Bai Shihan told me, I pretty much guessed the reason. If someone can't even afford to eat, how can they chase dreams with you? Early the next morning, Bai Shihan scrambled out of bed. For once, I didn't go out for my morning run. We stayed in the kitchen together, making breakfast in perfect harmony. Bai Shihan's luggage was already packed in the living room. Nai Nai was still sleeping. She didn't plan on waiting for Nai Nai to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bring herself to go. Breakfast was ready quickly. Bai Shihan ate quietly. I sat beside her, chatting about this and that. We were just like any normal family. The wife was heading out to work, and the husband was nagging her with reminders. Remember to call often when you get there, otherwise Nai Nai will miss you. I've already told them you're coming today. Shanghai isn't far. Come back whenever you're free. If anything happens out there, tell me. Don't keep it all bottled up like a dummy. Bai Shihan listened to me while eating her porridge. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. She kinda didn't want to leave home anymore. Bai Shihan ate this meal very slowly. Even after the bowl was empty, she was still dazed when her phone rang. It wasn't until I nudged her that she snapped out of it and answered. Hello, Shihan, I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When are you coming over? I'll be there soon. Wait just a little longer. Alright, I'll see you downstairs at my place later. Be there or be square. I looked at the luggage. It's time to head out, isn't it? Don't keep them waiting. Bai Shihan nodded. Yeah, I'll go check on Nana and then we're off. Meanwhile, at the Yinhai Entertainment Building in the Magic City, Yang Chenglin arrived at her office early, but she had been restless and unable to focus on work all day. She finally managed to make it until noon, checking the time. Yang Chenglin headed downstairs to the building's entrance. That guy's wife is arriving today. She wanted to see the woman he dotes on so much. She wanted to know exactly what kind of person she was. After waiting for only a short while, Yang Chenglin spotted a car with a Zhang Cheng license plate. It pulled into the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Chenglin narrowed her eyes slightly, looking closer. 3 people stepped out of the car. One was a chatty girl, bursting with youthful energy. The other was a bit older. Her hair was already starting to turn gray. Judging by these 2 friends of Bai Shihan, she knew that Bai Shihan must have a wonderful personality. She turned her gaze toward the girl walking in the middle, an oval face with a rosy, healthy glow, almond eyes as clear and lively as water, a woman as gentle as water. She looked like someone who needed to be cherished. No wonder that guy is so devoted to her. Yang Chenglin composed herself. She stepped forward quickly. Hello. You must be Bai Shihan, right? I'm Yang Chenglin, Deputy Manager of Human Resources at Yinhai Entertainment. On behalf of Yinhai Entertainment, welcome to the team. Yang Chenglin smiled and extended her hand. She looked directly at Bai Shihan. Hello, I'm Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan's voice was soft and sweet. A woman like this. How did that jerk Jiang Chenji manage to sweep her off her feet back then? The mature woman thought to herself. A hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. Then again, only someone like her. Dua W had the vision to pick up Jiang Chenji back when he was absolutely worthless. Well, let me show you around the place first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get settled in, the better. The tour is over. I'll take you to the artist apartments now. The group followed Yang Chenglin into the main building. Along the way, Tao Lele was completely blown away. This place was far more luxurious than the Tianmei Entertainment branch in Jiangcheng. It was on a whole different level, and you could see them everywhere. The kind of celebrities who were constantly trending on the news. The Tianmei branch couldn't even begin to compare. Back in Jiangcheng, over there, even a second-tier singer like Lu Qian could act like a queen. Yang Chenglin led them into the elevator and went straight up to the 11th floor, enthusiastically introducing everything to them. Many people greeted Yang Chenglin along the way, all of them wearing strangely flattering smiles. Bai Shihan was curious. When they looked at her, there was a clear hint of jealousy in their eyes. She didn't get it. Wasn't Yang Chenglin just the vice manager of HR? Why was everyone looking at her like that? What confused Bai Shihan even more was when she saw a balding, middle-aged man wearing a badge that identified him as the manager of HR. He actually stopped to greet Yang Chenglin first and even went out of his way to say hello to her. Bai Shihan replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. This manager Zhang Chao seemed to have a really good temperament. He was actually so polite to someone like her. Back at the TMA branch, no matter what kind of leader they were, they always walked around with their noses in the air. Yang Chenglin stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the lounge in front of them and said to Bai Shihan, "From now on, this will be your exclusive lounge. When you don't have any scheduled appearances, or when you're not busy, you can always come here to rest." Bai Shihan looked up. The door to the lounge was tightly shut, equipped with a digital code lock. Her name was indeed written on the door plate. As Yang Chenglin typed in the code, she explained the setup to Bai Shihan. The initial code is 6 6s. You can change it to whatever you like later. Come on in and take a look. The door swung open. The group stepped inside, and Taolalele was the first to gasp. "Oh my god, this lounge is huge, and the decor is so high-end." Aside from Sister Yun, who remained composed, even Bai Shihan was stunned. She had never seen such a magnificent lounge before. Young Chenglin smiled at their surprised expressions. She gave a small laugh. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. If we're talking about top-tier resources, then the lounge has to be top-tier too. Just then, the door to the next room opened. An elegant, glamorous woman in high heels stepped out. Behind her followed a small assistant wearing glasses. She immediately greeted Yang Chenglin. "Sister Yang, are you personally showing someone their room?" "Yes." "Lena, are you heading out?" Yang Chenglin replied with a neutral expression. "I have a fan meeting this afternoon, so I need to head out for a bit." "I'll leave you to it, Sister Yang. I'm taking my leave now." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Bai Shihan and the others, but didn't bother to say hello. She simply walked away gracefully in her high heels. "Let's head out too. It's already noon. The floors above are all meeting rooms, unless there's a company meeting. They're basically not used. I won't take you on a tour of those. Let's go straight to the artist apartments. You can drop off your luggage, and then we'll go grab some lunch. It's on me." Yang Chenglin turned around, a smile back on her face as she spoke to Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan felt like she was being a bit too enthusiastic. She had a good impression of the company so far, but something felt off. Some people were clearly being way too nice to her. Once they were in the elevator, Bai Shihan suddenly asked softly, "Manager Yang, are you very close with Zhang Chenyi?" After asking this, she clearly saw the smile on Yang Chenglin's face falter for a split second. "So that's how it is." Bai Shihan narrowed her eyes slightly, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. "Well, I was the one who received him when he came by. I've been following up on the collaboration, so we've become somewhat familiar." Yang Chenglin quickly added, "I see." Bai Shihan gave a soft reply and stopped talking. The group went downstairs. Yang Chenglin led the way in her gray Mercedes, driving ahead. Bai Shihan followed slowly behind. Taolele started babbling mindlessly about how great the place was as soon as they got in the car. It wasn't until Sister Yun gave her a look that she suddenly realized Sister Shihan's mood seemed a bit off. She was clearly quite happy just a moment ago. "Sister Shihan, what's wrong?" Taolele leaned over the front seat and asked curiously. "It's nothing, Lele. Keep talking." "You call this nothing?" Taolele was baffled. She turned to Sister Yun for help. Sister Yun just smiled and said nothing. She could tell at a glance. Someone had just fallen into a giant vat of jealousy. There, sweetie. Daddy will pretend to be a little tiger for you. Let's stop crying, okay?" Back at home, I was at my wit's end. Ever since Nai woke up, she'd been crying for her mom. I tried everything to comfort her, but she only cried harder. Yesterday, I even promised Bai Shihan that I would take good care of Nai. Now all I can say is, I'm just not cut out for this. When Bai Shihan was home, Nai was always clingy with me, never threw tantrums. What's going on now? Looking at this situation, I wanted to cry too. I thought I was a pro at this. But reality proved I'm just a total amateur. I bared my teeth and growled like a little tiger. But Nai's little pearl-like tears kept falling one by one. "Daddy's mean. You hid mommy. I want mommy." Nai sat on the sofa, looking like she wouldn't give up, until she saw her mom today. I crouched in front of the sofa and scratched my head. What am I supposed to do? Bai Shihan has only been gone for half a day. I can't exactly call her back now. She'd laugh at me for the rest of my life. No way. I was caught in a struggle, and my tiger face instantly collapsed. Just then, the phone on the table rang. I glanced at it listlessly, but the next second, my eyes lit up with joy. My savior is here? I felt like crying with relief as I grabbed the phone. It was a WeChat message from Bai Shihan. Just 2 simple words. "You there?" I frantically typed back, "I'm here. Definitely here. Aren't you busy?" Having already finished lunch, Bai Shihan was resting in the apartment. She looked at the message on her phone with a flat expression, though there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent behind it. "I had lunch with Manager Yang today." What's with this random, irrelevant answer? If you had lunch with Manager Yang, then you had lunch. Why do you need to tell me? I scratched my head, but without thinking too much, I quickly started a video call. Bai Shihan's cold, beautiful face appeared on the screen. I gave an awkward smile and pointed the phone at Nanai. Hey, Nanai, missed you. Jiang Chenyi, is this what you meant by taking good care of her? I pretended not to hear her, looking completely innocent. The little one was crying her eyes out, but now that she finally saw her mom on the phone, she used her tiny hands to wipe away her tears. She looked so pitiful. Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Don't you want Nai anymore? Be a good girl, Nai. Mommy is just out for work. I'll be home very soon. Bai Shihan's voice was soft as she coaxed the little girl. Nai slowly stopped crying, holding the phone with both hands to get closer to Bai Shihan. At that moment, I felt like my heart had been hit by a ton of bricks. I'd spent forever trying to comfort her, making faces and acting like a tiger, and yet it wasn't as effective as a single word from Bai Shihan. Bai Shihan said a few more soothing words, and Nai finally stopped crying altogether. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. With the little one calmed down, turned the phone back to myself. My eyes were darting around guiltily, simply not daring to look at Bai Shihan. Jiang Chenyi, can you really handle taking care of a child? Bai Shihan's questioning voice came through the phone. I immediately got defensive. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If you were the one leaving, you wouldn't be able to calm her down either, I said, full of defiance. Bai Shihan gave me a long, deep look. Does this man have no self-awareness at all? Wait, she didn't call to talk about this. This man is trying to change the subject. Bai Shihan narrowed her eyes and asked, pretending to be casual, you and Manager Yang seem pretty close. We're all right, I guess. I answered casually, having no idea that I was already dancing on the edge of a cliff. All right, Bai Shihan repeated, her eyes fixed on me with an eerie intensity. I felt a sudden chill for some reason. Yeah, we're fine. Are you settling in? Okay, over there? I'm not. I have things to do. Hanging up now. Bai Shihan rolled her eyes at me and decided to ignore me. The video call was abruptly cut off. Only then did I realize belatedly that she was angry, feeling like I'd been shot while just lying down. I put the phone down and looked at my daughter, who was no longer crying and had gone back to being her adorable self. I let out a silly little laugh. Over the next 2 days, Bai Shihan called home once every day. That made my life a lot easier. But what I found strange was that every time she called, she only talked to our daughter. The moment it was my turn, she acted like I owed her $8 million. She didn't give me a single nice look. I could only comfort myself with the thought that women have those days every month. I just had to endure it and it would pass. Bai Shihan was very free during these 2 days. She was either at the apartment or in the lounge. The company hadn't given her any work yet. Sister Yun had been contacting external songwriters, but unfortunately she hadn't had any luck. This left Dao Lele sighing all day with nothing to do. Like right now, for instance. She was sprawled out on the sofa. Clutching a pillow, she complained, Sister Shihan, what's Yinghai Entertainment's deal? They haven't given us any activities. They haven't even made an announcement about your comeback. How is this any different from not coming back at all? Sister Yun also looked worried. Over the past 2 days, she had contacted many songwriters she used to work with. But as soon as they heard it was for Bai Shihan's comeback, they all politely declined. After all, no one is stupid. Someone who's been out of the industry for over 2 years, with no popularity and no resources, writing a song for her would just be a waste of time. Let's just wait a bit longer. We'll find a way. Bai Shihan tried to comfort Dao Lele. She had also been trying to compose something herself these past 2 days, but she was constantly lacking inspiration. She was stuck and couldn't finish anything. This made her think of me. If it were Zhang Chenji, he could definitely write a song better than this, right? Thinking of this, Bai Shihan couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. It felt like she was inferior to me in every way now. Why don't you go ask Zhang Chenji? Dao Lele suddenly sat up and suggested. Bai Shihan hesitated. Her intention in coming out was to not rely on me so much. She thought about it carefully for a moment and said, let's wait 2 more days. If it still doesn't work out, I'll call Zhang Chenji, okay? Tao Lele hugged her pillow, looking a bit dejected. She didn't understand. Zhang Chenyi is Sister Shihan's husband after all. Why couldn't Sister Shihan just ask him for a song? What Bai Shihan and the others didn't know was that in the Yinghai Entertainment conference room, Yang Xian was holding a meeting with all the executives. An invitation document was laid out in front of them. Yang Xian gestured for silence, and the noisy room immediately went quiet. You've all seen it, right? The New Song Festival, the most famous star-making program in China. Almost every singer who has made a name for themselves there is now a top-tier star. Their new season is about to begin. We have 2 slots. We have 2 spots available. Let's discuss which 2 people should go. As soon as Yang Xian finished speaking, the meeting room was filled with whispers once again. A moment later, the refined-looking man was the first to speak. I think Cheng Di is a good candidate. She has a sweet look, good popularity, and her singing is quite decent. She's currently a B-list singer. If she can place in the New Song Festival, there is a high chance she'll be promoted to the A-list. As soon as the man finished, most of the people present began to nod in agreement. Seeing this, Yang Xian made a decision. Then Chengdi will be the first one. There's one more spot. Who do you all think would be appropriate? As he finished speaking, Zhang Chao stood up and said, Chairman, I think Bai Shihan would also be a good choice. Shihan, Yang Xian suddenly remembered. Isn't she the one that kid Jiang Chenyi recommended to us? She's already joined the company. Right after Zhang Chao spoke, that refined man spoke up again. Director Zhang, I don't think Bai Shihan will work. Even a complete amateur would be better than her. Not only does she have zero popularity, but she also has no recent work. Plus, she left the industry to get married back then. That didn't exactly leave a great impression on the audience. Zhang Chao waved his hand dismissively, arguing his point. That's exactly why, we should choose her. Since she's making her comeback at our company, we need to give her a stage. I've heard Bai Shihan's old songs. She sings beautifully. Her looks are second to none. Given all that, why shouldn't we pick her? The refined man frowned at those words. Director Zhang, you're in charge of HR. I'm in charge of operations. Compared to you, I know better that what a singer needs most is popularity. We're not a charity. Are we supposed to give her a stage just because she's in the company? Director Yin. Are you really talking to me about popularity? Then you probably don't know who recommended Bai Shihan. May I ask Manager Yin, how is Shi's popularity? What if he's the one writing songs for Bai Shihan? Shi, even Yin Ting was momentarily silenced at the mention of Shi's name. Did he dare say Shi wasn't popular? He didn't. That MV co-created with Hua Yin had over 100 million likes. It was said his fan count had reached 50 million. Yin Ting adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Are you sure Shi will write for Bai Shihan? Oh, right, that's enough. I can confirm that. Yang Xian gestured for them to stop arguing. In that case, candidates will be Chengdi and Bai Shihan. Send out the notification. Since the chairman had spoken, Yin Ting could only nod reluctantly. He had another candidate in mind, but the decision was made before he could even mention them. At the Jiangcheng Tianmei Entertainment branch, Sister Yuan came running in, arriving at the lounge out of breath. Liu Qian. Good news. This time, it's a blessing in disguise. Liu Qian frowned. What good news? My excitement was met with a cold shoulder. Sister Yuan's enthusiasm was instantly dampened. She looked at Liu Qian, feeling more and more annoyed. The two of them truly couldn't stand each other now. But as long as Liu Qian hadn't fallen from grace, she still had to serve this ancestor. The company decided to let you go to the New Song Festival, and they've hired the famous Wu fan to write a song for you. Consider this the company's way of making up for your recent loss. At New Song Festival, Liu Qian was stunned. She looked at Sister Yuan, confirming once more, is it that New Song Festival where you can become a first-tier singer just by placing, yes. Is there another New Song Festival? Xiao Qian, this is your chance. You have to make the most of it. I went through a lot of trouble to get this opportunity for you. Seeing Liu Qian finally take it seriously, Sister Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. She even changed the way she addressed her. The New Song Festival. I'm going to be a star. Liu Qian finally reacted, jumping up from her chair. Her joy was beyond words. She didn't even notice Sister Yuan trying to take credit. She only heard the news that she was going to be famous. Xiao Qian, there are still 3 days before it starts. We need to stay focused. This time, the famous songwriter Wu Fan is writing for you. You have to sing your heart out, Sister Yuan advised, hoping Liu Qian wouldn't get too carried away. After all, she could only make more money if Liu Qian became famous. Sister Yuan really hoped she would get a good ranking this time, but Liu Qian didn't care about the advice. She got even more excited when she heard Wu Fan's name. The Wu Fan, known as the godfather of music. Then it's a guaranteed win, isn't it? What is there to worry about? With him and me, it's a powerhouse combination. Sister Yuan sighed. But on second thought, it was true. Even though Liu Qian's personality was terrible, her singing skills were legit. With a song from the godfather of music, Wu Fan, she was bound to make it into the top 3. In the artist department in Magic City, Bai Shihan received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare for the New Song Festival in 3 days. After hanging up, Bai Shihan was completely dazed. They were just discussing what method to use for her comeback, and the company had just handed her the perfect opportunity. Seeing Bai Shihan's dazed expression, after the call, Hao Lele couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Shihan, who was it? The operations department notified me that I'm participating in the New Song Festival in 3 days. The New Song Festival. The New Song Festival. Really? Sister Shihan, are you serious? Daolele froze for a second, then immediately jumped up, grabbing Bai Shihan's shoulders and shaking her back and forth. She was beyond excited. Shihan, is the company really letting you join the New Song Festival? Sister Yun sat nearby and asked carefully. Yes, the operations department just notified me. Bai Shihan nodded in confirmation. Sister Yun couldn't hide the joy on her face. Using the New Song Festival as a stage to announce a powerful comeback. That's a great idea. The only urgent matter now is to find a suitable songwriter. I'm contacting the songwriters I used to know. Shihan, you should try writing a song yourself too. In the next 3 days. We absolutely must find a great song to make a splash with your comeback. Three of them divided the tasks clearly. Tao Lily started picking out ingredients for lunch. Sister Yun picked up her phone to contact songwriters. Bai Shihan took out some sheet music and spread it on the table, lost in thought. Meanwhile, our Jiang Chenji was teaching Nai Nai her second nursery rhyme. Nai Nai had been very well behaved these past 2 days, although it might be because Bai Shihan called home every single day. I feel like I deserve a lot of the credit too. At least now I am completely familiar with the baby soothing routine. Nai Nai clapped her little hands to keep the beat for me. I was wearing a big bad wolf headpiece, not trying to look fierce and scary, bitch, singing adorable lyrics. Little bunny, be good, and the door. Hurry and open up. I want to come in. By evening, after dinner, Nai Nai, who had played all day, couldn't stop her sleepiness. Her little head kept drooping, nodding off, bit by bit. Even so, she forced herself to stay awake, to insisting on hearing my bedtime story, before finally falling fast asleep. It's only 7,000 p.m. now. I've been thinking for the past 2 days, about what kind of song to prepare for Bai Shihan, but I still have no clue. There are too many songs from my original world. It's hard to choose, and my thoughts are all tangled up. Besides, on Bai Shihan's end, since she arrived at Yinghai Entertainment, it hasn't been much news. Sent back. I thought for a while. Still without any inspiration. So I opened TikTok, planning to scroll through some videos before going to bed. The hype for Just Ordinary. That still hasn't died down online. Every 3 or 4 videos I scroll past, I basically see one related to it. Many netizens are sighing, saying that after hearing Shii's songs, that their ears can't handle anything else. They've even spontaneously formed a Shii fan club. Their profile pictures are all of Nai Nai's expressions. When she sang Courage Explosion, I only just realized that at some point, they actually turned Nai Nai's expressions into emojis, and we're having a blast using them. Is on Shii. Only a small portion of mommy fans. Isekai fans are Nai Nai's fans. Otherwise, the little one would have to wear a mask every time she goes out, which would be a real hassle. Aside from the popularity of Just Ordinary, the hottest topic online right now is the upcoming New Song Festival. The annual New Song Festival always produces 1 or 2 viral hits, which keeps people talking about it, and the fans of the singers participating this time are actively campaigning for their idols. Past New Song Festivals have always been conducted in a live broadcast format. There are 4 famous veteran mentors who vote, so there's no chance of a tie, because there's one more vote that will be cast in real time by the vast number of netizens. This also makes the audience's participation level go through the roof. Early the next morning, I was woken up by the sound of my phone ringing. Nai Nai, who was beside me, had been awake for a while. I don't know how long the little one had been playing, but she seemed to be having the time of her life. I patted Nai Nai's little head, and reached for my phone. The incoming call displayed on the screen was actually from that little girl. Hello, what's up so early in the morning? I let out a yawn. Hello, Jiang Chenyi, you need to talk to Sister Shihan. She's gone mad. She hasn't slept since last night. Tao Lily spoke in a whisper, as if she were a thief. She was making this call behind Bai Shihan's back. What happened? I frowned. How can this person be so careless with her own body? I worked so hard to get her to gain a little weight. I hope she doesn't lose it all again. Sister Shihan is entering the New Song Festival, but we don't have a song to create a song. Sister Shihan has become obsessed. I scratched my head. I didn't expect that Bai Shihan would be entering a competition only a few days after leaving. Originally, the agreement with Yinghai Entertainment was that I would write the songs for her. This was indeed my oversight. I've been sitting here thinking about songs for so long, while things over there are already reaching a breaking point. I got it. I'll give her a call. Lily, thanks for taking care of her for me. Who's helping you? Taking care of Sister Shihan is only natural for me. All right, I've got to go. Sister Shihan is coming out. Ao Lily hurriedly hung up the phone, looking at Bai Shihan with a bit of a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Bai Shihan hadn't slept all night. So her energy was very low right now, and she didn't notice her little movements. Bai Shihan was very frustrated right now. She felt like she was about to grasp that melody, but she was always just a little bit off. She didn't understand what was missing. Naturally, her mood wasn't great. Just then, my call came in. Bai Shihan hurriedly composed herself, and picked up the phone. Hello, does Nai Nai miss me? Can't I call you if Nai Nai doesn't miss you? I am your husband, after all. When my voice came through the phone, Bai Shihan's face turned slightly red. This was the first time I had ever referred to myself as her husband. Bai Shihan didn't answer. For a moment, both were silent. After a while, the sound of my sigh came through the phone. Why didn't you tell me you were entering the New Song Festival? Why push yourself so hard for something that can be easily solved? If you really ruin your health, think of how sad Nai Nai would be. I said helplessly. From my perspective, this was clearly something that could could be easily accomplished. Bai Shihan could have just told me directly. She chose not to. Bai Shihan had stayed up all night, and her mind was already on the verge of collapse. Hearing me ask this now, Bai Shihan felt like I was interrogating her. She suddenly felt a wave of immense grievance that welled in her heart. She subconsciously bit her lip, a flash of stubbornness crossing her face. As tears gradually filled her eyes. Bai Shihan didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would betray her current state. I couldn't see her expression. So, I subconsciously frowned. A moment later, I suddenly heard sobbing on the other end. She's crying. What happened? This is so absurd. I don't think I said anything wrong. And emotions are really hard to handle. Hey, why are you crying all of a sudden? I couldn't help myself. Bai Shihan felt so useless. Jiang Chenyi. Bai Shihan spoke through her tears. Her voice was loud, now, sounding a bit like she was lashing out in frustration. I froze. It was the first time I'd heard Bai Shihan speak to me like that. Her voice was trembling, top full of grievance. I could suddenly imagine the look on her face right now. Bai Shihan pursed her lips, tears still in her eyes. She also realized she had lost her composure, but if she didn't say it, she would feel so uncomfortable. Jiang Chenyi, do you think I'm completely useless? That I can only rely on you? I wanted to be like this. I'm sorry. I wasn't blaming you. I was just worried about your health. Forgetting about the song was definitely my oversight, so that's what she was thinking. What I just said was indeed a bit problematic. I realized it belatedly, and quickly said with a smile. Bai Shihan was interrupted before she could finish. I laughed on the other end. I was actually laughing quite happily. I'm feeling so miserable. And he can't even see it. He's actually laughing. Bai Shihan felt even more aggrieved. After meeting that big sister Yang Chenglin, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she was good for nothing. That woman had the body, the aura, and the talent. And from her eyes, Bai Shihan could see her admiration for me, while Bai Shihan was lost in her thoughts. My voice continued to come through the phone. But Bai Shihan, I really want to crack open that little head of yours and see what's inside. To me, you and Nai are the best gifts heaven has ever given me. Don't overthink things. I'm telling you this very seriously. Bai Shihan is my wife. You are one of a kind. No one can ever replace you, I said loudly, my voice so firm. Ever since I came into this home, and was accepted by Bai Shihan and Nai. We've been a family. In a family, there's no such thing as who relies on whom. There's only supporting each other. Bai Shihan was stunned by my words. She didn't expect me to say that, calling her his wife, saying she's one of a kind. These words made Bai Shihan's already rosy face turn completely crimson in an instant. Bai Shihan gave a soft her mood clearly improving. All right. Don't have any more of those crazy thoughts from now on. Okay, I'll send the song to you tonight. Take these next few days to practice hard. If you fail before you even start, it'll be a real blow to my reputation. My voice continued to come through the receiver. Hearing those boastful words, Bai Shihan burst out laughing. My reputation. If people didn't know better, they'd think he was some kind of famous historical figure. But that phrase about failing before starting was actually quite good. I don't know how he suddenly became so cultured. Then, I'll have to see exactly what kind of song this someone can write. Having been talked around by me, Bai Shihan relaxed. Go get some sleep. You can only practice well if you have energy. I then hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soothing a wife feels even harder than soothing a baby. But luckily, it didn't defeat me. I took out a pen and sheet music from the drawer, struggling to decide which song would be suitable. If anyone else knew about my current dilemma, they'd probably cough up blood in frustration. Others exhaust their minds just to create one song. Yet, I don't know which one to choose. Out of thousands. After agonizing for a long time, I still couldn't decide. There were too many good songs in my heart, all crowding into my head at once, vying for attention. It's making my thoughts very chaotic. Feeling a bit restless, I opened the window. A cool breeze blew in, calming the agitation in my heart a little. Downstairs in the neighborhood, a young couple was saying goodbye. The boy was dragging a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty as they bid a tearful farewell. Seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered a saying, love rises with the wind, but when the wind stops, the heart remains restless. They're parting now. When the boy returns, will they still be together? It's an unknown, but the boy still has to go out into the wider world, to make his way and see what's out there. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but freeze. Then I walked quickly to the desk, picked up the pen, and wrote "The Wind Blows" on the sheet music. My head was now completely filled with this familiar melody. When this song first came out back then, it was the source of so much bittersweet nostalgia for so many people, spreading out the sheet music, that my eyes were filled with memories. As I wrote down the notes one by one, slowly, I became completely immersed in this beautiful music. I couldn't help but start humming along. I don't know how much time passed, but it wasn't until Nai's voice rang out like a silver bell. Daptazana suddenly snapped back to reality. Daddy, I'm hungry. I immediately broke into a doting smile. It's my little princess hungry. Daddy will prepare lunch right away. My daughter's words are law. As a devoted father, I didn't dare delay for a second. I tossed the pen aside, and turned toward the kitchen. 2 hours later, the father and daughter full and satisfied, were sprawled on the sofa. Nai was giggling, not forgetting to help rub Daddy's belly. Then she let out a burp herself. The two of them immediately started playing together. Bai Shihan's video call came right on time. She still had large dark circles under her eyes, clearly not having had enough sleep. Seeing the lazy posture of the father and daughter, Bai Shihan was incredibly envious. Wow, well, I'm out here working hard. Thought you two are at home enjoying yourselves. Both of you, big and small, are so heartless. Bai Shihan made a rare, pitiful face, her watery eyes full of accusation. I wasn't slacking off either. I've already finished writing the song. I'll send it to you later. Nai also leaned in, copying me by raising her hands to her identical watery eyes, seeming to compete with Bai Shihan to see who was more pitiful. Nai wasn't slacking off either. Nai watched 2 fewer episodes of cartoons today and learned 5 more numbers. Bai Shihan immediately lost her composure and burst out laughing. She admitted she couldn't beat this little rascal. Okay, our Nai worked the hardest. Quick, give mommy a kiss. Mwah. The little one immediately pressed her lips to the screen, rewarding Bai Shihan with a mwah in return. Hey, aren't you going to reward me too? I cleared my throat, and shamelessly leaned my face toward the phone, causing Bai Shihan's face. Most important thing was that the little one was cheering from the side, telling mommy to reward daddy too. In the end, Bai Shihan really couldn't resist the little one's enthusiasm. Nor could she withstand my thick skin. She puckered her lips and gave a symbolic kiss. She just didn't make the mwah sound. Having received my reward, my face lit up with a huge grin. I ran quickly to the bedroom. It held the finished sheet music up to the camera. See? I wasn't lying. I really finished it. That kiss didn't go to waste. Bai Shihan gave me a playful, charming glare, but her heart was in shock. Good grief. It's only been a few hours. He already wrote a song. She felt a bit discouraged. She had been thinking for so many days and couldn't even grasp a single melody. Yet, in just a few hours, a finished song was ready. This man is a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a while longer before hanging up. I took clear photos, the sheet music and lyrics, and sent them to Bai Shihan. When Bai Shihan received the message, she clicked on the images with anticipation. A large title caught her eye. The Wind Blows. What kind of divine song is this? After reading the lyrics and the music, Bai Shihan felt her heart skip a beat. She finally understood, the weight of those online comments. What does a Shiyi production, is a masterpiece mean? This is it. And the most terrifying part is that I only used a few hours to create a song like this. Bai Shihan was dying to ask me, just how many things? I hiding in my head, thinking of this. Bai Shihan took a deep breath and picked up the phone. I had just finished changing Nene's clothes, getting ready to take her out, when I saw Bai Shihan's video call coming in again. Is there something else? I was confused. Didn't we just hang up? Why again? In the video, Bai Shihan's eyes were burning, darter staring straight at me. It was a bit much to handle. What's wrong? My voice stuttered, and I looked away. What does this woman mean? Is she showing off how pretty her eyes are? Can't I video call you if there's nothing wrong? Ow, she's a quick learner. I had just used that excuse on her, and she threw it right back at me. This woman isn't just beautiful. She's also vengeful. I thought to myself, but I just laughed it off. Oh, well, of course you can. Zhang Chenyi, what exactly are you hiding from me? Where's this coming from? How could she just accuse an innocent man like that? I scratched my head. Seeing me like this, Bai Shihan's face turned red. She was a bit annoyed. And her voice naturally got louder. These songs of yours, those. If I said I just suddenly had an epiphany one day, would you believe me? Ha ha ha. It was just a sudden thing. I didn't know how to explain it. So I could only rub my nose and try to play it off. Bai Shihan gave me a long look. That didn't press further. After a long silence, she suddenly said, "Thank you." I was completely thrown off by her sudden gratitude. I could only nod. Just practice hard. Nai and I will be cheering for you, okay? Bai Shihan's voice was very soft, but when she looked up, there was a smile on her face. I won't let this song go to waste. I nodded. Took Nanai's hand and waved it in front of the camera. Nai and I are heading out now. The video ended. Bai Shihan picked up her phone and knocked on Tao Lele's door. Lele, get ready. We're going to the company to practice. We have a song. Really? Did Zhang Chenji give it to us? I knew he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Tao Lele got excited. She looked pleasantly surprised. She grabbed Bai Shihan's hand and shook it. She didn't even realize she had let the secret slip. Bai Shihan's face turned slightly red. She glanced at Tao Lele. Only then did she realize this girl had sold her out. The 3 of them drove to Binhai Entertainment. Bai Shihan planned to spend the next few days here until she was satisfied with her performance of the song. It wasn't until she actually sang The Wind Rises she realized just how good the song was. After a few trial runs, Bai Shihan slowly found her rhythm. Her singing became more and more effortless. If I were here, I would have definitely gasped in awe. This was almost identical to the original version I had heard before. Precious time flew by. Before they knew it, it was already afternoon. As the three of them left the recording studio, the door to the room opposite them happened to open. A cute girl with a baby face just happened to walk out at that moment. She froze for a second when she saw Bai Shihan, but she still gave Bai Shihan a friendly nod. Bai Shihan smiled back, returning the kindness. However, the man standing behind her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had his nose in the air. He didn't give Bai Shihan a single look of approval. After Bai Shihan left, the man snorted coldly. She really has no common sense. She doesn't even know to greet her superiors. I don't know how the company chose her, uncle. She just joined the company. It would be weird if she knew you. Xiaodi, you must sing well this time. Okay, you're the one I handpicked. Don't embarrass your uncle. I know. This girl was none other than Chung Di, who would be competing alongside Bai Shihan in the new song festival, and her uncle was none other than Ying Ping. Over the next few days, Bai Shihan left early and returned late every day. She practiced incredibly hard. Her dedication even made Tao Lele feel bad for her. Sister Yun wasn't idle either. She reactivated Bai Shihan's Weibo account and posted a comeback statement. Hello everyone, it's Bai Shihan. I will be setting sail once again at the New Song Festival on August 7th. Binhai Entertainment singer Bai Shihan is on her way. I hope everyone will look out for me in the future. I also hope you'll all head over to my Weibo and interact with me in the comments. Thank you, everyone. Statement was very brief. Bai Shihan only had a few thousand fans left, and most of them were just ghost accounts. So when the statement was released, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It didn't cause much of a stir at all. Only a handful of old fans and a few small marketing accounts noticed the announcement. Even though Bai Shihan had been out of the industry for over 2 years, the New Song Festival itself had more than enough traffic to go around. So those small marketing accounts began editing their posts through their promotion. Quite a few people vaguely remembered this former popular starlet, but they didn't take it seriously. That's ancient history. Who still cares about her? However, Ren Chao, the director of this year's festival, was feeling extremely anxious because a song by Shi Yi had been dominating the trending searches. The traffic for their new song festival couldn't even compare to previous years, but the annual festival couldn't be postponed just because of one person. He could only bite the bullet and kick off this year's event. It was a pity he couldn't get in touch with Shi Yi. If he could get him to sit in as a mentor for the festival, the traffic would absolutely explode. At this moment, I had no idea about any of this. I was currently taking 9i and walking into the stadium through the long queue. That's right. After finishing lunch at noon, I kept it a secret from Bai Shihan and came to Shanghai. If I'm going to cheer her on, then I have to do it in person. The atmosphere at the venue was electric. I took a look around. Almost everyone had a light stick in their hand. Some people were even waving support banners for the singers they liked. The cheers were deafening. I was definitely the odd one out. I felt like a thief. I was only holding Nana in my arms, quietly looking for my seat in the venue. The competition hadn't started yet. The live stream comments were also showing the viewers' opinions in real time. I took a quick look. It seemed like not a single person in the comments supported Bai Shihan. There were 4 popular candidates to win. They were Cheng Di, Lu Qian, Xiao Fei, and Bai Miao Anyan. I only knew one of them, Lu Qian, that woman who dared to reach out her claws toward Nana. I hadn't heard of the other 3, so I didn't pay much attention. The competition was about to start, but the backstage was anything but calm. Bai Shihan, what are you doing here? Lu Qian's face was pale. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw Bai Shihan backstage. If you can be here, why can't our sister Shihan be here? Tao Lele rolled her eyes and snapped back. That look of disdain made Lu Qian even more furious. Lu Qian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She never expected Bai Shihan to show up. Moreover, Tao Lele and Sister Yun were by her side. This feeling reminded her of the Bai Shihan who had always overshadowed her years ago. It felt like the old Bai Shihan was back, especially Bai Shihan's outfit today. It made her expression even uglier. She felt like a clown in front of her. She couldn't compare to her in any way. Intimidated before the fight perfectly described Lu Qian's mood right now. Seeing this, Sister Yuan quickly pulled Lu Qian away. She looked at the gazes from the other contestants around them. She whispered words of advice in her ear. Qian, this is the backstage. Don't make a fool of yourself. She's just Bai Shihan. She has nothing now. She's not worth lowering your status for. After hearing Sister Yuan's words, Lu Qian's face looked much better. That's right. The current Bai Shihan was no longer that popular starlet from before. What did she have to compete with her? Besides, she had a song from the music godfather, Wu Fan. She had no reason to be afraid. Thinking this, Lu Qian regained her composure. She glanced at Bai Shihan with disdain. What's the use of being a good singer What's the use of being beautiful? You're a married woman. What kind of good song could you possibly have? The production team naturally didn't know what was happening backstage. Out on the stage, the host had already stepped out with a microphone. After saying a few simple words, he invited the 4 judges to take their seats. Before long, the 8 pairs of contestants were successfully selected. Looking at the matchup list on the big screen, I smiled. At that moment, the host voice echoed through the venue. Let's welcome with a round of applause 2 contestants for the first match. One is Bai Shihan from Binhai Entertainment, and the other is Lu Qian from Tianmei Entertainment. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage. Bai Shihan and Lu Qian followed the spotlights. As they slowly walked onto the stage, it was clear that Bai Shihan was somewhat nervous for someone who hadn't been on stage for years. She felt a bit apprehensive about her first time back. Meanwhile, Lu Qian had a grim expression. She also never expected that the first match would be such a dramatic showdown against Bai Shihan. The audience below gasped. Many didn't recognize a beauty like Bai Shihan. How had they never heard of her? I also noticed Bai Shihan's nervousness, so I held Nana up high and waved her around. At this moment, Nana turned into a human support banner. She kept shouting, "Go, mommy, go." On stage, Bai Shihan suddenly saw that familiar figure. She gasped and covered her mouth. She looked toward that spot in the audience in disbelief. Those 2 lively figures instantly dispelled the nervousness in her heart. In the next moment, an unprecedented brilliance suddenly erupted in her eyes. "Daddy! Daddy!" Mommy saw us. Nana's eyes met Bai Shihan's. Her little hands waved even faster. I also looked toward Bai Shihan. My face was filled with a gentle smile. Yeah, Mommy saw Nana. The first match, Bai Shihan versus Lu Qian. Bai Shihan will sing first. Let's give the stage to her. The host's voice echoed through the venue once again. Then, the lights gradually dimmed. On stage, only a single spotlight shone on Bai Shihan. As the background music started, I pulled Nana into my arms. I slowly closed my eyes to listen. For some reason, Bai Shihan's pure smile from just now was etched into my mind. I couldn't get it out of my head. I suddenly thought of those lyrics now, walking through this world, with so many lingering attachments. Turning through the different faces of the years, I caught your smile when I least expected it. The melody of the song began. The venue instinctively fell silent. At this moment, on the big screen, the name of the song appeared, The Wind Rises. The name was simple, but the songwriter listed below it made everyone's eyes narrow slightly. This unknown singer had actually managed to get the mysterious Shi to write a song for her. Everyone collectively pricked up their ears. They were now desperate to hear what Shi's new song actually sounded like. Backstage, Lu Qian was already dumbfounded. If one looked closely, they could see her hands trembling uncontrollably. The intro was simple, yet it firmly grabbed everyone's attention. Bai Shihan's voice followed, following the traces of a drifting youth. The sky over the vast fields is still so warm. Like a wind blows up memories of the past. The venue remained so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Following the music, they seemed to see the past. The footsteps of their own youth had never stopped. Bai Shihan was now completely immersed in the song. She had practiced this song countless times, but this was the time she was most invested. Her eyes glistened as she looked toward the audience. The 2 most important people to her were there. They were both there, willing to go through fire and water to walk it once more. It was another masterpiece. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the people watching the live stream, everyone was completely moved by the song. Memories flashed through their minds like a slideshow. They collectively recalled the past. Countless familiar yet strange faces finally settled on the smiling face of one person. That was the most unforgettable person from their youth. So this was The Wind Rises. What it blew up was the wind of youth that had long been buried in their hearts. The singing continued. Everyone was entranced. The massive stadium was silent. Everyone fell into their memories along with the song. Backstage, Lu Qian slumped to the floor. Her face was ashen. She no longer had the courage to perform. Bai Shihan's stunning appearance, her perfect singing skills, and this nearly invincible song had completely shattered all of her courage. Sister Yuan stood not far from Lu Qian. Her eyes were full of confusion. Who exactly was the music godfather? She had heard the song Wu Fan wrote for Lu Qian. Now, hearing this song by Shi, she felt that the other song wasn't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath. Sister Yuan gave a bitter smile. A lack of skill is a lack of skill. After all, she'd been suppressed before. Now that Bai Shihan had made a powerful comeback, she was still being suppressed. It wasn't just the backstage. Even the mentors on the judging panel were moved by the song. As mentors and veteran singers, they were all a bit envious of Bai Shihan right now. If they had a song like this to pave the way for them back then, they might have long since achieved the status of kings or queens of pop. It clearly seemed to be telling a trivial story, returning to see that it was still him. But the audience felt an infinite sense of regret. They also wanted to travel for half a lifetime and return with their original intentions unchanged. But regret is regret after all. They seemed to see that cool and smiling face of Chen Guangli, slowly blurring and disappearing. At this moment in the livestream comments, someone posted, "I wondered why we drifted apart. It turns out the wind just rose." The previously quiet comment section suddenly exploded. Countless people followed suit with tears in their eyes. All the netizens were completely heartbroken at this moment. After listening to this song, their hearts were filled with the regrets of youth. They posted comments through their tears, telling the stories of their own youth. Finally, it all unified into, "I wondered why we drifted apart. It turns out the wind just rose." Love rises and falls with the wind, leaving a lingering ache. Just then, Bai Shihan's performance gradually came to an end. Her voice, as deep and rich as wine, seemed to soothe everyone's emotions. It was like giving an answer to their youth. The end of the song felt like giving herself closure. Everyone woke up from the dream of their youth. Upon waking, life still goes on, and those memories were just a moment of nostalgia. Although memories are full of regret, a youth without regret. Can it even be called youth? It's a hit. At some point, the viewership data backstage exploded, far exceeding the ratings of previous years. Director Ren Chao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This is she, the person who can make you cry and laugh. Just what kind of god is this person? To have such immense charm. When Bai Shihan first arrived, Ren Chao looked down on her, thinking she had nothing. If it hadn't been for Binhai Entertainment's persistence, he would have wanted to kick her off the show. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Now he couldn't wait to put her on a pedestal. Great song. Great person. She had everything. And Chao didn't feel embarrassed at all about his change in attitude. Is it about making money? No. The singing on stage was still going on. Ren Chao put aside his stray thoughts and continued to listen. The music faded. The lights came back on. Bai Shihan slowly emerged from the song's afterglow. She snapped out of it. She looked nervously at the audience. The silence below made her feel a bit lost. I slowly opened my eyes, seeing Bai Shihan's nervous look. I laughed. Bai Shihan sang beautifully. It was comparable to the original version I had heard. Nana looked curiously at the uncles and aunties around her. She didn't understand why they all had tears in their eyes. Clearly, Mommy's singing was very beautiful. At her young age, she had no idea they were mourning the past. But none of that affected Nana. She reached out her little hands and tried her best to clap for her mommy. In the next moment, as if by a chain reaction, thunderous applause echoed through the venue. With tears in their eyes, everyone offered their support to Bai Shihan on stage. As expected of a Shii production, it never disappoints. So good. I'm crying. This isn't just a breeze. This is a tornado. It completely unearthed the memories I've buried for years. On stage, Bai Shihan bowed to the audience. Then, she gave Nana and me a lingering look. Before retreating backstage, the competition continued. Next was Lu Qian's performance. Lu Qian had stood up at some point. Looking at Bai Shihan as they passed each other, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She didn't even know how she walked onto the stage. Even when the music started, she froze for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was still half a beat late. It was a bad start. The audience below collectively hissed. This made her even more flustered. Her singing inevitably went out of tune. She finished the song in a daze. Backstage, director Ren Chao looked at the real-time viewership. He couldn't help but frown. What is this Lu Qian doing? He knew her singing ability. It had always been very good. Why did it turn out like this today? Ren Chao was only slightly annoyed for a moment. Then he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, she was bound to lose. What was there to think about? Today's ratings had already exploded, and that was enough. Without a doubt, the final vote was 5-0, a landslide victory. Bai Shihan's message arrived at that moment, asking to meet me at the backstage exit. Seeing this, I didn't pay any more attention to the rest of the competition. I left the stadium early, carrying Nana. As soon as Bai Shihan came out, she saw me from a distance holding Nana. The orange light stretched our shadows very long. A surge of happiness suddenly welled up in Bai Shihan's heart. It was the happiness of a husband bringing their child under the lights to wait for his wife to come home from work. Plain and simple, yet incredibly warm. I saw her the moment she came out. She was beautiful tonight, but her beauty now was very different from when she was on stage. On stage, she was like a goddess who had fallen to the mortal world. Beautiful and dazzling, making people afraid to approach. Mommy. Nana couldn't wait to break free from my arms. She ran toward Bai Shihan with her short little legs. Bai Shihan immediately crouched down. A bright smile blossomed on her face. She pulled the pouncing Nana into her arms. I walked over at that moment. With a smile, I greeted Taolele and Sister Yun. Bai Shihan stood up, still holding Nana. I smiled and looked at her. So, was the surprise? Okay. A blush rose on Bai Shihan's face, but she still looked me in the eye. Yeah, it was a great surprise. Then let's find a place to eat. Nana and I haven't even had dinner yet. I'm fine, but Nana's little tummy has been growling for a while. Hearing my words, Sister Yun stepped forward. let's go back to the apartment. There are still ingredients there. It's safer to eat home-cooked food. The group walked toward the parking lot side by side. Little did they know that their actions at this moment, everything was witnessed by Lu Qian and Yuan Jie, who had just come out from backstage. Lu Qian clutched her phone, watching Bai Shihan's retreating figure, Dok's eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, a wicked idea struck her. Had a perfect plan to utterly ruin Bai Shihan's reputation. Since she had already lost everything, she was going to drag Bai Shihan down with her. If she couldn't have success, why should Bai Shihan? The internet might have a short memory, but the moment you step back into the spotlight, it becomes terrifyingly sharp. Bai Shihan's past was quickly dug up by netizens and dragged onto the trending charts on Weibo. The scandal of a top star quitting the industry 2 years ago due to a secret romance. As soon as this headline leaked, unscrupulous media outlets caught the scent immediately. They began to sensationalize the topic without restraint. In an instant, the buzz around Bai Shihan reached a fever pitch, nearly overshadowing the Starlight Gala itself. The internet was split down the middle. One side felt that, since Bai Shihan had already left the industry because her relationship was exposed, she shouldn't be allowed to make a comeback. They couldn't bring themselves to fan a singer who was already married. The other side believed that as long as her singing was good, her personal life was her own business. Finally, Yinhai Entertainment stepped in to address the situation. Congratulations to our artist Bai Shihan for successfully advancing. We hope everyone will continue to support her in the future. Furthermore, we would like to announce, for the next round of the competition, Bai Shihan will once again perform a song written by Shi. Additionally, all of Bai Shihan's songs, Tesh from the 7-Star Song Festival, will be compiled into a single album and released on Douyin after the competition concludes. As soon as Yinhai Entertainment released this statement, the internet erupted in an uproar. She didn't just write one song for Bai Shihan. The fact that there are multiple songs is just insane. In a heartbeat, Yinhai Entertainment's announcement and the Bai Shihan scandal shot straight to the top of the trending searches. Even the song, When the Wind Blows, was pushed down to second place, while the song festival itself could only sit pitifully at third on the trending list. Trembling in their wake, we were completely oblivious to the chaos online. After dinner, Bai Shihan drove me back to my hotel alone, and I stayed at the apartment to spend the night with her. Ever since I transmigrated here, I've barely had any time alone with Bai Shihan. Now that it was just the two of us in the car, that the silence felt heavy. I didn't know what to say. I glanced at Bai Shihan as she drove, then turned to stare silently at the night scenery outside the window. Bai Shihan noticed my gaze, and couldn't help but steal a glance at me. But she quickly looked away, heart racing in her chest. Her ears turned a soft shade of red. She forced down the strange fluttering in her heart and kept her eyes on the road, pretending to be completely unfazed. By the time we reached the hotel, neither of us had uttered a single word. To an outsider, it would have looked like we were total strangers. The car pulled into the hotel parking lot. I finally turned to her and said, "You should head back. Be careful on the road. Give me a call when you get home." Bai Shihan kept her head down and didn't answer. Instead, she unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and stepped out of the car first. My heart skipped a beat. What is she doing? I swallowed hard, trying to look calm as I followed her out. "Do you want to come up for a bit?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Inside the cramped elevator, I could clearly hear the heavy thump-thump of my own heart. Bai Shihan wasn't doing any better. She didn't know what had come over her. The moment I told her to go home, she suddenly didn't want to leave so soon. Oh God. Why was I so impulsive? What do I do now? We had a shotgun wedding, but since the day we married, we had never actually been intimate. She stared fixedly at her toes, not daring to look up. She was completely at a loss. Before either of us could think further, the elevator doors slid open. The third floor, that was where my room was booked for the night. I instinctively stepped out of the elevator. Bai Shihan followed hesitantly. I swiped the keycard, opened the door, and walked inside. There was only one bed in the room. Bai Shihan's mind was a total blur. She didn't even realize how she'd entered the room, or how I closed the door behind us. The only sound in the room was our breathing. It felt like what was about to happen was inevitable. But Bai Shihan was suddenly gripped by panic. She wasn't ready. She had only just begun to accept me. She wasn't prepared for anything more. I, however, had no idea what was going through her head. Even I wasn't stupid enough to not know what it meant when a woman agreed to go to a man's hotel room for a visit. I might have been a lifelong bachelor in my past life, but that didn't mean I lacked emotional intelligence. I might not have experience, but I'm not clueless. As for my feelings for Bai Shihan, I had questioned myself many times. It started as a desire to make amends, that then grew into sympathy, then a slight crush, and finally, genuine admiration. I knew exactly how I felt. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and looked at Bai Shihan, who was still standing there with her head bowed. Taking a deep breath, I reached out and took her hand. I looked up, trying to meet her eyes. In the next second, the fire in my heart was instantly extinguished. In her beautiful almond eyes, I saw nothing but panic, unease, and fear. I let out a long, slow breath and gently released her hand. I'm going to wash my face first. My voice was raspy. Bai Shihan kept her head down, letting out a soft, trembling, okay. I splashed my face with cold water for a long time, until I had completely calmed down. When I stepped out of the bathroom and saw Bai Shihan, again I couldn't help but smile. He kept his head down, standing there like a complete daze, shrinking back like a timid little bird. Doesn't this idiot know that acting like this is practically an invitation to sin? Let's go. I'll walk you down. Bai Shihan suddenly snapped her head up to look at me. Ah. What? Move it. I reached out and playfully flicked her forehead in frustration. Bai Shihan clutched her head in pain, staring straight at me with those watery eyes, her little mouth pouting. Whoa, yeah. She really is a little temptress. I could barely handle it. Does she really not realize how much charm she has? Get going. If you don't leave now, you won't be leaving at all tonight. Stop looking so wronged. I opened the door and started ushering her out. Only then did Bai Shihan hurriedly walk out, seeing me close the door. As she patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief, I walked Bai Shihan all the way downstairs and watched her get into the car. I waited quietly for her to drive off, but just as the engine started, Bai Shihan suddenly rolled down the window. She stared straight at me, her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhang Chenyi, why? Didn't you want to tell? I let out a long, helpless sigh. What do you think? It's just that these things need to be mutual. When my dear wife is finally ready, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Bai Shiwan's face turned red all the way down to her neck. Yet, her eyes seemed to sparkle even brighter. I'm leaving. Drive safe. Call me when you get home. The car drove away. I gave a bitter smile and headed back to my room. I had just finished my shower when Bai Shihan called. She had already made it back to her apartment. We said our goodnights, but what we didn't know was that a post about Bai Shihan that had suddenly appeared on Weibo. It was slowly climbing up the trending charts. By the next day, the post had reached the top 10. Bai Shiwan's extramarital affair, cheating with mysterious singer Shi Yi. The post was written with absolute certainty, telling me in detail that Bai Shihan and I were already married and that we had a daughter together, but our relationship was supposedly on the rocks. Claimed that to make her comeback. Bai Shihan used her charms to seduce Shi Yi, which was why he wrote songs for her. The post was written so convincingly that many marketing accounts reposted it, drawing a flood of comments. By early morning, it had successfully seized the top trending spot. The netizens were skeptical at first, but they couldn't resist the overwhelming wave of comments and a constant promotion from marketing accounts. Their skepticism turned to belief, and then into a full-blown verbal assault on Bai Shihan. As more people woke up, Siren saw the post. It caused a massive uproar. By 9,000 AM, this post and Bai Shihan's Weibo page, the ranked number 1 and 2 on the trending list. Meanwhile, I had just finished my morning run, completely oblivious to it all. Bai Shihan hadn't slept a wink last night. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the scene at the hotel, where I held her hand. As a result, when she got up, she had heavy dark circles under her eyes, and looked totally drained. Yunji and Taolele exchanged a look, at both of them wearing expressions of deep concern. They assumed she had seen the trending news, and that was why she stayed up all night. Taolele, looking anxious, walked over to Bai Shihan as she sat down at the dining table. Xian, what did Zhang Chenyi say? Doesn't he plan to come out and clear things up? In a situation like this, it's best if Zhang Chenyi clarifies it himself. If you're the one to release a statement, it'll only backfire. Bai Xian's mind was a fog. Hearing Taolele's words, she looked up blankly, not understanding what she meant. Clear what up? Did something happen to Zhang Chenyi again? Taolele was speechless. She finally realized that Bai Shihan had no idea what was going on. She was even more annoyed with Zhang Chenyi for not stepping up to support Shihan yet. The rumors online. We're about to drown her Weibo and hate. Jian, you're still worried about him. He's fine, but you're in deep trouble. Just look at your Weibo. From Taolele's tone, Bai Shihan finally realized something was wrong. She took out her phone and opened Weibo. What greeted her was a mountain of private messages and comments. She clicked on them, and her hand trembled involuntarily as she saw the malicious messages. She took a deep breath, and continued scrolling. 9 out of every 10 messages were insults. She exited the messages, and finally saw the original post, along with the follow-up posts from various marketing accounts. After a moment, Bai Shihan put down her phone and went back to her breakfast, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing her like this made Taolele even more worried. With such a massive backlash online, could Shihan really handle the pressure? Shihan, what do we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Bai Shihan patted Taolele's hand, and tried to comfort her instead. Lele. The innocent remain innocent. As long as we know the truth, that's enough. Seeing her reaction, Taolele sighed inwardly. She says the innocent remain innocent, but public opinion never cares about the truth. Bai Shihan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. In reality, she was far from calm. But since Zhang Chenyi had always released his songs anonymously, it meant he didn't want people to know his identity. If that was the case, she couldn't be the one to expose him. Meanwhile, the vast number of netizens were still waiting for the main party to explain. After waiting for what felt like forever, they finally saw An update on Bai Shihan's Weibo. They clicked on it eagerly, only to be left stunned. They expected a long, detailed PR statement, but instead, there were only 4 simple words. The innocent remain innocent. The innocent need no explanation. What kind of response is that? Did she really think she could just brush them off like that? Consequently, the online comments instantly became even more aggressive. At Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Qian was laughing her head off. Even though she'd been chewed out by the company after returning from Shanghai, that couldn't dampen her current mood. She had successfully dragged Bai Shiwan into the mud. Yuan Jie stood to the side, watching Lu Qian laugh like a maniac. She felt like the woman in front of her had completely lost her mind. She had only found out about this news this morning. Lu Qian had done all of this, while keeping even her own manager in the dark. Lu Qian, do you have any idea what you're doing? This is slander. If she actually decides to press charges, you're finished. Hearing Yuan Jie's words, Lu Qian just gave her a dismissive, annoyed look. How is it slander? Who knows if something is actually going on between them? Think about it. If there was nothing, how could a woman like Bai Shiwan out? There was absolutely nothing going for her. Dat Shi to write a song for her. I bet anything they've got a guilty conscience. Look, she hasn't even offered an explanation. Haha. The innocent need no explanation. What a fake. Yuan Jie's face remained grim as she stayed silent, watching the crazed Lu Qian. She could only hope that what Lu Qian said was true. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to cut Lu Qian loose. Back at the hotel, I was taking a relaxing shower. Then my phone outside was ringing like crazy, as if it were a matter of life and death. I was a bit surprised when I saw the name on the screen. Why was she calling me? Director Yang. What brings you to an idle man like me today? Idle. You actually have the nerve to call yourself idle. Do you have any idea that ever since you showed up, you've practically monopolized the trending searches? Yang Chenglin's voice came through the phone, sounding quite annoyed. I scratched my head. Thinking back, she was probably right. Ever since I released you in this life, it seemed like the trending topics were always about me. I can't help it if I'm just that likable. Anyway, let's get to business. Why did you call? After my shameless bit of self-praise, I finally got serious. Yang Chenglin gritted her teeth. She really wanted to strangle this man. What did he mean? Why did you call? And what's the matter? Can't she call him if there's nothing wrong? Aren't they friends? Yang Chenglin's tone grew even sharper. You think I wanted to call you? It's about your better half. I mean, what are you even doing? Bai Shihuan is getting dragged through the mud, and you're just sitting there. Bai Shihuan is being attacked. I turned serious instantly. Tell me, what happened to Bai Shihuan? His tone was more serious than ever before. Hearing it made Yang Chenglin feel a bit bitter. It seemed that whenever it involved Bai Shihuan, this man became incredibly focused. Go look at the trending searches. Yourself. Goodbye. She hung up immediately. I frowned, not understanding what was wrong with that woman. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. I quickly opened Weibo. The first thing I saw were the top trending posts. The moment I read the headlines, my face darkened. By the time I finished reading all the posts and went through the messages and comments on Bai Shihuan's Weibo, that my expression was pure ice. I let out a cold, angry laugh. You really think my woman is an easy target? And that stupid woman, how could she not tell me about something this big? What was she thinking, trying to handle this alone? I really wanted to demand that idiot tell me to my face, whether she actually considers me her husband or not. Before I confront her, I have a few things to take care of. Since someone wants to play, let's play for real. Lu Qian never could have imagined that the retaliation would come so fast, and so fiercely, so much so that before her joy could even settle, she was plunged into a state of pure terror. She never would have guessed that she was actually that pretty boy from before. 10:0 a.m. while people were still gossiping about Bai Shihan's supposed downfall. A short video from Shi appeared on Douyin as the other protagonist of the scandal. And a mysterious figure with tens of millions of followers. His new video was seen by countless people instantly, even without Douyin's algorithm pushing it. Then shared the video so rapidly that it shot to the top. Shi revealing his face was a massive event. No one expected the mysterious Shi to step out and post a video. Without a moment's hesitation, he could have stayed silent. After all, he wasn't the primary target of the attacks, but when people clicked on the video, they realized this wasn't just a clarification video. It was a declaration of war mixed with a public display of affection. In the video, I was wearing a sharp casual outfit. Even with a stern expression, I was still striking. Wow, the mysterious Shi is actually this handsome. I'm in love. But my next words felt like a critical hit to the netizens. Hello everyone, I'm Shi. I just woke up. To see some very nasty rumors online. A lot of people are questioning why I write songs for Bai Shihan. Some are even making up lies about her having an affair. I only have one thing to ask. What's wrong with me writing songs for my own wife? My wife might be too kind to pay you any mind, but I'm not going to indulge you. The innocent remain innocent. Not in my book. I originally wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was hostility. Sorry, but I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. My name is Jung Chenji. I'm sure you can find me online. Bai Shihan and I both left the industry because of our relationship. And we've been married ever since. As for why I chose the name Shi, because our daughter's name is Jung Shi. Now you have your answer. To the person who started that post and those marketing accounts, I'm sorry to say, but I've already gathered all the evidence. Not a single one of you is getting away. Oh, and to the paid trolls and the teams behind them, every last one of you. Can expect a lawyer's letter. That's all I have to say for today. Consider yourselves warned. Dismissed. Everyone who saw the video was shocked beyond belief. They had been arguing for so long, only to find out they were a married couple all along. Everyone knew Shi was likely married, since Manhwa had appeared on his Douyin before, but no one expected Yi to be Jung Chenyi. It was absolutely insane. My video spread like wildfire. While everyone was still buzzing about it, Yinhai Entertainment's Weibo immediately followed up, with an official notice. Hello everyone, this is the legal department of Yinhai Entertainment, acting on behalf of Mr. Zhang. We will be taking action against the false rumors and slander online. We are currently following up and have issued lawyers' letters to the original poster. The companies behind several marketing accounts. Shortly after, the official Weibo administration stepped in. Good morning, users. After our investigation, we have banned 1,500 accounts for spreading false information. We remind everyone that the internet is not a lawless land. Spreading rumors will have consequences. With the official Weibo announcement, my video post was pushed to the #1 trending spot. Bai Shihan's latest Weibo post instantly took the second spot in a very short time. Wife protecting demon and the innocent remain innocent. That became the top trending keywords. The netizens now loved quoting my line, "My wife doesn't want to deal with you, but I'm not going to indulge you. What the innocent remain innocent. That's not how the world works." Inside an artist's apartment in Shanghai, Bai Shihan was still watching cartoons with Nai Haolele. Came running over like the wind with her phone in hand. A bright smile was plastered on her face, and she looked incredibly excited. Sister Shihan, look. Zhang Chenyi posted a video. Bai Shihan took the phone. She clicked on the video. My voice began to play from the speaker. Nai also leaned in curiously, just staring intently with her big eyes. It's Daddy's voice. Daddy's inside the phone again. By the time Bai Shihan finished watching the entire video, her mouth was slightly agape. She was clearly shocked. Tao Lele continued from the side. Sister Shihan, do you know what people are calling Zhang Chenyi now? A wife-doting maniac. Haha, it's so funny. Hearing Tao Lele's words, Bai Shihan's face quietly flushed red. A sweet feeling welled up in her heart. After all, who wouldn't want to be pampered? Thinking of this, Bai Shihan left Nai behind, and hurried back to her room. Looking at the dial screen, she suddenly felt hesitant. She didn't know what to say if she actually called him. Should she ask, "Why did you say such embarrassing things?" Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was shy? Should she say he did the right thing? I really believe. No, that's not right. Would he think she was some kind of petty, and narrow-minded person? Bai Shihan flopped onto the soft bed, her face deep in the covers. She looked just like a little girl. Finally, she plucked up her courage, picked up her phone, and started a WeChat voice call. Bai Shihan's face was still buried in the quilt, turning bright red from the lack of air. She asked in a muffled voice, "What are you doing right now?" Instead of my answer, she heard my laughter first. What are you doing? Are you trying to suffocate yourself with that blanket? Bai Shihan let out a startled cry. She frantically lifted her flushed face in a panic. She was startled. She had no idea how I knew what she was doing. It wasn't until she looked at the phone screen that she had accidentally clicked on video call. The words ultimate embarrassment were practically written all over her face. Bai Shihan stared blankly at me on the other end of the video. I rubbed my nose. She was surprisingly cute like this. The next moment, Bai Shihan let out a soft whine and buried her face back in the covers like an ostrich. She refused to come out again. This is so embarrassing. Don't you dare laugh. Her muffled voice drifted out from under the blanket. I finally managed to stop laughing. All right. I'm not laughing. I was just about to head over to the apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? Then wait for me there. Bai Shi. Han still didn't ask me why I posted that video. Some things really don't need to be asked. But even though she didn't ask, I was the one to bring it up first. But there's something I have to say. Bai Shihan. You've been dragged through the mud so much. Why didn't you tell me? What do you even take me for? Bai Shihan pursed her lips, falling silent. What did she take Zhang Chenyi for? Actually, Bai Shihan was a bit lost herself. Did she like Zhang Chenyi? She asked herself that question in her heart, but she soon found the answer. She did. She liked the man he had become, the man who carefully looked after her and their daughter, those small, thoughtful gestures in their daily life. It made her heart flutter with joy. The tenderness and sincerity in his eyes when he looked at her,